for you to come through, for all of your promises to be true. It's heartbreaking, and gray is the mood. I wanna believe in you. You can run and you can hide, learn to live with your denial. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, got to the chase. I can read between the lines, don't wanna live up all the time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, got to the chase. Liberating, you know what to do. Don't let your demons define you. You can run and you can hide, learn to live with your denial. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, got to the chase. I can read between the lines, don't wanna live up all the time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, cut to the chase. You can run and you can hide, learn to live with your denial. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, got to the chase. I can read between the lines, don't wanna live up all the time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, got to the chase. One chance for the world, one hope can save us now. Our time for history. Brave hearts will win the day. Run strong all the way. It's time for you and me. 'Cause nothing can hold us down. On the ground, nothing can hold us down. On the ground, we can be heroes. We can be heroes. We can be heroes. Step up, take it on. No turning from the storm. It's time now for what's to come. Together we will stand 2 feet on the ground. Let's hope now for better days. 'Cause nothing can hold us down. On the ground, nothing can hold us down. On the ground, we can be heroes. We can be heroes.
젠지와 담원기아가 맞붙습니다.
기대감이 좀 굉장히 높거든요.
굉장히 또 중요한 게임이라 볼 수 있어요.
이게 돼요?
아니 물로 쫙 빨아들였죠. 젠지 에이스 쇼메이커 한방 제대로 날렸죠. 개연 담원기아
끝났네요. 끝났네요. 이거 끝났네요.
담원기아 진행 간다. 피오 2라운드
지금부터 만나보시죠.
Hello and welcome to the pre-show here at the Analyst Carpet Space. It's me, Valdez, with Wolf. And we're going to be breaking down this matchup. You guys did just see the intro video. This is truly a clash of titans. Gen G up against Damwon Kia. Both of these teams incredibly strong right now, but one of them has to make it through to the finals, Wolf.
That's right, 2021 Spring Finals rematch here, and I'm very excited to see how this one goes. I think we will have a higher level version of the chaos we saw with Kwangdong Freaks and DRX at the beginning of this week, and I do think this series could go to 4 or 5 games. I don't think this is going to be a one-sided one. But on the other hand, the more I think about it, I was talking to you guys about this before we started the show, I kind of hope it's one-sided and one team really outperforms our expectations, because at the end of the day, win or lose here, the winner will face off against T1, and that is the real battle, as we say here at the LCK.
That is the real battle,
battle.
Absolutely. We are going to take a look at the bracket and just break it down for you guys if you have missed it, if you're only tuning in today. Damwon Kia, they defeated Bro. They got rid of that jinx, right? They 3-0'd them. They made it look really easy. Kwangdong Freaks went up against T1 there at the end of the day, and they did get 3-0'd after their 5-game series against DRX. And T1 and Gen G waiting here. Gen G didn't get a choice. T1 chose the easier team and now Genji has to go up against DK.
We have an extremely top-heavy spring season here. So, obviously the fact that T1 gets to pick one of the weaker teams that we had in playoffs means that they get that one-sided stomp, but the other side of the bracket could be a finals, practically, in terms of the level of skill we're seeing here. Extremely high-level best-of-5 that's going to be coming at you guys in just a moment's time. And, myself, kind of leaning towards Genji. I think the general consensus is Genji favored tonight, but
Yeah.
Damwon Kia showed great form against Preshow.
They absolutely did. I think the question is going to be, can they step up to the next level? Because as you mentioned, a bit top heavy here. Genji is absolutely the next big tier, the next step up for them, and it's not going to be easy, right? We're kind of hoping for 5 games here, but as you mentioned, we want a strong victor so that they can actually challenge T1. So a little bit conflicted. I'm also kind of leaning towards the Genji side. I think they have been a bit more consistent over the course of this split, but it's best of 5 now. Really, anything can happen.
Yeah, the exciting part about Genji is they have their full roster. Like, they're fully unlocked. There are no asterisks this time around. There's no Ophelia playing mid or bottom. There's not Chovy playing top side. He is playing his main role. And it's Genji against the highest peak Damwon Kia, right? They peaked at the end of the season, which is the most important time.
That's really where you want to peak, as guys, we do have our point of the match videos, so let us jump into that and break it down for you guys bit by bit.
All right, second semifinal match here of round 2. 3-0 landslide for Damwon Kia, and the kryptonite of Genji has been Damwon Kia in these critical matches in the past. Notice in round 1, Genji were able to take them out 2-1, and then in the second round, even with substitutes, Genji were still able to clinch the series 2-1. So 2-0 in regular season. You can see the playoffs here, round 1, Damwon Kia very dominant against Preshow as well. And this was not a surprise to anyone, even though there was a bit of a jinx, and they did end up losing that match to Preshow in regular season. When it mattered most, Damwon Kia showed up big time. And it's very reminiscent of the series we saw with T1 yesterday. A little bit of limit testing, a little bit of Nocturne, very aggressive stuff.
Absolutely, and guys, a huge matchup in the jungle will be Peanut up against Canyon. And this has been big. I mean, Peanut was able to lead Nongshim last year. Now he's joined the super roster of Genji, and he's really taken off once again. He has first in his KDA here in the jungle. There's a lot we can say about Peanut, even first in counter jungling as well. He's been extremely active, and I think he's been also enabled by his lanes. But he's up against the guy who just got a new record of the MVP points, the POG points that we do have. Canyon pulling out all these new picks, even the Nocturne, kind of defining the jungle meta himself instead of just, trying to go back to the Morgana and stuff like that.
But in the mid lane as well, we have Showmaker and Chovy, a matchup in the past that's been so historic. 29-25, Showmaker does lead the charge here when you look as far back as 2018's Kespa Cup. So huge storied matchup here, but it's one of the most difficult ones to define right now because Showmaker has had an off season. A lot of people aren't even putting him at number 3 right now, and Chovy missed a lot of the season. He was sick, he had COVID-19, wasn't able to play, was subbed, then was also pushed to the top lane. And some of these stats that you see for Chovy will be somewhat affected by this because he played less games than Showmaker, for example, but his stats are still absolutely fantastic when he showed up. Some of these stats as well, like his number 1 in solo kills, his KDA, are arguably more impressive, actually, considering how few games he played, in fact, in the dominant wins that they had. So it's a really exciting matchup between these two because we will see, I think, most people favoring Chovy going into this one just because of his individual performances when we did see him. On the other hand, Showmaker had a fantastic performance, has the widest champion pool right now in the mid lane. Look at his champion pool for the match against Preshow. Pulled out the Twisted Fate, you could argue, draft mistake there from Preshow, but also played Lucian, got early prio, did tons of damage in this game, kill participation up at 70%, and the guy totally owned.
He's kind of insane, as we do have Duck Dom up against Ruler down in the bottom side. You can see 16-3 the matchup so far, as Duck Dom, again, another one of these players that's actually coming from Nongshim, but now on the other side of the teams here, joining Damwon Kia. A perfect KDA in that match there. He also showed a very wide champion pool himself. He played a hyper carry in the Zeri, and then he went over and just casually played Ziggs, one of the mages that we have here down on the bottom side with the 83% kill participation, which is very high for 80 carries. Very, very good to see. But again, Ruler was able to pull off some heroics of his own, really showing us, I think for the first time, the true power of this lethality Xayah and what it is able to show with, specifically this play, right? The engage that went on to him, he was able to handle that extremely well. He doesn't necessarily play a lot of these mages, but he has shown that he can, just not that he prefers them. Also, one of the players that can actually still pull out the Jhin. You know, we don't really see the Jhin too much anymore, but, and of course, I mean, on a team like this, Gen G, where you have so many superstars, the fact that he does so much with the gold that he's given is truly unbelievable and just outputs so much damage for his team. Ruler versus Duckdom going to be a very important match.
Yeah, I really like the Jhin showcasing we saw there at the very end because he's one of the only players who can make it look like a carry, 80 carry in the late game. As noticed, Damwon Kia, their stats in regular season are going to be dwarfed by their extremely dominant performance in the first round. And sometimes, I don't always like these PO round 1 stats because it does really make you look inflated, because if you look at some of these compared to Gen G stats, might be a little bit misleading in terms of Baron percentage, right? Where they did not drop a single one, of course, against Frederick Brion. Herald percentage, 2 out of the 3 they did end up getting there. Gen G knows, though, in terms of that Herald percentage, they are 10th in the league in terms of the Herald control. They find value in their Drakes, and they find value in lane. That's why Chovy is such an integral part of this roster. It ganks from Peanut, calls from Peanut on late game objectives. Their Baron percentage is higher than Damwon Kia's regular season. It's laning and the late game where they really find their value. They're kind of the opposite of T1. Like, they don't actually get early turrets, they don't get early Herald and control the game that way. They actually get leads in lane.
Yeah, and for what they're giving away in the Herald, sometimes they allow Ruler to kind of just be in the bot lane and by himself and get some pushing done and getting some gold into him. Definitely going to be strong for their team, as Ruler has been performing quite well this season. Definitely very nice to see, as this is also really cool between these two teams.
Yeah, so we had a really fantastic series between the two of them in the first round. It was match 10, of course, and it was honestly the best match we've had all season, including the playoffs, to be totally frank, so far. And we saw Ornn for the first time in that series. We saw Samira come out, and also we got to see Lehens play the Singed. But it wasn't just Gen G who were showing us unique picks. We got to see Samira also played on the opposite side for Damwon Kia. This is the series where Canyon defined Diana still being relevant. It was a really exciting first game we had there with a Twisted Fate. And also bringing out the Kassadin that he loves to play so much in these playoff matches. So I do think that we're in for a series where, if it goes the distance, which is the expectation, we will definitely see some more new picks for Showmaker, #1 champion pool right now in the mid lane. And you look at the second time they played against each other, it was also, we saw the return of Camille. Sion made it come back. We also saw the Nidalee come through. Then Doran was like, well, I'm going to pull out the Fiora. We saw Renata for the first time. Jarvan as well, making a bit of a return during that time because he had fallen off big time. Just every time these two teams clash, which has been twice so far, it goes the distance, and we see a lot of depth of champion pool.
Yeah, it just kind of defines what both of these teams are able to do in terms of their champion oceans for a lot of their different players. DK's hidden card, will DK show another pocket pick? And I wouldn't be surprised if we see something new in this series. We were talking about it even on cast yesterday, where it's like, it's a best of 5 against an incredibly strong team on the other side. You have to show your hand, which is, of course, great for T1 because they get to kind of see a lot of things. So you can't really save anything for T1 because you've got to get through either DK or Gen G. And so I think we're going to see some kind of pocket picks, some kind of weirdness here, some new strategies. Otherwise, I don't know if they will make it through.
Yeah, it's really rough, That's the thing. It's one of your strengths, but it also becomes less of a strength the more times you show these things. Like the mid Jace we saw, the mid Lucian we talked about, the Kellen and Duckdom bottom duo with the Ziggs, right? And Duckdom Zeri, which I thought was really nice trapping on blue side. Like the way that Damwon Kia drafted around their advantage they had in seed was actually massive. Speaking of which, Gen G will, of course, have side selection first this time around because they were the higher seed. That's why they were seeded directly to semifinals. But talking about their best of 5 record, we were mentioning this before we came into the series. Feels like Damwon Kia has actually smashed Gen G in a lot of best of 5s because these two teams were on top for so long. But actually, not the case. Only in the spring finals have they met in the LCK. They also avoided each other in the year that Damwon Gaming won Worlds. Gen G was on the other side of the bracket, was defeated by G2. So they've only really faced each other in a tense match like this once, and Damwon Kia absolutely crushed it. That was last year, almost 1 year ago exactly. But times have changed. Damwon Kia no longer the massive favorites.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, coming into this, Gen G are the favorites, and we could see something new. One best of 5 where it was a 3-0. Even that game 2 where Damwon had less kills. It was a very close matchup, went 48 minutes. Definitely could have gone either way in that game as well. And yeah, kind of expecting Gen G to take this one, but I don't know, man. It could get really close here.
It certainly could. Damwon Kia feels like they could just pull rabbits out of hats. Like when they're behind, when their composition also, it's missed its win condition when they play tempo-based comps and fall behind. They often are still able to win late-game team fights, which happened in the first series they matched off against each other. So I'm always excited to see more Damwon Kia versus Gen G best of 5s.
Yeah, should go 5 games. We'll have to wait and see. But guys, we do have predictions here.
Red time.
We need to see who's predicting where. As let's start off. Where's the G-Sun prediction? Oh, there it is in the middle.
Okay, there it is.
We
All
see
right.
it. Okay, so starting off with some strong votes for the Korean side.
Yeah, 3-1 Dongjun. He did that yesterday too. Didn't work out so well, but Atlas going for Damwon Kia and G-Sun joining with a 3-2. Otherwise, we're very close. I was a 3-1 Andy today.
Yeah.
Lots of 3-1s down here at the end. Subin and Kuro and Gorilla all going that way. Jonah Strong, the only 3-0 prediction here,
Yeah.
but massively in favor of Gen G, only Atlas and G-Sun going for Damwon.
Yeah, and you can see that it's 3-2. I think, everybody most people kind of seeing a close match, but with a slight favorite towards Gen G. I think that's what we can see from this. Jonah Strong, he's kind of one of those guys where it's like 3-0 or nothing or 3-2 or nothing. He doesn't want to be those 3-1 Andys, but you see the fan prediction here as well. It seems like it is pretty nicely favored towards Gen G. About a 3-1 favorite here.
Yeah, a little bit surprised by that, to be honest, considering how many fans Damwon Kia have earned over their dominant 3 back-to-back titles. But I think also goes to show that Gen G is arguably we always talk about like one of our top 3 teams, one of our top 2 teams that like doesn't seem like it has as many fans as it should. They showed up tonight, 75%. Big lead here in the fan vote. So if it's close as it seemed, maybe everyone's thinking Gen G is actually heavily favored.
Seems like this fan Judel here says both of them are strong, but I think Gen G still has the upper hand. It's kind of the overarching feeling, right? I think we're all kind of on the same page. And if Damwon Kia surprise and they come in and they have a really strong over performance, absolutely they could win. But as it stands right now, Gen G, the slight favorite.
I'm really excited for this one because I just think no matter what you think is going to happen, fans out there, or what we think is going to happen, like something better than that is going to happen. That's my expectation going to this best of 5.
I truly hope so. I just won 5 games and an awesome matchup. But that's going to do it for us here on the pre-show, guys. Hope you did enjoy it. We'll throw it over to the casters after the intro. We'll be Atlas and Chronicler today. Hope you do enjoy the games.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2022 playoffs. This is round 2. Damwon Kia taking on Gen G. Gen G with side selection for this one because they had a direct route towards round 2. Damwon Kia had to get through Fred at Breon, although that didn't last very long. So I guess they theoretically also got a pretty quick journey towards this round 2 match up against Gen G. It's going to be a big one.
I'm excited, I'm stoked. Throw any superlatives my way because I want this match to go the distance.
Yeah.
Last time, well, both times really, these two teams faced, it was amazing. And we can only hope that today can match those earliest matches.
Yep, I want to give everyone a peek behind the curtain just a little bit here as well, because I saw the predictions and I saw my own prediction this morning and I was like, wait, what? I voted for Damwon Kia? And then I looked through the chat where I did my prediction. I'm like, oh, I did select Damwon Kia. Wow, that's crazy. And then I thought about it for a second and I'm like, well, I mean, it's basically a coin flip, right? Like, because of how good Damwon looked in that first playoff match, I don't necessarily know what it means, but I do know that Damwon have been clutch in playoffs in the past, and Gen G have been the exact opposite.
Recovering for yourself, Atlas.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing, just a little bit here. I was a little
thought
bit
it was
confused.
a great prediction.
Yeah, I know, I thought it was fine.
Stand
I
strong.
thought it was fine too, but I mean, this just goes to show how incredibly close this series could potentially be. And I'm very much hoping that it is.
I respect it. I think that, as you pointed out, there are a lot of questions going into this. What is going to be the form of players that have been up and down? The top side, honestly, both players, is going to be one of the big ones for me.
It absolutely will, but first, let's hear from the coaches and hear what they have to say about this matchup.
체급이 너무 높아서 사실 걱정이 더 많이 됩니다. 리그 경기할 때도 항상 역시 세다라고 느꼈던 팀이라서 잘 준비한 대로 하면 어떻게 이길 수 있지 않을까 하고 있습니다. 근데 되게 밸런스가 좋다고 생각해요. 젠지가 뱀픽을 되게 유연하게 잘 대처하더라고요. 되게 잘한다라고 느끼는 부분 중 하나예요. 그래서 스프링을 진행하면서 여태까지 다양한 뱀픽 툴들을 했던 걸 잘 조합해서 상대하려고 노력하려고요. 일단은 서포터, 그 다음에 탑인 것 같습니다. 저는. 리엔즈 선수의 되게 다양한 뱀픽 활용이 오늘 나올 수도 있지 않을까라는 생각도 있고, 탑이 주도권을 잡는 순간 또 일어나는 여러 가지 상황이 있기 때문에 그 부분에 대해서 서로 재미나지 않을까. 결승을 간다는 것 자체가 이미 저한테 되게 영광일 것 같고, 저희 팀 자체도 어제도 정말 늦게까지 회의도 열심히 했고 많은 걸 준비했는데 끝나고 나서 정말 하얗게 불태웠다 이런 느낌을 선수들이랑 다 같이 받고 싶어요. 네, 그래서 만반의 준비를 했고 좋은 경기력으로 꼭 끝까지 싸워서 결승도 가보고 싶습니다. 네.
네, 이제 감독으로 부임하고 첫 플레이오프인데 사실 조금 선수 때보다 조금 더 긴장되고 떨리는 것 같습니다. 저희가 이제 2등 확정이 됐을 때 담원이랑 하겠구나 어느 정도 조금 예상을 하고 있었어서 올 게 왔구나라고 생각했습니다. 이제 뭐 담원 상대로 특별히 뭐 더 준비했다기보다는 뭐 여러 가지 상황으로 좀 합을 많이 못 맞췄었어서 합을 좀 더 맞추는데 신경을 많이 썼습니다. 승부처는 이제 담원 기아가 정글러가 확실히 잘하는 팀이라고 생각해서 정글이 가장 큰 승부처가 될 것 같습니다. 이제 제가 뭐 젠지 스포츠에 들어와서 이렇게 플레이오프까지 진출을 했지만 저희 팀이 이제 꿈꾸고 있는 목표는 뭐 우승이기 때문에 오늘 꼭 이겨서 결승전에 올라가고 싶습니다. 선수들은 뭐 평소에도 되게 잘해서 평소에 하는 만큼만 하면 오늘 충분히 이길 수 있으니까 떨지 말고 파이팅 하면은 좋겠다. 파이팅!
Absolutely fantastic. Of course, Score thinks that the jungle is the most important matchup, whereas Danny was looking towards that bottom side, leveraging Lehens. The gentlemen that we're about to introduce right here, alongside the rest of Gen G, Doran, Peanut, Chovy, Ruler, and Lehens, everyone fighting fit and ready for this one, and I just cannot wait.
The most interesting thing to me about this Gen G roster is that had T1 not been as ludicrous as they has been this split, they might have been the big story, because we have seen teams like this, made up of a lot of high-profile players, kind of fall flat. For Gen G, that just hasn't been the case. Their only losses.
2018 cough.
Yes. I think that their form has been very much according to expectations, perhaps even surpassing it. The only real losses that they took were against the T1, wasn't even without the with the full roster there, right? And then one of the losses was with, I think it was 3 or 2 players. They were missing Lahens and Peanut, and that was a little bit too much.
Yep, we're owed the Gen G versus T1 matchup. That is how it works. And so therefore, I think that's even better odds for Dumont to win the series. When it comes to buzz killing, they're pretty good at it. And I've been burned before. It absolutely is. It absolutely is. But we do have to address the curses in the room.
I agree.
It is very, very important. But this is also a new look for Damwon Kia as well. As you guys know, Bertel, Canyon, Showmaker, Docdom, and Kellen. The bottom lane took a while to really get in there, of course. Fun fact, Docdom has never won a series against Ruler in his career. Not once. Not ever. And I think that a lot of eyes are going to be drawn down there. There is so much experience for Gen G on the bottom side of the map, whereas Docdom and Kellen only really rocketed to success. Kellen's been around for a long time, Docdom not so much. But last year was when we really saw what they could do, and they still, I don't think, have reached their peak, nor have we seen them cope with the pressure like a lot of these Damwon players are capable of course, looking at Showmaker and Canyon.
Those two are going to be the main one. The form of not so much Docdom, but Kellen and Bertel are two of my biggest question marks going into today's series. We've seen them be hot, we've seen them be cold. And without them performing, I don't think, no matter how good Canyon is playing, no matter the fact that Showmaker, as per usual, seems to have arrived for playoffs, is that going to be enough? I do not know. As you already pointed out, that's a 16-3.
Yep. And those 3 were never in a row of more than one. No. That's sort of what I meant by the last one. So yeah, Ruler has certainly had Docdom's number in the past.
He's at everyone's, right? Like looking at the split that Ruler has had.
Yeah.
Again, I really want to reiterate that there are so many stories this LCK split that kind of go under the radar because of more insane stories. Deft and Gumayushi being above Ruler says nothing about Ruler's form. It just says a lot about how insane those two players are, right?
Yeah.
And like Deft and Ruler, I think, is also something that you can argue. And for Docdom, I was so happy to see Damwon actually utilize his flexibility in the previous match against Fredda Briand. We had not seen things like that Ziggs pick for the entire split to my dismay.
Outside of Ruler.
Well, yeah,
did play it
but I mean from Docdom.
From Docdom, absolutely. Yeah. But it's just really cool the fact that we've seen that the extra string added to the bow of Ruler's champion pool, which has been largely hyper carries because Gen G in the past has always required him to be the main damage dealer. Now they've got carries from every single role. They've got too many carries. And we've seen how they use that flexibility to draft around and just have so many more options as the game progresses. I don't think that we're going to see the same level of drafting traps that Damwon were able to set up in their first series of playoffs. Although I do think that the meta at the moment does kind of suit how Damwon want to play the game.
Damwon, to me, when it comes to drafts, have been a little bit, at least from what we've seen them over the course of the whole split, been going for more drafts that I feel really utilize the depth that their players have. But when it looks to individual form, I think Gen G is unmatched, right? Like Chovy, Ruler. You look at the stats, and they're all ludicrous. Like the baseline of these players is so incredibly high, and for Damwon, that just has not always been the case. Like they often win through either Canyon finding a clutch play, through some really solid decision making or great team fighting. But when it comes to the laning phase, see people get solo killed, get picked off, and for Gen G, they're usually the one doing all that because their laning strength is just insane.
No, it absolutely is, and they are very, very good at snowballing, even though they don't necessarily focus on things like heralds in the early game. It's all about, we're just gonna crush you. We don't have time to leave lane and get these side objectives. We want vertical content, not horizontal content.
That's not CS per minute, Atlas.
Exactly.
That doesn't get us guaranteed gold.
Exactly. Also doesn't affect our stats. But here we are into the pick and ban for game number 1. Gen G do have side selection. They chose blue side despite having a higher red side win rate during the regular season. Just shows how powerful first pick is at the moment. As Lee Sin going to be the first one to be banned away here. An interesting first ban. I think that Canyon's champion pool is a little bit wide to be attacked, but there is obviously a plan in mind here for Gen G.
With the Xin Zhao dropping in priority, we've seen the playmaking potential of Lee just be utilized too well by our most elite junglers, those being Canyon and Ona. But let's not forget that Peanut had a Jarvan game this split where he absolutely
Both of these
dunked on
players
Canyon.
have had like best and second best Jarvan performances this season.
Yeah.
I think that Peanuts was probably #1.
I'd say so, yeah. Although that one play that Canyon, the flank on T1, you know, that's
Yeah, and
that one's
also,
hard to
like,
match.
The Cataclysm into Flash Smite was just so dumb.
There's just a lot, and
The
that's why we're
guys-
so excited.
Yeah, the guy's pretty good at the League of Legends, but Gen G have so much more breadth of form at the moment, right? I think that it is Canyon against the world and a lot of the storylines that we'd seen before the playoffs started. Since then, Bertel did manage to rise to form a little bit here, but he's now against Doran. It's a very different matchup than what we saw against Fred Brion. So how much did we actually learn as the Caitlyn gets banned away?
It's a really important caveat because as good as Domon's first round was, I think the draft kind of edges that they showed, those are going to stay. But the form of the players individually, that was against a much weaker, this isn't a slide against Fred Brion. Again, this is just because I'd say Gen G, you might argue they're the best laners as, okay.
There's a problem that's happened in this draft thus far. Can you pick it?
Yeah, we're going to leave TF open for Showmaker and blind Jace.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a choice you could make.
I don't love it.
No.
I'd say
I don't know
Twisted
why we're
Fate,
taking so long to
Nautilus.
find the Twisted
Well,
Fate.
we need to find the second pick. You know, we know the TF's getting.
Why don't we
top
just
pick.
go for a full Damwon skin team? So Twisted Fate Leona. Or you could just pick his Nidalee right now if you'd like to. Perfect.
I'd like the Nautilus. I wouldn't mind. I think that alternatively, we've seen the Volley Grab reprioritized. Xin Zhao rather has slowly risen in priority again. Viego has climbed the list as well. Nautilus would be my expectation here, but the skin lineup ringing true, at least for now.
I really like the Leona pickup here. Damwon Kia can then choose to throw in a Camille if they'd like to lock down what is a beautiful 1-3-1 core that Damwon Kia as a team has used for about 3 years now to very great effect. But Peanut, what is he going to bring out in the jungle to try and augment what they already have? It looks like it is just going to be a bit of a look towards that bottom side. Could be Zyra Khan, and the Zyra's felt like a trap in our other series. Of course, Teddy not having very much success with it yesterday. Deft, the same can be said for a couple of days ago. But this is Ruler, and he is extraordinarily good at this champion. As there's Duck Dumb Ziggs.
Xayah Blind, I've not been the biggest fan of, and whereas obviously when it comes to Aphelios, the Ziggs counterpick has been rising rapidly in priority. I think a lot of the elements that make Ziggs really good into Aphelios still apply to Xayah. 100 to zeroing becomes a little bit harder because Xayah of course has the Feather Storm, but when you're Lethality Xayah and you're playing into a carry that has so much more range than you, that can basically chip you down without ever having to actually interact with you, that is a really tough ask. Obviously, I'm going to ask, as per usual, for a Malphite ban. But to be fair, the addition of Xayah makes the Malphite not as strong as if it would have been an Aphelios or a Jinx, carries that really can't deal with it. Gragas would then be my main option, although Damwon Kia do run the risk of being very high on magic damage, and that is something that they need to fix. I actually liked your Camille suggestion for that specifically, and
Just
if you add a
pick
Jarvan
Camille
as well.
Camille Graves, let's go.
I was going to say
We don't need
Jarvan.
CC. You've got a gold card. It's
You
fine.
have more circles.
Yeah, I mean, circles are very important. We've spoken about this many times.
We
Diana
have.
going to be banned. As that's some respect to Peanut, both Peanut and Canyon being our premier Diana players outside of, I guess, Dread in the first 2 weeks of the season. As Gen G, final ban here. See whether they continue their look towards the jungle or whether it is going to be a bit of respect given to Bertel on that top side. Wanting to get rid of a few of these anti-Jace options, and there's the Camille ban. We absolutely love that. Take away some of those 1-3-1 threats.
And normally, I'd say you'd go for Gragas here, good counter pick into the Jace, but then again, you're basically pigeonholing Canyon into picking specifically an AD jungler. And Graves is still up. That remains a possibility, but is Graves alone enough AD damage? that is going to be something that Damwon is going to have to deal with. I love the Nocturne ban here, by the way, not only because Damwon have pulled it out in the past, but in addition to that, this might still go to Birdle, by the way, as...
Trundle is something that's less exciting, but I guess still does some AD damage, although not very much of it. So Trundle will be locked in here for Canyon. We'll have to see what Birdle is going to bring out. Gen G, now to round out their roster, we need a support and we need a jungle. We need it now.
I think the expectation for Kenyon is that either Zinza or Viego is going to get locked in. He's happy playing Trundle into both of those. And I do actually think that the Pillar has a lot of utility. If you look at the Gen G roster, Peanut going back to his Jarvan again, this was the pick that he used to absolutely demolish Canyon in one of their previous series. And now we're just waiting. Lahens has shown some mad genius in the past, but I think that for the first series, maybe just stick with the more usual picks. Nautilus is obviously the big one that is still open. Okay, Lahens.
All right.
Thank you very much.
The Shen comes out. This is, of course, to answer whatever Twisted Fate wants to do after level 6 has been hit from the Shen. Of course, not exactly fantastic in the laning phase, but early laning phase for Ziggs, not exactly a strong point either. Really, really cool stuff. And of course, this is one of Lahens' like old school, absolute default picks, right? Like even when he was playing on Humble Life Esports after Griffin, he was still picking the Shen. This was one of his all-time favorites, as there is the Graves. It's going to go over to Birdle this time. Certainly a lot of comfort here, but I don't know whether he'll have full control of that lane. As Damwon Kia looking for 1-3-1 and trying to hold down the fort, whereas Gen G do have a lot of answers.
Compositionally, the Graves fits obviously very well, as they needed a clear source of AD threat. I think Trainemere is a lot more all-in, and Birdle was very comfortable on the Graves. But I don't love the matchup into the Jace, although as you play the steel caps and you're able to get some lifesteal in, you'll be fine. You're not going to have the amount of threat that I think you'd ideally like. And as you said, Damwon Kia opting into what looks like a 1-3-1 comp. Teamfight is there, but when you have TF, when you have Ziggs, and when you have a Graves, then it becomes very, very appealing. But then you look at the opponent's side, and now Just the Rise would be annoying, but now Shen's there as well.
Yeah.
So creates a really, really interesting set of questions as we go into this game. What is Gen G going to play through? Because they have Peanut that on this Jarvan effectively just permaganks from level 2, and then he doesn't stop. And on the other side, a team that has, I think when it comes to range, with that Ziggs, at least a decent answer into the Jace. 1-3-1 is amazing, Siege is great, but if it falls behind or Birdle gets put out of the game, then might be lacking damage.
Yeah, there are a couple of win conditions here for Damwon Kia, but it feels more narrow than what Gen G have provided for themselves. Let's see whether they can make it work as we hop onto the Rift here for game number 1. Gen G versus Damwon Kia. Gen G pulling out the Medic Shen.
Hence, you go Spellbook as well?
I mean, yeah, this is actually, I think the last 10 times he's played it, it's been Spellbook Shen. Yeah, you'd think
I'd
that
respect it.
there are other options that could really benefit as Shen. You're absolutely right.
Well, I'm on board with it. You know, if Lahens gets fed enough now, he can also split push.
Well, you can also help secure, as they have got triple smite, potentially, on this Gen G roster.
So
that means we are flipping less, which I think a lot of us are pretty happy with. Because it's not a flip, right? Because they've got all of the smites.
That's what they want you to think.
3, 2, 1.
That's what they want you to
2000
think,
damage.
Ablus. But it's see it before I believe it.
Yeah.
Especially...
It was a bit of Kobe in there.
Yeah. And looking at the rune sets here, Kenyon going for the lethal tempo, of course, really nice on the Trundle.
Ooh, Scorcher.
Yeah. I don't love it. Wonder whether they're going to be able to actually utilize the priority into the wave clear that Ziggs, especially post first back, has. Doc Dom on the other end, of course, going for Gathering Storm. And that is something that's important to mention here, is that Gen G definitely has the tools to pummel them early game, right? The setup is basically really good in every lane. Either you have a lot of damage, you have a lot of CC, or you have both. So Peanut can play for effectively every lane and have a good time. Whereas Damwon Kia is going to be a little bit more reliant on hitting 6 and then having Showmaker and Canyon make their way. And as I say that, Canyon is looking for The level 2 classic.
Yep, the level 2 against Doran as Bertle's chasing him down now. Doran makes it into the brush here as there is the chomp. Rem buff active. That's a fantastic pillar as the flash goes forward from both the top laner in the jungle and Dalmon locked down first blood at 2 minutes.
Canyon in the past has been criticized for being a little bit passive. Well,
Everything you can do, I can do better.
and this time around, he doesn't want any of that. Showmaker is going to get found.
There's the flash forward. Great knock up there from Peanut as Showmaker still has flash. Is going to use it as Peanut throws out his. So 2 flashes for 1 in both lanes and we've evened it out.
No flashes on top side. Kills for 2 solo laners. Everything perfectly balanced.
Absolutely. That's a great double taunt there from Lehens. They're going for the all-in onto Docdom. In goes Ruler. But Kellen still got full health and Docdom's been lit on fire. He's looking for it. Kellen not going to go for the flash as Lehens looks to be the more juicy target. There's the flash forward. Shield of Daybreak. And that is a 2v2 kill from the Ziggs Leona on the bottom side. A little bit overly aggressive there from Lehens. It looked cool, but it didn't work.
Mayhem, Atlas. Mayhem.
I love it.
Kill a minute already, and we're just getting started. And yeah, I saw that play from Lehens, and man, that is clean, right?
Yeah.
Able to hit the first part of the tom, then flash for the second part. Unfortunately, they don't actually get the damage. Leona's early game is monstrously strong. As more fighting. Yes,
Yeah.
please.
Canyon just going to drive by as Peanut going to find him. Great little knock up there as Doran did have inside track. Chovy's going to pick up the kill as Bertle has to get out of here. He's in so much trouble.
That's no flash.
Yeah. Does he have quick draw in time is the question. Does it matter is the answer. And Doran is going to pick up the kill. Showmaker just chilling in this mid lane. Only level 4. Couldn't actually come to help.
And both teams are not willing to give each other any quarter. You go for Scuttle, you die. You try playing bot lane, you die. And looking now that the dust has somewhat settled, the hand's also crucially taken away. That the Scuttle there is, this play, or the initial setup from the hands is beautiful. But crucially, Docdom doesn't actually get taken down. And because it's so close to the turret, he can just kite back. Lehens can't follow, get a couple of crucial final autos in and take him down. And although the Ziggs burst, obviously this early in the game is not going to be relevant at all. If he can pummel you over time, you're going to be still doing a lot of damage. Nice satchel as well as this. Bertle gets baited in, of course, should have just let his teammate die. Showmaker identifying a little bit earlier that unfortunately that's going to be the end of Canyon, and that is that early flash being invested, immediately getting punished. And now dust has settled, relatively even, because while there was a great roam from Chovy, it also meant that there was the ability for Showmaker to get even again on CS. And overall, we do see that because of that bot side play, Docdom has a slight lead. So,
yeah,
wonderful start here, Atlas.
Absolutely fantastic. Gen.G have pulled ahead by just a little bit as we're having a look at Canyon's Trundle win rate. 76.2% is pretty good, as it turns out, on this champion. Of course, has done well into Jarvan in the past, as a bit of vision does go over. Canyon's position has been found, as Peanut as well was on a ward. Got over that wall and is going to spot that one out. Now looking for a potential avenue in this mid lane, but it's not going to happen. Another thing we need to talk about is just how good Shen is into Twisted Fate. The Spirit's Refuge, of course, being able to stop those gold cards in their tracks. Also a little bit going to stop the passive of the Ziggs as well. As, yep, last time was over a year ago here, and of course it was Lehens.
You know, I was expecting Lehens to hold off a little bit on the crazy picks until we got further.
No.
series.
This is not even crazy. We've seen this in other you know, it's great. I mean,
what I'm
play
saying
that he
is,
made in the early game, that was crazy.
Starting with this land, you better end up playing elite support.
That is true. I mean, I'm always all for the elite support. I need a throwback to his early solo queue as Dom here just getting control.
Spirit Refuge also so good into the Leona, not allowing the...
the Shield of Daybreak.
Exactly. Not going to be able to actually get that off. And also into Canyon.
And the Chomp.
Yes.
What the heck? It's like value everywhere.
It is. It's amazing. Yeah. It's really a incredibly smart pick that has a insane amount of value. Oh, trap being set. Chovy knows.
Yeah,
it's not a trap when you know what's happening, you know?
Yep, Lehens also coming on over here. Only level 5, doesn't have the Stand United just yet. That's fine. Canyon just going to eat some shellfish and go about his business. Kellen clearing out some vision here as the first Drake is going to be an ocean. We all know what I want. We'll see whether it does actually happen, as this is still so incredibly even. Of course, Gen G probably pretty happy for this game to continue to just play out at a pretty even pace. Feel like their composition is pretty good around sieges and things like that, but if ㅣ2022 get to play the game as they want to, it becomes different.
It's interesting because this is not I don't think at least, a very clear-cut example of one team's skills better than the other. There's a lot of scaling elements on both sides. We've seen...
Yeah, it's the win condition composition.
Exactly.
Right?
We've seen Birdle hard carry on late game Graves once he gets free items, right? And he needs to, because again, he's the sole damage source in terms of AD in this composition. Same for Doctom. On 6, hits a certain point. It's nice that Chovy's tanky, but that's not going to help you when Doctom is sitting on a Leandris and a Death Cap and a bunch of other juicy items, right? So, and then on the flip side, is Damwon actually going to win 5v5s? Because I do think that the Gen G comp overall in 5v5 has a lot more power. But you can't really split push either, because you're playing into Rise, you're playing into Shen, that with his Stand United make it a lot harder.
Yeah, also Flash from Kellen goes absolutely wide here on the bottom side. He does have the Eclipse, so he's not going to take too much damage back, but that was a bit of an error, one could say. First Herald looking to go over to Gen G here as Peanut and Chovy are in the area. That's going to be traded for the Drake that was picked up earlier. All things pretty equal right now when it comes to what's being given on each side of the map. Bit of control on the bottom side, though, and some respite for the ㅅ2022 bottom lane, but that is about it. Top side of the map, very, very even. CS in favor of Chovy. Big surprise, gigantic shock.
Gonna get even. Of course he does. As a can I have some chickens, please, Chovy? Chovy, okay. I'm already ahead. I'll allow it. For this one time.
He is benevolent sometimes. As Peanut will come over. Canyon doesn't actually see him.
Oh!
So sneaky, but Peanut is going to be spotted out here. Okay, Canyon gets word. Doesn't want to fight the Jarvan right now. Level advantage here.
Could happen. I don't know if they can actually zone him off with the threat of TF being there, but look at Lance.
Yeah.
You know he's looking.
He's looking for it. Has his eye on the prize. Birdle underneath this turret. Shock Blast going to go wide. Good quick draw from Birdle. Chovy back to this mid lane. Showmaker still here as well. Haven't seen the Destiny yet. Level 8 already for the Twisted Fate. Very interested to see whether Showmaker is going to be able to find success with that first one, because it's so pivotal, especially when this game is sitting on a nice edge right now.
And this ties into the trend that we established earlier. Ruler for the longest time was the main carry, right? On Gen G, he would get all the resources, he would get all the intention, but ever since this split, we've seen him pick out different champions, right? We've seen the Ziggs. Now, obviously, they put the Xayah priority on him really, really high, because not only is it a pick that obviously he's exceptional at, because, you know, has his own skin in the champion, which helps a lot.
Pretty good.
But in addition to that, it also is a pick that, especially when the Featherstorm and the Summoners are up, can be very hard to punish. And you don't actually need to invest the resources. And we've seen Lahens not even using his ultimate, but just in his movement around the map, will look for plays on mid. Will look together with Peanut to maybe find someone in the bot side river and not spend a lot of time. And that is the one reason why, even with the kill being up, ㅅ2022 is still relatively even in gold. And that's because Doctom is having a great time, right? He's just sitting there, he's farming, gets closer and closer to his first item, but you see again the oppressive laning in the rest of the lanes that is available for Gen G.
Yeah, it's working out. The other thing that, oh man, there are so many layers. It's just
really
this
fun.
really is an onion of a game to start this one off, because Ziggs is kind of late game win condition by himself. Like if Ziggs gets out of control, it becomes extraordinarily scary. And Doctom right now just having a free lane. He's up in farm, things like this, having a really good time as Showmaker and Chovy fighting over chickens here. But nothing really coming from it just yet.
Ooh.
Doran.
They don't have a lot of vision.
Yeah, he's wandering down towards this river. Shock Blast is not going to find Kellen or Canyon. Oh, okay, so there is a control ward in that brush. We'll see whether they go and actually check that one out, as there are in fact 2 control wards there towards that
Oh, they might meet one another.
A lot.
There's Peanut, but he has Flag and Drag, so
Brilliant
fine.
killer though. Still, yes, traded for a flag and drag, so...
Is that a trade?
Yeah.
You call it a trade.
Well, it's 1 skill for 2.
True.
There you go. But no, not really. Still, it was a decent pillar. If it was any other champion, maybe it would have been actually good. As Bertel comes over and finds Peanut, smoke screen goes down. Couple of plates here on the table. As, of course, it's an extended roam from Kellen.
Yeah.
Docdom is paying the price for it here on the bottom side.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind if he just used his ultimate to deny the plates. Might not even have to, has already finished his Leandry, so as you can see, it's going to be completely fine now. And this is, of course, the cool thing about the Shen support, simultaneously pressuring in lane, but also knowing that Damwon Kia, they were looking for a play on top side. They were trying, can we maybe pick off Doran? Can Showmaker make a play with the Destiny Gate? Knowing that if you don't execute it cleanly, Lahence's shield comes in and absolutely ruins your day. As gold lead for Gen G going to be extended here.
Yeah, 2 versus 1 here on the top side as well, as Shelly is just going to park her skull into this top outer turret. A lot of money going over to Doran, and that is absolutely massive. Gen G want this Jace to be as powerful in the mid game as possible, and that is absolutely going to help out. You can see there's no difference in farm, but all of that plate gold is going to be huge. As Lehen, we'll pretend we didn't see that. He just wanted to hide for a second. He was hiding, getting around the wall.
Everyone has been juked by Scuttle.
Yep, that is.
Even if Scuttle doesn't actually juke.
Well, Bertel does have his shield bow now. He's chasing down Doran, doing a fair bit of damage here. Flashes forward, the ulti doesn't work, and he gets the Stand United out of Lahen's. Don't even think that was lethal, but is able to at least get the ultimate for his flash. Just don't know whether it was worth it.
Ooh, that's a tough question, because while obviously when it comes to just straight up the cooldowns, it's going to be a favorable trade for Gen G, this might be just what Damwon Kia needed to get themselves a second Drake. And I do think that the more I think about it, like come mid-game, Gen G is still going to reign supreme. We have Doran that's going to hit people with Shock Blast. Ruler, once he hits the 2-item spike, is going to be insanely strong. But if we pass the 35-40 minute mark, that's where, again, I think it shifts back to Damwon, because that's what the value of Showmaker's perfect vision is going to come into play. And when Docdom hitting a single Q on the backline means that the backline can't fight anymore. But no, not even going to be enough. I thought that Damwon might have an opportunity, but no.
Cute little Mega Inferno Bomb there, as it is going to be a Mountain Soul this game. So a little bit of extra terrain to worry about. Kind of benefits Trundle in some ways, I would say.
Ziggs is
Ziggs
very
as
happy.
well, yeah. More corridors, but the same can be said for, you know, champions like Jarvan, who can use his Cataclysm very effectively to lock people down. Ruler, with the Feather Storm being easier to aim in corridors like that. So a very interesting rift for our first soul of the series. A lot of damage here onto Kellen, though, as Lahen's going to get booped back. Ruler now just chasing down Kellen. The sidestep is great, though. Former teammate, maybe in his brain, as Realm Warp to come down. Chovy says goodbye, Kellen, but is going to at least get his Zenith Blade off, and Docdom may be overextended. He's going to flash forward, does not find the satchel charge onto Lahen's. And Gen G, beautiful rotation to the bottom lane.
And Gen G is playing this comp out beautifully, so aggressive, always on point, reading the plays from Damwon Kia, but then simultaneously setting up their own. Doran's like, yeah, I invest flash, who cares? We get the bot side dive off, we're getting fed, and honestly, Gen G, with this first turret blood in the bot side, gonna be looking like they should be able to snowball from here on out. It's also a Mountain Drake, and as I mentioned previously, Damwon Kia might run into damage issues if Gen G itemizes well into a team that has a very one-sided profile, and Mountain Drake's just gonna make that worse.
Yep, Kellen stepped a little bit far forward. It's going to be Shirley going over to Damwon Kia. I don't think Peanut is going to get in there. You can see 0 plates for Damwon. It's absolutely not what you want. But 800 gold going over to Gen G. High value in this early game. And that's why the gold lead has ballooned to over 3,000.
Oh, Chovy going for Frozen Heart second. Love to see it.
Yeah. Although that is mainly against Bertel. But still,
Well, it's really good against Kane as well, right?
Yeah,
Even
true.
no, just a glance.
Decent Captain Jack, and the Mega Inferno Bomb is going to go wide.
Because with the state of the game as it is now, you are looking at a lot of items that are going to need to be finished for you. And the key thing here is Chovy is up 20 CS in farm, 26, but we've seen that before.
Yeah.
But he's also had a million times more impact than Showmaker's TF, a pick that has been so crucial. And I do think it's due to Gen G's excellent play around the map, where they're continuously tracking where every one of Damwon Kia is. Plays from Kellen, like the one on top side, Either you go for a play, you get punished, because Rise will roam up, and the Stand United will be used. Or you don't punish. And the key issue here is Kellen just standing a little bit too far forward, then being forced to use his summoners and his ultimate and his cooldown just to try and kind of leverage that situation. And that's what opens up this play. If Kellen and Doctor are full health, this dive can't happen because, as you can see, turret, there's no way, right? So it is, again, the power of Ruler and Lahens forcing out, or I guess you can say specifically Ruler, but, you know, giving a bit of credit to both, of forcing out those cooldowns. And then the big thing here is that Chovy also responds, because what has been the main criticism of Chovy is that he just...
Yeah, the main
sits
criticism of Chovy has been exactly what Showmaker's done this game, which
Yes!
is not press his R button, not get around this map, just get trapped in that mid lane trying to catch up. And feels like a bit of a sunk cost fallacy, and that is what Chovy has often fallen into. Absolutely not this game.
It's a really cool flip, but I got to give credit to Gen G, because I don't think that this is dumb on key. I'm not trying to look for those plays. I just don't think that they get a lot of opportunity. I think that Gen G at any point has been aware of what Domon has been doing. The Shen has been a really great behind-the-scene hidden ninja presence that's making sure that actually making a play, you better be ready to commit. And now we are looking at a game where there's still win conditions for Domon. It's not fully over. The gold lead, while big, is not insurmountable. They skill incredibly well, especially if Docdom can get to a Void Staff. And then, crucially, that death cap. But are you going to get that without giving up inhibitors?
I think giving up these Drakes as well, this Mountain Soul going to be absolutely huge. I think Damwon would have liked anything other than the Mountain.
Agreed. Oh, Birdle. Oh, no.
Yeah, he does have Flash. Great taunt to come through from Lahens, though, as he does get a bunch of shield. Mega Inferno Bomb comes down. A lot of damage onto Doran here. And it is going to be Birdle getting out. Doesn't have his Flash anymore, though, as Shirley pops down in the mid lane, and they will be able to grab their first turret here. Great news for Damwon as Peanut looking for an opportunity. Showmaker makes his way over. Gold card lock, lands onto Peanut. Wild cards come through. Shirley charges again.
Stand United available. Doran can also teleport. Gen G, I think they can contest. Don't think that Damwon can actually do this, but they're going to try regardless, because as you're saying, given over Mountain, I don't think they can.
Well, oh no, Ruler caught out of position. Solar Flare comes down. Can they layer the CC though? As this Featherstorm is going to come through. Flash comes out as well. There's a lot of buttons pressed by Ruler. Damwon here as well, lacking the Solar Flare.
Dr. MSCP.
Yeah. Can they fight with Ruler this low and without his ultimate as well, though, is the question as Showmaker. Gold card comes through, wild cards out as well. Blocks the blue. Okay. Genji started up the Drake. Docdom getting into position, does almost have that Mega Inferno Bomb available. Damwon here wanting to wait this one out. Kellen so incredibly low. The Showmaker stunning up Chovy, who was just looking for him towards the side as Canyon's going to miss the Drake, and that is actually going to go to the Smite of Lahens. We mentioned this before. They have access to 3 of these buttons.
It's actually not a flip. I'm loving it.
That's what we were talking about.
Well,
I said buttons, so I got excited. I was like, oh, it's going to be a 50-50. Canyon's in the pit. Nope.
No.
Nope.
Not even Canyon can get those, Atlas.
No, he does not have 2 smites.
Well, Showmaker actually could have a smite as well.
No, he had fire, unfortunately, yeah. So, didn't bring the extra.
I mean, even if he did, maybe Chovy then also swaps to smite. And it's still 3 against 2.
Exactly.
The reason why this is really big is because one of the outs in Damwon for this game is Birdle and Docdom reaching a late game point where they effectively should be able to 2-tap everyone. But through a Mountain Shield, that's going to be way harder. And trend continues here. Damwon Kia, they're in the okay place at the right time, but it's getting outplayed by Gen G across the board.
Well, there's a flash in. Doran looking for Birdle here as collateral damage comes down. Misses the shock blast, but to the skies is going to do it. And to the death chamber goes Birdle.
Oh, and here you see the benefit. Doran already hitting the 2-item power spike. Has been able to pick up a lot more plates with the rest of his team, and because of that, and his cheaper items, just when that Manamune finishes, right? Like the amount of damage he's able to pump out rather, is ludicrously high. And normally, maybe Showmaker could make a play, but they knew what Showmaker was, so not gonna have a punish potential whatsoever. And overall, unfortunate scenario where Damwon Kia is just falling further and further behind, and Gen G, they are looking so good in this first series.
This is a real step up, it feels like, from Gen G. Yes, I mean, we were talking about things like the Shen that we haven't seen in over a year here in the LCK at least, but the mastery at which they're playing around it, right? The extra added layers of win condition that they do have available to themselves as Lehens.
Can't do anything.
Yeah, that's double smite.
1400 health. Yeah, it's unsmiteable. You can see the confidence here from Doran as well, right? As he like flashes just to set the play up.
Yeah.
Gets in range.
Misses the empowered shock blast, but still wins the trade, and just shows how far ahead he is. And also just understands that he can afford to flash in there. He knows that he can get that kill.
And that's the key thing. And if Showmaker had been a more oppressive presence in this game, then who knows? Maybe you could make a play there. But then, again, yeah, then Showmaker ults. What do you think Lehens is going to do?
Yeah.
He joins immediately, and that is really something that was mentioned, right? Lehens' champion pool. That is actually a problem. We're already seeing it there in the first game, and it's cool to see the things that the coaches are also feeling a little bit scared about to actually come into fruition here.
No, it's really working fantastically well for Gen G so far. Also, the fact that, you know, Score already said that the jungle matchup is going to be very important. Level 2 ganks coming through from both junglers, both of them being successful. But I feel like Peanut has leveraged a lot more, that Gen G as a team has created so much more pressure in this early game to play around, and it really has neutered this Twisted Fate pick.
I think Canyon also just not able to do a lot because every lane was perma-shoved in.
Yeah, right.
So you're playing a jungler that, well, is good setup, has decent damage, can 1v1 very well, especially with the lethal tempo. You're also in a situation where the enemy knows where you are at all times. You have to deal with effectively 2 globals, and all your lanes are permanently under their turret. So you have very little control, very little vision. The few plays that they did try to go for were immediately responded to by Gen G. And looking at the state right now, Showmaker might get picked off here.
Yep, Cataclysm going to be available. Immediately the flash comes out as Everfrost comes down as well. Great gold card as Dalmonkia moved over to the Baron immediately. Leandri 6 does a lot of Baron damage. And Gen G invested a lot to try and get Showmaker. Yes, they get his flash, but Dalmon, do they have enough damage to actually take this down? Everyone is so incredibly far away. I think this is just gone.
It's just free. They invested too heavily on bot side.
Oh my god, how many head is that? It's like 16. All right.
And he lives as well.
And it's after Dalmonkia reacted with like almost nothing to a lot of other plays this game. And then they just take the big purple worm here at 24 minutes.
Key thing here, though, I think the Baron pickup is big for gold and for item finishes, but right now, Dalmonkia has one thing on their mind. It's getting that Drake. More resistances are really bad news. If Gen G is able to get it, they're fighting for prio here.
And we actually get there as Ruler. Gonna have to Featherstorm early once again. We saw that did not deter Gen G last time around, but that is a lot of damage. Bertle avoiding a lot of it there with the collateral, as they are going to move on back. I didn't say collateral damage because I felt like I said damage too many times in that last fight. The intensity stays up, those shock blast lands onto Canyon, getting him out of the fight. Absolutely fantastic. These bouncing bombs needing to be respected here. The Eclipse now goes on cooldown, and Gen G winning this poke battle. Octarm as well, taking a lot of damage here. Bertle fighting against Chovy. He's so incredibly tanky, and that is the one person you do not want to fight Bertle. And that is going to be second Mountain going over to Gen G.
And this is Gen G actually using their huge found lead. They can't contest prio, even with a Baron buff.
Yeah.
Like, they have the Baron minions, and they're still not able to make it through because Chovy is a brick wall.
Yeah, he can tank turrets for like 16 years.
He doesn't care at all. And then you also see Doran is this fed. Single Shock Blast on Doctom, Shock Blast on Canyon, and they can't move up. But the one thing this Baron has done, of course, is give a fighting chance to Dalmonkia, because the time that this buys, hopefully, maybe might be enough. I'm pretty sure, based on that noise, that Chovy had smite there as well.
Yes.
As
back
he
towards his,
picks it up.
His teleport, and that is one way to do it. Peanut gonna have to flag drag to get out of the way of that pillar as well. Fair bit of damage onto Bertle, but immediately he does heal it back up. Bloodthirster is now online and has that Zeal as well. Kellen and Lehens just fighting one another here. See whether the Spirit's Refuge is going to come down. Great little taunt there to get himself out of the way. As Showmaker splitting in this mid lane, and with a Baron, this composition's really scary.
That's the key thing. Wonder what Doctom was going to go next. Thought he was going to go Death Cap, but maybe he wants to go in a different direction as they...
Oh, Minefield's good. Solar Flare doesn't quite get the stuns, but the Mega Inferno Bomb lands onto Lehens. It's going to be very hard for him to utilize that ultimate because he's going to be free food when he gets in there. Ruler does have Featherstorm, Cleanse, and Flash, so he's very scary. But as you can see, it's hard to get up to these minions to take him down.
And as you pointed out, Atlas, if this comp can siege, it does so expertly. You have TF in the side lane, you have the Ziggs that can just throw bombs, bombs, bombs. And that means that the gold lead that was there, now effectively gone. Gen G, I think, still in a good position. Still, if they can get the Mountain Drake, they should have a definitive grip on this game. But the crucial thing is that, as I mentioned previously, if Damwon gets to the late game, that's when the equation might change. That's when Birdle is going to be effectively a full credited carry. Pretty sure he's going to go either Lord Dominic's, which I would prefer, or Infinity Edge after one another coming up next. And when Docdom gets Gathering Storm procs, gets his Rabadons, I don't even know if Mountain Soul is going to be enough to save you.
Well, Canyon is going to find Lehens here. Showmaker. Straight into a Spirit's Refuge. Just shows the power of good old Lehens on this Shen. Face checking with impunity. Into this composition especially. Oh dear, but Doran's going to get caught out of position. Kellen, can he get in there? Just immediately flashes. The Solar Flare comes down as well. Showmaker not going to waste any time here. Kellen might get taken down, but no. They have enough damage in the end. Chovy's on the top side of the map though. They might trade that kill for an inner turret, which, you do the math, Gen G going to be trading up on that one.
I'm loving this game, Atlas. This is exactly the intensity that we were looking for. Gen G gets struck. Look at that ultimate from Doctor.
Yeah, it's the ult, and then immediately the teleport towards this bottom side is Damwon Kia. They want an inner turret as well. As Kellen's overlord, that is a fantastic Cataclysm to come through to try and lock him down. They get some flashes, but immediately the trade back. The Jarvan is going to be taken down, and now inner turret under siege. No more Baron, like you were talking about. That one's going to be up in a minute and a half. 2 kills, though, for Damwon Kia. They have the gold lead now.
Got to back here, Damwon. Got to set up. And this is a key juncture that's coming up for Damwon, because there's 2 objectives. And they can't give Gen G either.
Yeah.
Because you can't give them Baron.
Are you saying this is the power of Soul Point?
It is the power of Soul Point, Atlas. And I think for one of the first times, actually, it's Damwon that sets up a play and makes it work. Spirit, or rather, Stand United comes in very early. With the teleport, it is still a man advantage for Damwon Kia. Showmaker crucially joining to make sure that Kellen doesn't get 100-0'd. And then this might be a mistake that comes back to kind of haunt, as the interruption from Docdom on the Flag and Drag there is the big thing. There's a ton of interesting micro stuff that we haven't really had the time to talk about yet either, because there's been so much action. Because what we've also seen is Builder consistently trying to hit end of the lines combined with Canyon's Pillar, because it procs off terrain. And as I say, Damwon, you're not going to give up the Drake, right? They are all heading towards the top side of the map.
Yep.
Or at least Kellen and Birdle are. And in 30 seconds, Mountain Soul is a huge, huge boon to the Gen G comp.
Okay, we've got a bit of a wraparound here as Birdle's moving in. Peanut, unbeknownst to him, is the location of anyone. I mean, a lot of the vision isn't where Damwon actually is trying to get any work done. In this game, Birdle moves on over. Flag is going to spot him out. As 5 seconds until this Drake. Ruler is in position to try and lock it down. Damwon, if they want to deny this, they have to get in there immediately. But Gen G not going to let them. They're just going to move back towards this Baron, and you can see by Showmaker's build, he doesn't want a team fight at all. He needs avoid stuff if he wants to do that. No, he wants more damage to structures. They're going to try and avoid fights.
Someone has to turn, because right now Ruler isn't in the fight yet.
Well, they've got a smite on Showmaker. Can they actually get this one to work? And it is going to be Showmaker that locks it down. Double Spellbook smites for the last couple of objectives. And it's going to be the lockdown onto Lehens as well.
They have a wave.
Second Baron for Damwon. Canyon taking a lot of damage there, and inner turret now under fire. Peanut, you can see, just set up as a bodyguard. But the gold card is going to connect. He takes no damage because of a lot of magic resist. But still.
They're corralling them.
Yeah. Canyon, oh dear, he has to go back.
Well, do they? I'm not sure. I thought they could go for a play on top side, try and push with the Baron buff, but instead, Gen G outsmarting Damwon. Yeah, they lose the Baron, but that's only 2 minutes. Whereas for Damwon, you're going to be looking at the Mountain Soul for the rest of the game.
Yep, and it's going to be a lot of avoiding fights, I think, for Damwon Kia from this point onward. Let's have a look at this one more time. It was a great Spellbook smite there from Showmaker to lock that one down, but I think the biggest highlight play was Ruler killing the dragon.
It was. It was, and with that, point. Yeah, Dom will have a gold lead, but the gold lead doesn't mean too much if you can't actually get through your enemy health boss. Loving that Black Cleaver from Canyon, actually attempting to get through the amount of resistances that are available on the enemy team, but really only reducing the armor for Birdle, right? And Birdle looking to go Infinity Edge next, so not going to have Lord Dominic's until his final item. And the one upside here is that there's only... Oh, I was going to say only 2, but there's 3 people building resistances, so it's just pretty bad.
Yeah, no, it's
just not good.
It's not good.
Look at Doran's health!
Yeah, Doran
Right.
actually just takes no damage, but Solar Flare is going to get the flash out. Mega Inferno Bomb sidestep. Very nice DDR here from Doran. On the bottom side, this inner turret, they really want to get it as Canyon takes matters into his own hands. He's going to be able to lock that one down.
Genji just need to hold on.
Yeah.
Crucially.
Looking for some autos here. Does have that rapid fire cannon, so able to get that little bit of extra range. Try and get damage here. Now moving back. You can see already, I mean, this Mountain Soul's already doing so much work.
It is. You can see the lack of damage that Dom is going to be doing. Went for a Zhonya's as well, which, well, good into Canyon, good into Ruler specifically.
Oh, Lahen's taking a lot of damage here, so at least he is somewhat squishy.
That Death Gap. That's what we're going to be looking towards.
Yeah.
Dom hitting Death Gap and then hitting
He has
level.
teleport as well, so he
And
can
make
come
his way
back
back.
immediately after getting a really cool hat.
Is he going to be able to afford it? I don't know if he can. He's just sitting on 1 rod. Doesn't
Yeah,
look like it.
Not quite there yet. Okay, so I tell a lie. Not quite there yet, but...
Well, he has a cool hat, but it's already on his head.
Yeah, true. True. Chovy going to push forward, and Genji staving them off really beautifully right now. Teleport to get back to this turret, as Showmaker just wants to avoid his structures all falling down. This one was pretty low after Chovy did keep that wave shoved in, so he doesn't miss out on too much of that gold. As you can see, it's still a 40 CS lead for Chovy, but CS is not really a thing that we really need to worry about right now. Both of our mid laners, with only 1 item left to complete, very close to doing so. Chovy extremely tanky. And Showmaker does a lot of damage to structures. He absolutely does that.
It's so hard with the amount of resistances from Genji, bolstered again by that free Mountain Drake Mountain Soul. Because looking at Dom Kia, Birdle, well, he's got Infinity Edge now. It's going to help a little, but still, I think you need Lord Dominic's. Would have much rather seen that rather than the rapid fire cannon.
That is if they want to do damage to champions. If they want to do damage to structures.
Just never hit a I like it, yeah. Just
I mean,
never
look
fight.
at Showmaker's build. He'd have a Void Staff if he intended on killing anyone, but he doesn't. He just built as much AP as possible so that he can 2-shot the Nexus, if given an opportunity to do so. I don't know whether it's a good idea. However, I do understand why you would make the choice. If it's a good idea, no idea. We'll see whether it does work, though, as this game continues. Genji, I think, do have control of team fighting if they can get it on their terms.
Agreed.
But Damwon Kia, if they can open the map, stretch Genji apart,
Hey,
it might be an opportunity.
remember the previous juncture?
Yeah.
Where we had a situation where there was one objective for one and then another. We're back there, but now it's Elder. Elder and Baron.
Okay.
So it's worse. Even more fun. What we haven't actually seen what can happen is that Genji and Damwon Kia both have 2 people with smite. So theoretically, you can contest.
We could quadra smite.
Yes.
Like, no, there's
No.
couple smites.
So this is my point. If someone goes for an objective but doesn't respect one of the spell books, you can actually pick off if they're not ready for it, right? Like the situation that we have with Ruler earlier. Imagine Showmaker just says hello, walks in and smites it away.
Man. Well, congratulations. You got the Mountain Shield.
Nice.
Congrats.
Yeah, that's not great.
Birdle at least has a gold lead. We mentioned that he is definitely part of their win condition in the split push. Finally has managed to get to a gold advantage for himself. A lot of that to do with side lane minions. It's actually very surprising that he has the biggest gold lead in the game.
I'm surprised as well. But again, I think the gold could have been utilized better. You're playing into Frozen Heart. It's going to slow down your attack speed, right? That there's so many resistance on the team. But look at that. There's the hat.
Yeah.
Just in time.
That's 2 cool hats here for Damwon Kia. As let's see where they're going to be prioritizing. This is so interesting. So many of the decisions being made this game on a knife's edge. Hard to decide what is actually the best one to make. But Elder, very difficult thing to give up.
Can't do it.
Yeah, and so
Can't
Damwon
do
are
it.
going to fight for it. It's taking a lot of damage here as in goes Bertle looking for Chovy. Chovy takes about 0 damage and continues to take 0 damage. Solar Flare goes absolutely nowhere as Canyon wanting to flash into the back of this pit. Callan has picked up the aggro. It's down very, very low, and Gen.G have stopped it completely. Mega Inferno Bomb comes down. That is a lot of value, and it's going to be secured by Bertle. He didn't even have Spellbook. What the heck is this? And they now get themselves the huge dragon, Chovy. Unfortunately, down very, very low. He wants to try and get out with the Realm Warp, and he's going to get on top of Showmaker, but he's got a Zonya's Hourglass, but Ruler doesn't actually care. Brings back the feathers, locks down that kill. Bertle has the Wrath of the Dragon, though, and now Chovy finds himself all alone, and Canyon is now chasing after him. This, ladies and gentlemen, could just be the end of the game, as Chovy is going to get knocked up by the pillar. The Dragon needs to get the work done, but Chovy gets that huge shield. Is the exhaust going to be enough is kind of the question.
Run at him, Tron, the run!
Yeah, didn't quite have the damage. However,
Elder
it
Flip.
does not matter. The Elder Flip comes in the end, and Damwon Kia should win game 1.
Elder Flip to get the game. Why not? That's the way to start of a best of 5.
Oh, what? That
How
was
did
just
Bertle
so
get it?
Yeah, exactly. He didn't even have a spellbook. He had no right to get it. However, the game isn't over just yet. Doctor does a lot of damage to the Nexus.
Wait.
But they still need to
Wait.
go. He goes golden. Does he have enough? The passive, is it going to be there? Yes, it is! He locks it down with about 1 health. What an insane game! I don't think I can handle it if there's 5 of these, Chronicler.
Well, gonna need a moment after that one, Atlas.
Yeah, I'm gonna need a few. Oh, thank goodness for the carpet space. Oh my God.
What do you say? That's the ending. Gen.G, I think, plays such a good game from start to finish.
Yeah.
Get the mountain, they do all the homework right, and then what happens? It is an L. Even though there's like 15 smites on both teams, no, Bertle gets it.
Yeah.
Yeah, no problem. Then you win the fight and the game, all according to plan.
It is just absolutely
Oh.
ridiculous. You have to remember as well that Damwon Kia didn't buy items to fight their enemy teammates. They just didn't do that. That wasn't what they were designed to do. However, they, I guess, had enough to burst down a dragon, and then the dragon did a lot of that work for them. What a ridiculous game. I'm very interested to see what people, especially what our carpet spaces have to say about, the expectations, right? Because, the win conditions were so clear on both sides. Gen.G, I don't think, could have played, especially the early game, any better than they did. But it was Damwon Kia that were able to pull them to the positions on the map that they needed. Stealing away that Baron was such a huge turning point in this game.
Atlas, honestly, it came down to a flip. That's the game. I think Gen.G played...
Well, so did my prediction. So
True.
I guess it all just makes
True.
sense in the end.
And I didn't know who to vote for. It's either Dokdam because he played incredible, or it's Bertle because he got the 1 steal, and I think he had a good game as well. I honestly, I don't know. I don't even know what I voted for because...
I think it was whoever made the call to take the Baron in the mid game.
Well, I mean, that was definitely the one that kept him in the game, because you can see why that... You see that first dip in the gold graph?
Yep.
It's right there. They try to make a play in Showmaker. Showmaker lives. It's completely fine. They get the Baron, and from that point on, the game turns into a wild and adventurous ride.
Absolute insanity. If it's 5 of these, we are going to be the luckiest people ever. We are going to go to a short break. When we get back, it is the Analyst Carpet Space with Valdez and Wolf.
해야 돼.
먹었다.
나이스.
천천히. 제이스 노플. 죽었고. 제이스 노플. 네, 잡았고. 천천히.
여유롭게 하자, 여유롭게.
천천히 하면 되겠다. 홍대.
네, 빠진다.
라이즈. 여기 아래 맞아. 지금 한거리 맞아.
가는 중. 필.
차야 도공.
평타 한 대만.
잡았어. 이거 미드
갈게.
미드 하면 델타 끝나겠다. 가자. 텐 15초. 텐 15초가 몸 많이 약해.
나 직스야.
한번 잡을 수 있어.
몸 대줘 그냥.
잡은 거 같아.
잡을 수 있어 뭐야?
잡았어.
못 잡나?
죽으면 안 돼.
죽지 말고 그냥 와.
텐 5초.
나 직스라. 나
위에 거부터 칠게. 위에 거부터. 나 초식이 있어.
W 아래 거에 써라.
텐 도발 풀린다. 각 벌려.
타워.
텐 도발 풀대.
타워 쳐줘.
끝나긴 할 듯.
타워 칠게.
싸우자.
사오제.
타워 쳐야 돼.
타워 칠게.
아 미안.
아이고.
미안.
제발.
평타.
나이스. 와, 진짜 딱 돌았어.
너무 받아.
When the sky falls and the sun turns black, when the earth halts, then don't look back. Hold me closer, can you feel my heart? We can conquer and win back all. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. The embers glowing, we're waiting for the blaze, ascending from the ashes, bonfires in the haze. Standing tall now, your feet are on the ground. You fought your demons, nothing breaks you down. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning.
Hello and welcome back to the Analyst Carpet Space. What an insane game number 1, down to the last auto from a Ziggs. The perfect way to start off this best of 5. Of course, it is me, Valdez, with Wolf here, and we're going to talk about that game. Of course, a very explosive end to it, and Damonkia's comeback in that game was kind of unexpected.
It was pretty insane. Looking at the drafts here, you and I were very concerned about Damonkia's draft, and you and I were also calling for Graves, be it in the top side or in the jungle. They needed a little bit more consistent damage because with the Twisted Fate mid and the Ziggs, you just don't have really strong AD damage output. When they hovered the Graves and then switched to Trundle, you and I were worried, but they did eventually put it on the top side of the map. On the opposite side of things, obviously the Xayah, very survivable. Doran gets his priority pick, the Jace. The Shen follow-up here was pretty cool because it allowed Gen G to save a lot of potential dives, make some cross-map plays. And in the laning phase, as we talked about in the pre-show, Gen G crushed. They played the laning phase better than Damwon-Kia. They got huge advantages. They had Drake advantages. But their macro really slipping. And Damwon-Kia, knowing the holes, knowing their win conditions, knowing just how they could play around vision, Damwon-Kia bait out some fights, take that Baron, and are able to win the game.
Yeah, some of the decisions there in the mid to late game from Damwon were really nice to see. Very great communication. You know, the TF gets dove, we go to Baron immediately. We decide to go to Baron the second time as well, instead of fighting over the Mountain Drake. All of this stuff led up to the Ziggs kind of finally getting into gear, even though it took a little bit longer because of the way the laning phase went. And yeah, just really, really cool to see that Damwon are putting up a good fight.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the early game, lead that Doran had just deterred Damwon-Kia from ever getting to fight. When Shock Blast hits, can't fight anymore. But let's go to our first highlight, because I want to talk about where things went really wrong. Notice there's no vision here, of course, on this Baron, and this is when Gen G decide
this is the ward.
Yeah, they replace the ward, and they go for a heavy dive onto Showmaker here, who's able to flash and Everfrost to escape. And at this moment, Gen G have given up the game, basically. This is the moment where the turning point happens, where Damwon-Kia get control of the map and the Ziggs starts to get value in all 3 lanes. They do Baron. Gen G do not know about this, and look at their vision. Like, they have no vision on Baron, but they have no vision on lanes. They realize, uh-oh, where is everybody? They're on the Baron. And they're so late to respond because they were so far away. They made a dive happen on the exact opposite side of the map to where the Baron is. And that's the decision you can't make in a situation like this when Baron is up and your opponent has pretty good Baron damage with the Ziggs. You can't make a opposite, the furthest possible away from Baron play, fail it, and then not immediately rush to Baron. They were so slow on the reaction.
Yeah, Graves and Trundle also fantastic at taking that down, and it's a TF too. So even if they go 2v1, like the TF could potentially Destiny Gate over there and make a 5v5 fight happen. Like, this is something that we see even in solo queue games where it's like, you can't really go bot if the Baron's up and you don't have vision. And I think they kind of lost vision and maybe they got caught up in the moment trying to get the gank going, and it was a big mistake. And that's really what got Damwon-Kia back into this game.
Yeah, it's just one of those macro decisions that Gen G kind of tunnel vision on. They're looking for kills, they're looking for map control, they're looking to push their lead. But the decision they make and the snap decision call to go for the Twisted Fate just ends up being backfiring massively. We had a lot of fights that happened, like, obviously, between that and the Elder fight, which we will take a look at now. But I mean, this fight it could have gone either way. Basically just a straight up flip with the unsealed spellbooks and the double smites here. Gets pretty insane, but you guys probably didn't see just how low this one.
We're gonna get the super zoom and pause on the damage so you can see Ziggs bomb comes in, gets it low.
Now, Peanut at this moment is going to go for the flag and drag to get on top of this. And this is when the double smite comes through at 1800. 1800, okay? And watch as we play it forward. It's gonna go down to, you guessed it, 15 health. And who gets it but Birdall? On the return of the Q, it looks like here, is what actually gets it. And end of the line steals this one away. And everything that happened before this doesn't matter, because now you just win this team fight, you have the Elder buff. Gen G try their best to defend this fight, then of course defend their Nexus, and they're almost able to do it, but it doesn't happen in the end. But it all goes back to Damwon-Kia can even do this, they even have this opportunity because they got enough control control of the map from that Baron that they got when the dive happened top side, or bottom side, excuse me.
They were quite behind before the Baron, and then it all came down to the Elder Flip, and you know what happens. Even if you're behind, you get the Elder Flip, doesn't matter. Guys, we do have the POG ready to go. Let's see who does pick it up for game number 1. It will be Duck Dom on his Ziggs. I was, as a Ziggs connoisseur myself, extremely happy to watch him pilot this champion here tonight, and really throws a wrench into the gears. We know he can play it really well. He plays it in game 1 to shut down the Xayah, and it works out perfectly.
Yeah, it was a little bit concerning in the draft in terms of the damage profile and how Ziggs' damage works, and when he fell a little bit behind early on too, we were kind of worried, but the Baron that they got just gave enough power for him to actually survive through the mid game and get that death cap online. It was what we were talking about with the cast. We were talking about rather the whole game. It's like, when's he going to get that cap? Like, when's he going to get that damage? Got a Void Staff second. He had so many great satchel charges as well, defensively in the lane. And one of the ones you pointed out to me where he was in the Cataclysm as well.
And then this.
And then this.
I mean, perfect stopwatch. And look at this, the passive from the Ziggs. It's enough to get that damage in. And a lot of votes for Bertle as well. I think he did some really great damage, and he also last hit the dragon. And, of course, 1 vote for the jungle. I think that Canyon also had a pretty good game.
His early game especially really was a standout, for sure. Yeah. I like the split.
Sure, but guys, that's going to do it for us here on the Carpet Space. We'll throw it back to the casters for game number 2.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, on the Carpet Space. Absolutely loved the slowdown on the Elder. We didn't quite realize how Gen.G had got extraordinarily close to guaranteeing the Drake until they didn't, and then lost the game. But it's only game 1. It's a best of 5. Of course, it can go any which way. Gen.G now getting side selection once again. We'll see whether they once again choose the blue side or whether it is going to be a bit of a side flip. Remember, Gen.G had side selection in game number 1, so had a little bit of an edge. And also, during the game, they just honestly, in most roles, looked better in the early to mid game.
They did.
But ㅅ just sometimes managed to clutch out wins. It's just the thing that happens. We're starting to get used to it.
The cool thing to me is that I felt that this version of Damon, and it's still not as crisp as it used to be, but had gotten lost with the loss of Barrel, right? That's something that we've actually seen him struggle with so much throughout the split. And I don't think that Damon in the first couple of weeks of Spring could have made this play, could have made these plays, could have found these angles. And in large part, I got to give credit to Doc Dom. Again, I think that he has been the main difference maker in a Damon that's still looking rather up and down every now and then. Bertle, no longer a liability, but Doc Dom straight up hard carries games. And that is something that against Gen.G you're going to need, and you pointed it out, Atlas. I think that counter pick, something that Gen.G might be able to utilize very, very well, because even with how good the laning matchups were, in the end it wasn't enough, and maybe they feel that if they can actually get counterpicked, they can get bigger leads off of the lane and then truly snowball the game to a point of no return. Because last game didn't quite get there at crucial points.
Nope, I didn't mind the draft though. So Gen.G, let's see what they can do on the other side of the Rift and see how these bans will actually change. Because Twisted Fate being banned away, I think makes a fair bit of sense, even though honestly, Showmaker didn't have a great game in game number 1. He was not proactive. Chovy was everywhere on the map in the early game, and the TF was nowhere in sight. But in the end,
it won.
It did win the game, and playing around it, having to pick Shen and things like this, it might be something that Gen.G just don't want to do, and they are just going to ban it away.
Yeah, it's the epitome of I don't want to deal with this. Was it a problem game 1? No, I don't think so.
No, not really.
I like the response even, but it's like, no. We don't want to do this. Karma Caitlyn's still open, and there is a Caitlyn ban, of course. Basically a prerequisite into Doc Dom, who again, I think has been having a wonderful series, and Damwon Kia, truly the only team that prioritizes the Karma this highly, able to and willing to play it into effectively every single matchup, every single lane.
Yep.
The prio that it provides for Doc Dom, I'm always going to be happy about.
Nope, it's absolutely fantastic. This is something that T1 used to do a whole lot as well, but have since sort of forgone the Karma on the bottom side, wanting to utilize Carrier for other things, but Gen.G going to pick up the horse. It's been a long time since we've seen Hecarim. Of course, I think he's on a bit of a losing streak here in the LCK at the moment, but still, if utilized correctly, is very, very powerful. Hecarim Ahri, an opportunity here, and Chovy is looking to lock that one down. This combination has been very, very strong, and Gen G with a dive composition. This is what DRX used to clinch third place, I believe, around week 7. It was dive compositions like this that just looked extraordinarily difficult to play into.
Xayah is open though, and Xayah loves dive.
True.
Absolutely adores it. Now, of course, there is the opportunity. Oh, Ezreal's even worse. Oh no.
Yeah, yeah. This is just a lane that is very, very comfortable for Damwon.
And with the amount of POGs that Doctum has been able to pick up in playoffs already, I think him being like, yeah, I'll look Ezreal here. I'll get it done is a worrying sign for Gen G. Now, that comp does have a lot of power, and it disincentivizes picks that are going to have a lack of mobility. Vex would make sense here. LeBlanc is obviously the other big one, and it doesn't surprise me that Showmaker is going to opt into that one. The Ari LeBlanc matchup, one we've seen many a time. Gone both sides. I personally feel like with what we've seen generally that the LeBlanc is slightly favored, but we've seen players like Faker pull out the Ari and just straight up win, as there is the opportunity to ban out certain champions here, but if Damwon Kia, like, okay, you don't have to ban Malphite. You know, I know I'm a bit of a broken record, but you have to ban Gragas, 100%. Because if you play a dive composition and chase top into Gragas, good luck.
No, you're having a bad time. Absolutely.
Yeah, no, you have to. I wonder what the other ban is going to be. There is, of course, still no jungler, no top laner here for Damwon Kia available. And thank God.
Yep, the Graggy Eyes comes out. Of course, it's Score standing behind them. He is the best Gragas player that, you know, Korea has ever seen, right? Over the longest career. So, look, he's going to identify the Gragas angle.
He knows the lines.
He does, absolutely. He's been a hillbilly his whole life on that Gragas. Absolutely fantastic stuff. But Damwon Kia, what are they going to be banning away here? Because the bottom lane is yet to be locked in by Gen G. And certainly a few picks that do synergize with the dive style. The Nautilus to come through, of course, Nautilus Hecarim, very, very popular. And we'll see whether they keep their eyes on the support.
Yeah, because there's a lot of different directions you can go into here as Gen G. You can go into the Kai'Sa, obviously a notable one.
Yeah.
You can even go for a really heavy punish lane and pick up Ruler's Kalista, which is something that we haven't really seen, but at the beginning of the split was still very often banned. The Volibear popular response into the Hecarim now taken away.
True.
So for Damwon Kia, I wonder what they want to go in for here, because of course it's the one downside for anything that Gen G is going to pick. Playing into the Karma lane means that you do actually need to have a support that is able to have a modicum of pressure, because otherwise you're just going to get shoved in. You don't really have the ability to pick up things. Oh, I was going to say Yuumi. I don't even... It's obviously really good with the Hecarim and with the Ari, but picking a Yuumi lane into Ezreal Karma is kind of asking to get put very far behind.
It's Lehens,
it
right?
is
Which
Lehens.
is, I guess,
I think the ban is fine, but it could have been a choice made by Gen G. Instead, this is as cookie cutter as it gets.
Yep. Leona not going to be giving anything away. Gen G holding their counter pick for Ruler. He has been their ace in so many of these games throughout the organization's history. As Damwon Kia, what are they going to be putting in the jungle and the top side is our question now. We want disengage, and we want the ability to stop this horse from running amok. Viego has been very powerful in the early stages of the game, with a lot of power to give to Canyon in this one, and that one will be locked away here. Bertle, does he just go back to the Graves? You know, there's a chance that... Yes! Oh, the Malphite comes in! All right! Okay! Oh, we got a series on our hands. It's fantastic. It's all over my hands. It's all over them. Absolutely fantastic stuff.
I love it. I'm very happy, Atlas. I don't know. I mean, you know. I've bored you to death with this. And do you think that the Kai'Sa is the perfect addition to this overall lineup? But I'm looking at the Damwon Kia composition, and the amount of kiteback and re-engage that comp has available, not okay.
No.
And unlike the previous game where I felt like Gen G had a pretty clear angle in draft, I still think they have a lot of power available, but this is the type of comp where if you fall behind, if you don't hit your crucial spikes, you're gonna get hit by the rock.
All right, so now we've got the Onslaught of Shadows and the Unstoppable Force. We unfortunately don't have the Scion to bring them both together with his Unstoppable Onslaught, but that is okay. We have each side of that rock, paper, scissors. And Dani and Score in a battle one another as we move towards game number 2. Damonkia, an opportunity for match point. Gen G able to bring us to a best of 3, which I think almost everyone is hoping for. Even if you're a Damonkia fan, you don't want this to be just a quick 3-0. No. You want to be seeing as much of this matchup as we possibly can. We got the Malphite this time around. We'll see whether Bertel is going to be able to use it appropriately into the Jace. We've seen the punish work out before. I believe it was Keen, one of the people that brought it out first, and really did demonstrate that it can work out.
Also wonder what we're going to see from Ruler here. The AP version of Kai'Sa obviously synergizes very well with the Jace.
Yeah.
And I think also does a lot better into specifically the Malphite, because going for a more aggressive AD build is going to feel very, very bad. Even in the later stages of the game, but whether that's going to actually happen or not remains to be seen, and it's gonna, I think, have a big influence on how the composition of Gen G plays out, because my expectation is that Ruler's gonna go for either hybrid or AD build, in which it is just a full-on dive composition. But if he ends up going into the...
I think it might be the AP. I think they'll just go double poke with the Jace Kai'Sa.
That's what I think is the safer choice.
Yeah.
And actually allows you to the plasma stacks to actually deal with Bertel, who is going to be a very happy Malphite this game, because especially if Ruler again goes for the AD build, you are feeling really good because there is a lot of AD damage. There is a Ahri, which is okay, but if Ahri's dropping full rotations into Malphite, then Malphite's very happy.
Yeah, you're probably having a good time.
You are, yeah. And
Showmaker and Chovy already getting aggressive against one another. And Foxfire is actually going to win out the trade pretty nicely there for Chovy in this early stage of the game. Ruler in the hands, helping Peanut out here as he starts off on his blue buff. We've got similar pathing towards the top side of the map for both Gen G and Damwon. We'll see whether that means that the Malphite and Jace lane is going to get a bit of attention as Bertel. Second game on the Malphite so far, and first time worked out a treat.
So is this a bot lane matchup, clearly, or mid lane matchup rather, for Chovy, already applying so much pressure here early on, and yeah, this is the downside of leashing for Hecarim. Peanut, especially with a blue side start, going to feel very happy about that, but at the same time, it gives Kalin and Doctam even more control. Kenyon, though, is pathing towards top side, so expect that with the knowledge that Peanut is presumably pathing towards top side of the leash, we're not going to see Kalin and Doctam feel too at risk. Should be able to just freely shove up here until a little bit later in the game. Not expecting a level 3 gank either, because that is a bit of a flip, especially on Hecarim, champion that loves to just get 2 points in Q. And then full clear his entire jungle in about 3 minutes and 50 seconds. It's Kenyon. Again, did this a previous game as well.
Yeah, Chain is going to connect. He gets the flash out of Chovy immediately. And Canyon's going to chase him down. Chovy had so much control in this lane. That added respite by getting the Summoner spell this early. Absolutely huge from Showmaker. Felt like Chovy was starting to run away with it in a matchup that shouldn't necessarily get this far ahead. He's definitely been playing very, very well so far.
One downside of this for Canyon is that his topside clear is going to be heavily delayed. Will be able to make his way over to the Krugs. And will, from there on, get himself the bot side scuttle. But Peanut, Pink's going down, has Prio in both lanes. Or has Prio on top, mid's backing. So expecting him to go for an invade into the blue buff. Knows, of course, that Canyon did not opt into clearing that camp. And that might be a little bit of a punish here. He's going to ward it, but not going to take the risk here. Oh, no. I like it. I think that should be able to do so as Kalin.
Zenith play, bit of an aggressive engagement here as Kalin does have the Inspire. Ruler's in trouble as Doctam's found him. Oh dear, Kalin's extraordinarily low and Canyon's down here. It's going to be first blood going to the Ezreal in the hands, limps his way out. 0 summoner spells remain for Gen G on the bottom side, so that could just happen again. Chains connect as well as Showmaker goes back, doesn't get the extra proc, respects the charm. Peanut will be able to get this top side farm, so that is certainly good. But ㅣ2022 trading up in this one.
Canyon heavily sacrificing his own experience, his own level, and I don't know if he was in vision as man. I hope we get a replay of that because this is a key example of Doctom's Asriel just built different.
Oh, that's a flash forward. Bertle's looking for the solo kill. Will the wagon wheel come out? As the change of stance comes in there, Bertle now going to get that speed up. Good little boot back there with the hammer. And Bertle is going to be moved out of there. Doran holds onto his flash as well, crucially, so that solo kill does not come in.
That's really big, because if Doran is forced to flash there, then at 6, the setup for the Unstoppable Force is basically unmatchable. Instead, Bertle crucially oversteps at a very early point and is still going to be fine in the 1v1. It's more about the pressure that he will have in a possible play towards top side.
Good charm, and the turret shot comes in as well. Showmaker in a little bit of trouble.
But the takeaway here, of course, as we saw that bot side play, is that Doctom's Asriel is already up a
charm
kill.
had landed. Showmaker was just dead.
Oh yeah, he would have died. I don't know if this much limit testing is well advised into Chovy's Ari.
I definitely don't think so. I appreciate the courage. That's a lot of bravery that was shown by Showmaker. However, unnecessary, I believe. As Bertle just rock solid up here towards the top side of the map on this Malphite, down about a wave. As of course the early lane should still be great for the Jace.
Just wagon wheeled a minion and didn't kill it.
Yeah, that's
very sad.
That feels real bad. Seismic Shard, of course, is what we're referring to when we say wagon wheel. Is this is the 2v2 on the bottom side. Pretty key victory for ㅣ2022, honestly, being able to find this pressure point because everywhere else there was none.
Callan just plays it out really nicely, right? Uses the little bit of healing that he gets from his W, and then subsequently also forces out or baits out rather the flash from Lahans. So Lahans is down the flash, doesn't even get the kill, and overall, what we're kind of worried for, and the reason why we see this combat priority be as high as it has been for ㅣ2022 is this.
Yeah.
Doctom rather, it's already up 12 CS, and yes, there was something gained for Gen G, but it's just farm for Peanut, and that's nice, but in of itself, not really going to feel like a even or worthwhile trade.
Nope. And they're going to be able to grab the Drake as well. Bottom side control absolutely there, as Lahens is going to block a Mystic shot by Hex splashing over the wall. Control vision is there as Canyon has found Peanut. He's going to be blue buff secured, and the Viego is just going to get out of there. Spotting exactly where the horse is important. As you can see, he's ahead by a few camps. As Showmaker again sidesteps a charm. This time gets the health lead from the trade. 7-3, bit of an advantage here as Lahens gets over the wall. Not going to find the Shield of Daybreak or anything like that as Gen G not getting in there. Bertle. See whether he can actually get any notable wins as the Seismic Shard is going to connect. 6-3, going to be our Malphite win rate thus far. One of those wins was, in fact, Bertle in the regular season.
Misses the cannon, which is unfortunate. And of course, Jonas Strong points that out, as per usual.
Yep, we need to get a little zoom in.
But the key issue, of course, is that the lead that Doran has been able to get now should be the only lead that he gets. Because Bertle still wasn't backed after his first one, is currently sitting on 2 cloth armors. When that turns into a Warden's Mail, which is what I assume we're going to be seeing picked up here early, the matchup is just going to get worse and worse, and the kill pressure from the Malphite is going to be there, especially once Flash is available as well and he can follow up. And overall, Gen G is still going to be very strong around the teamfight stage, and that's what we're going to be looking.
Positioning. There's the ulti from Chovy, looking for the opportunity. Great Orbit Deception, the flash out of the charm as Peanut is still going. Canyon gonna try and get in here and answer, and Peanut was already dead regardless. That is the kill going over to both junglers. As Chovy is still alive. That's important because he gets control of the wave. There have been even trades this game, and you can see the gold is represented exactly thus.
But when we look at where the gold is, it's a little lead on Doran, which is good, but I think might run into some issues actually leveraging that lead as we get deeper into the lane. Now plated steel caps picked up for Bertle, and more importantly, Doctom is getting so monstrously far ahead. We're going to be looking at another blade going over here in just a little bit, and yeah, it's bad. It's really bad. They have Vision of Peanut as well, And with that kill, Canyon's actually kind of back into the game. Canyon was very far behind in terms of gold, in terms of itemization compared to Peanut, and will be feeling a lot better.
That's the flash then is played immediately. The flash comes out. Great solar flare from Lahans as Docked Arm down to 200 health. Lahans in trouble though as he's burning down, but he is going to survive. Kellen not enough damage back, and they punish the Ezreal bottom lane.
And that's right there is why we have seen Kai'Sa be used as a counter into the Ezreal, right? Whereas the poke is nice. Once the Killer Instinct becomes available, the matchup completely changes. One big Killer Instinct, a little bit of CC, and an isolated Q can completely shift. But the flip side, that play, as nice as it was, did also pick up Canyon a Rift Herald. So now, I think the overall gold trade is going to be even out in the end. Right now, it's a little bit of a lead for Gen G. And I am liking what I'm seeing from Peanut, right? Trying to spread his influence around the map as much as possible. Really good engagement from Hands there as well. But the kill going over to the Leona as well is rather unfortunate. When it could have gone to Hakrim, could have gone to Ruler. Ruler in particular would have loved it. Is going, as we pointed out, but I am really happy about for the AP build. Which, or maybe go for the hybrid, which we haven't seen much of.
I think it's going to be the hybrid. The one that went for.
Yeah, the Nashor's Tooth, which I really like. I think that's the way to go here. Because it still allows you to play like an AD carry, which we know Ruler loves to do, but also allows you to actually get through something like the Malphite. Even with that kill on Docked Arm, he's not botted, and he's still pushing.
And also, you can use Killer Instinct to avoid things like the Unstoppable Force.
Absolutely.
You have good hands, and Ruler's hand's pretty good, by the way, everyone.
Really, Atlas.
So you can use it to reposition yourself, something that Ruler's also pretty good at, and then be able to get all that consistent damage, even though you're on a lower range champion. But can be dangerous into this composition as Chovy is going to find the charm there onto Showmaker. He avoids the Orb of Deception return damage, which is, of course, the most relevant. Chovy's going to get back underneath his turret here. Still plates available in the mid lane as we're ticking towards 12 minutes in the game. Still about 2.5 on those plates. Seismic Shard with a few points in it. It is going to start doing a fair bit of damage here to Doran. But right now, I don't think, Doran's kind of at the point where he's like, well, hurting this Malphite is becoming very difficult. He's going to try and keep these waves shoved. Is Chovy going to get True Shot barraged? Don't know whether that's how that one's supposed to work, but Chovy just collects himself, the cannon minion, and backs away.
Yeah, but using Spirit Rush just before the Drake fight might be a problem as Birdle.
Yeah, Doran taking a bit of damage back, but does win out on the trade for now.
Yeah, I think Birdle doesn't... He has teleport as well, so I think he wants to hold his teleport for the possible fight around Drake. Otherwise, I don't want it to go for that, but...
Ooh, all the money going to Canyon. It's not the best for what Showmaker wants to do this game.
Also, there's... Yeah, because there's a... Thank you for the visual storytelling, Jonas Strong. There's a one-plate turret on bot side. Of course, not the optimum value. And it's possible that Damwon just calls, yeah, no, I'm getting this. Don't bother investing. It's fine. We'll make it. No Unleashed Teleport available right now, so Birdle can't actually join this fight, but it looks like Damwon is going to get a Drake.
We could be going to September as well. No, we're not. It is going to be an Ocean Soul. Would have liked the Earth, Wind, and Fire, personally. Could have made things a bit spicy. But the Ocean is going to allow at least some recovery after some poke, or some mana available for the poke, which is definitely good news for both teams. Something worth fighting over. Also, all of the extra brushes for this coral reef to lurk in. Speaking of which, he's going to throw down the ultimate, and now Doran gets himself a big old shield. Does have to flash, though, as the Seismic Shard comes in, and Birdle locks down the solo kill. Now to get back under his turret, but it's not going to work, as the horse was there, and the answering kill comes down. But the solo from the Malphite really showing that this matchup has turned.
Matchup not fun at this point forward for the Jace, because he doesn't have flash as well. And with Peanut showing on top side, picks up the kill, which is nice. But also means that this bot side turret is going to go towards Damonkia, and I gotta say, Atlas, right now, what Damonkia is showing here is overall out-trading. Showmaker gone for the Everfrost LeBlanc here, so really prioritizing setup and the ability to play both offensively and defensively as well, right? Too aggressive of a jump forward from Chovy or Peanut overextending can now get punished way more.
Yep, I also really like Everfrost when you've got an unstoppable force there as well, because the distort in while that ult's coming down and then getting that CC. As the charm is going to come through, Showmaker taking a lot of damage. Chovy not opting for the all-in.
Oh, I like this a lot.
Yeah,
doesn't have
Birdle,
ult.
he doesn't have ult. Does have full health as he's trying to avoid Doran. Gets stunned up by the Solar Flare though. 1 versus 3. He's just put into the bouncy castle and he is going to be so dead. Nothing the Coral Reef can do. And Gen G are going to be able to get to work on this turret as well.
Nicely done there by Gen G. Very necessary. Will be able to pick themselves up. At the very least, the turret. Pulling back the gold lead in their favor with this kill.
I really like the answer. Immediate punish on
Yeah.
the missed shock blast.
잡았어.
And able to get that kill.
제이스 너플.
And the key thing here is that, gotta see, I'm not 100% sure who got the actual kill here. Doran would be ideal, but I think it was Peanut. Is that, while it's good to punish a Malphite like this, and it, yeah, okay, Doran getting it is really good. And it does help a lot. At the same time, Birdle's value isn't really going to change, and that's why it's so important that Doran picks up that kill. He is very reliant on hitting spikes, right? If he doesn't get there, it's going to be a lot harder. As Peanut still making his presence known, but sees the Coral Reef and it's like, no, no. Let's not.
Yeah, it does throw down the control ward. Smart stuff here is the Malphite trying to work out where he wants to be right now. Does have his ult back up, which is crucial. We still haven't really seen a fight yet, though. We've seen a whole bunch of skirmishes. Gen G ahead by about 1,000 gold, as they were able to get a lot of money onto Doran after getting that pickoff.
Yeah, it's the, the story of the game is the same, as the laning advantages for Gen G are just huge. Even with their bot lane being effectively sacked, just because of Chovy and Doran's laning, they have been able to get themselves a fairly sizable lead here, but as mentioned previously, unlike last game, Gen G's composition, playing it out into Damwon-Kia can definitely be hard with the amount of counter-engage, kiteback that they have available.
Yep.
So the engage needs to be extremely crisp.
Yeah, they also need to have vision on this Malphite at all times. Right now, he's just chilling in the mid lane, and so that is going to be ticked off. Showmaker gets hit, but has some honey fruit here that he can enjoy. And Damwon now just trying to make the map dark for Gen G. Chovy's moving down towards the bottom side. It looks like Shirley is not on the menu here for Gen G. Not too worried about it as Doctom going very aggressive. True Shot Barrage lands onto both bottom lane members, and that is going to be enough priority for them to crash this wave into the outer turret mid lane. I love this brute force.
More importantly, 45 seconds still to Drake. With the pressure that they can get themselves here and possibly a Rift Herald as well, they can push that down towards mid. And while that's nice, if you give over a soul point, an Ocean Soul to a Malphite into a composition like this, and Ezreal with Conqueror, Exhaust,
yeah, it's nuts.
Good luck.
And
it's going to be fun.
The thing I loved about that from Doctom is the fact that he sees Chovy show on bot lane, and immediately he's arcane shifting forward. Immediately they're trying to execute on the advantage that they have with just having more players in that mid lane. So often we see these K-Rams just continue on and on and on no matter what happens, because no one's willing to pull the trigger. I love the idea of, well, we have an advantage, we have to push it.
At the same time, Gen G has hit a couple of crucial spikes here, but
they have to fight for this one.
They have to. But for Ruler, he isn't quite at the stronger point that he'd like to be. There is a relative lack of vision, so it's also hard, because Gen G can actually get a lot of poke down. Not quite as much yet as Doran.
Yeah, chains are going to connect. He's already flashed, and Everfrost is going to come through. Not exactly the most damage. True Shot Barrage, though, will do it, and Doctom gets another kill. Oh, dear.
That's so big. Because that is your most reliable way to set up properly for these fights. Gone.
Yeah. And as well, without that mid-outer turret, we're going to have a teleport to the inner here from Chovy. They're just going to give this up. That is Soul Point going over to Damwon-Kia. It's looking like a very different game than game number one, a game where Gen G had so much control, even over the map in the early to mid-game. This time it is starting to turn much sooner. Gen G are really going to have to get things online, start trying to find some of these big fights, utilize their big AoE ultimates as Chovy now looking for Doctom. Doctom going to flash, gets himself out of the way, Charm goes wide, but they get the flash out of the Ezreal. Big news.
Really nicely done there by Chovy, able to aggressively force that summoner. Means that Doctom won't have the same amount of proactive playmaking potential.
제이스 노플. 제이스 노플인데 와볼래? 제이스 노플이야.
Chase no flash, Chase no flash, Chase no flash.
안 되냐 이거? 잡았는데.
We got him.
아, 오케이.
Oh, okay, at the end there. Showmaker feeling a bit of the pressure here. from just the tone of his voice.
Oh, Doran, there's no vision. Is Jonas Strong playing with us? No, I think Bertle's... Oh, Doran senses it. That's big.
Yep.
Him dying there would have been really unfortunate. He is just standing in the lane, though. I don't know if Bertle has actually spotted him. Doesn't look like it. They're still waiting. And in a little bit, Doran's going to see, and it's going to be like, okay, I made a great call.
Yeah, he definitely did. That is going to be the back to come through from Doctom as Gen G now pushing out this mid lane. 4 members just lurking towards this top side. You can see Doctom cheating towards the bottom side of the lane. Absolutely what he needs to do. Back comes through from Kellen.
It's so hard for Gen G right now because they haven't quite hit the spikes.
Showmaker spots Peanut. He might have actually face-checked right there. He still might as he's moving back towards this inner turret. Jonas Strong, man, he is really making sure he keeps the intensity up, and I love it.
We have to, because as big as the lead is for Damonkia right now, it's mostly on Doctom. And yes, that team fight is really strong, but so is Gen G's. And because of how Gen G have been playing out the map thus far, we actually do see that they are very much ahead, or even in terms of items. Crucially, Ruler is getting closer towards that Nashus, and that's when I think Gen G is going to have a little bit more impact, and it's not going to be as reliant on Doran hitting the big shock blasts. But maybe Doctom has been accelerated too much. That is entirely a possibility. He's getting closer to his Cyrildas.
Yeah, it's going to be 3 items for the Ezreal. He's going to be absolutely huge.
That's
Chovy
full
gets
armor.
through the shield.
Yeah, that's a full armor Bertle. That is the... I mean, Chemtech has a little bit of a mark.
Yep.
Because Chovy is going for Banshees, which really good into things like the chains and maybe an ultimate from Bertle, but not great, I'd say, into an Ezreal.
Doing damage. It means doing damage becomes
also,
more
yes, because he also went Lucidity Boots, and this build is fine if you go for Horizon Focus, because that's when the damage amplification on your Everfrost and on your Charm turns you into a threat.
Wow, that's just an ultimate. Bertle is not messing around. Doran gets a big old shield, but it's a pretty fast rock. Doran does manage to back his way out. Didn't have flash, but yeah, I guess Bertle just wanted to take control of the lane. Send a message, the ult, not on a massive cooldown.
Also showcases that Jace just not loving it. And Showmaker gonna say hello to Peanut and say goodbye immediately afterwards.
Yeah, bit of a love tap. It's fine.
Hello.
50 CS going to be the lead for the Jace, and does also have the Eclipse, so a bit of lifesteal available. And he's been playing very respectfully and still staying really far ahead. I have to say, bit of a shout out to Doran, who's been inconsistent, to say the least, here for Gen G in a lot of their games.
Oh, him and Ruler are going to have to do some heavy lifting, though. I don't know if Ruler has enough gold to finish his Nashers just yet. Sitting on 1100 now. I'm pretty sure that on the next wave, he'll be at least fairly close. And again, the moment you get your Evolve on Kai'Sa, the entire game just changes for you. You get so much more agency and the ability to reset on your Ws, even though they're not going to hurt as much with this build. It is ready. And this spike, combined with the Banshees Veil, combined with Doran sitting on a 2.5, has the Last Whisper now as well. Peanut finishing at Deadman's Plate.
You need to get these spikes ASAP though. 30
honestly,
seconds. Get your items.
If you can, buy pots, because this is a win or make or break, win or lose fight for Gen G, I think. If you give over the Ocean Soul, even though it's not the strongest of souls on the composition of Damonkia, I think it's going to be hugely problematic. If it makes his way, oh yeah, that's Boda got hit. Oh no.
Did he though?
No.
Yeah, not sure about that. Well, Gen G in position on this brush as Canyon able to get into his mist.
It does hurt Canyon. Yeah.
Yep, that is true.
That's something.
Gets the reset as well, as Ruler is going to find yet another reset. Doesn't do any damage at all. Controller goes into the back of the pit. And Showmaker looking to try and punish as Lehen's just missed times the Zenith Blade. Man, that was so incredibly close. Could have been extraordinarily huge in the end. Doesn't mean a whole lot. Showmaker still playing aggressively. Gets the Banshee's Veil off Chovy. Very important. As Canyon avoids the Shock Blast, but Doctom not going to be so lucky. Kellen as well. Oh, sorry, Showmaker as well. Going to be going back home. And it might be that Damonkia just give this one up. They can afford to do so, but they want to be able to lock down this soul as quickly as possible. Shock Blast just barely mistimed as well. As Chain is going to take the horse for a walk. As Peanut looking to tidy up all of this vision as best he can, but he's starting to go down low. Good charm is going to connect immediately. The Malphite just blows up, and now your big counter engage tool is no longer there. And Gen G, they should be able to take this. Damonkia not going to be able to fight this one out. Bertle, big misstep.
Essential charm there from Chovy. If that goes any other way, Damonkia might be able to get themselves a soul. This time around, not going to happen. Really, really big moment there from the mid laner from Gen G. And as you're saying, crucial misstep there from Bertle. Gets charmed, looking for possibly an engage. Damonkia is still looking.
Yep, Showmaker still being frustrating. Dives on over, finds the Everfrost. The horse taking a lot of damage. True Shot Barrage. It's going to be answered by the Onslaught of Shadows. Getting away that tool from Peanut, definitely good news. But not going to mean too much here at this stage of the game. The Baron is available 25 minutes into the game, but I don't think anyone really has that on their mind right now. So we're going to have a look at this charm once again. Utilizing vision so beautifully here was Chovy.
Crucially, hitting the one engage tool that is available. And this is where the fight between these two compositions gets really, really cool, really, really exciting, is who does more? Is it Showmaker and Dokdam, or is it Doran, and is it Ruler? Because Damonkia, I think, have a little bit more reliable poke, and they should be able to land it a little bit more consistently. Again, I think Ruler's poke, while it's going to be strong, not going to be as threatening as in some of the other builds, but the engage is a lot better for Gen G. They have Hecarim, they have a Leona as well, so if they want to pull the trigger, or as we saw there with a Chovy charm, they definitely can. So it creates a really cool back and flow where, especially in this Ocean Rift, vision is so incredibly important because it allows you to not only dodge your opponent's poke, but also hit your own. And in the case of Damwon, Gen G's too good. They are, I guarantee you, they will not get hit by an unstoppable force fired at them if you're not flanking. Right? Like, it's just, unless they think they can take it, not going to happen. And that's not great engage, honestly.
Well, that's an unstoppable force that did hit. Canyon's going to get the follow-up stun there as well. Doran's going to flash, get himself out of the way. Bertle trying to ignore this damage as best he can as Canyon locks down the kill. He can't get the reset though, so it's a 2-for-1 in favor of Gen G, and there is a very low turret for them to take as well. This is so much of an advantage for Gen G.
Third time the charm. Beautiful bait coming through there from Gen G. And the first couple of times that Doran got hit by that, he almost died. So Damwon says, oh, that's a freebie. No problem whatsoever. And of course, crucially here, the trap.
It's all a bait.
It's all a bait. It really is. And even though they trade up very, very nicely with Chovy and Peanut immediately making their way over.
The
and
double Everfrost as well out of that Ari, man.
Yeah.
It's a lot of value.
And crucially, there was no counterplay available for Damwon. There was no cross map that they could go for. Only good thing that came out of that for Damwon is Canyon finishing his death stance. But we do see Bertle. Malphite's really good when you're going in, going out, not really an option. So you need to be very, very decisive. And he is about to get Flame Horizon. And I do think that this is something that we've seen with other players like Keen as well, is that while the Malphite is a strong pick, as ironic as it sounds, does actually require a fair bit of mastery, right? He's a champion that has a lot of threat, both in terms of the laning phase and in terms of the ultimate, the pressure that it provides. But at the same time, once you're in, you're in.
Yep. It is certainly feast or famine in a lot of instances. He is going to get tanky as this game goes along. It's not massively important for him to have a lot of money because he's basically an ultimate walking around. Wants to try and get that attack speed lowered of his opposition as well, so if he can get on top of Ruler in one of these fights, especially with this build, it will be important. But the AP is starting to come through here for Ruler, and so he's going to basically do it all. He just wants to get every evolution sorted out and be a poke machine, consistent damage machine, magic damage machine, and AP damage machine. Just multiple machines here for the Kai'Sa.
I really like the Nashus, as mentioned previously. Even though Bertle, with how the state of the game is right now, I don't think it's going to be the biggest issue for Ruler to get through, even if he went for a more AD-heavy build. Right now, not going to get taken down. Crucially for me here is what's Dokdam's Mythic going to be, as he gets hugely chunked. And again, Drake coming up in a very, very short amount of time.
Yeah.
Because with how this game has been played, I honestly wouldn't mind him going for a more AP-heavy build because it gives so much more oomph. Could even go for a Lethality Mythic if that is the way that you want to go. There isn't really anyone super tanky on Gen G.
I want Prowler's Claw so bad, man. I
Yeah,
really want to see it.
honestly, I take an Eclipse or a Dustblade if it means that we get that. But yeah, you know what I'm waiting to see as.
Yeah, it's a good
Ooh,
arcane
that's
shift
flash.
there from Doctor. Oh, and
It's
flash.
flash. Yeah, that's
use
the
the
problem.
flash instead. I tell a lie, I'm all so used to talking about it, but Doran going to take a fair bit of damage back.
Oh, look at bot wave. Very, very big.
Yep, Showmaker gets into the back of this pit. Good vision available here for Gen G, though. Has control of this brush to the right of the pit. Always so important here. Vision picked up by Gen G. The charm is going to connect once again onto the rock.
Oh.
The follow-up's not quite there, though, but he's still down to 50% health. It's going to be very difficult for the Malphite to find these engages.
Showmaker.
Yeah, gets into the pit here. There's now Peanut. Does spot. But can he actually steal this one away is the question. It's going to be Canyon, so they managed to get the Soul 3-man knockup with the Unstoppable Forces. Bertle able to run his way out of it as well. It is going to be the kill onto the Viego, though, as Ruler Killer Instinct onto Bertle, but he's slowed down. Yeah, this Coral Reef is not long for this world, and as an Australian, that makes me feel very sad.
Crucially there, though, is that the Soul goes over. And that is a big win for Damwon Kia. Gen G, with the time being stalled there by Bertle. I hope they try and go for Baron. I think they have a lot of Baron damage available, and at the very least threatening it and forcing Damwon Kia to respond could be a thing. It looks like they don't want to take that risk. Want to play it a little bit safer instead. Ooh, that was blind.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Catches him on the way through.
And it looks like
Game
Kia
it's
get
really
pushed back.
Yeah, it's starting to really feel like Gen G are taking some good control, though, even if they did have to give up the Ocean Soul. Next is going to be that flip that you guys all wanted to see. I know flipping for Elder Drakes is peak macro League of Legends, as we all know.
I've seen a lot of it.
Yeah.
You know what another thing is? Not only flipping for Elders, but better draft, winning or losing, it's just not a thing in challenge. It doesn't exist. And wonder whether we're going to see something similar here. But with Gen G's poke, as strong as it is, and a sizable gold lead, it's still it needs to hit. Oh, Bertle.
No.
Oh, there's so many people in the brush.
It's a pretty high value award for the information that it provided, even if it was very short-lived.
Are they going to get?
Are
they caught?
To try and be
Oh,
corralled. That
boy.
is going to be the chains connecting onto Lehens. He takes half his health bar, but he's Leona. And Gen G kind of in the Thunderdome right now. See whether they can survive this one. Lehens going to be the first one to get engaged on, and he's very, very far away from the rest of his team. Chovy was looking for Bertle on the flank, but he gets the blast cone. He makes his way over. As True Shot Barrage not going to connect crucially onto Lehens. They've still got everyone alive, but can they actually win the fight is the question. The boot back Canyon is already dead, and Gen G now have the man advantage in the fight, but can they manage to win this one out? Bertle tries to get down there, but it's not going to work out, and Ruler grabs that kill. Now it's 5 versus 3. Damwon Kia still feeling like they actually want to fight this. They're not going to be able to. Their health bars are much higher. Just the amount of CC, the amount of engaged control is Doctor. He's still very, very healthy, but in goes Ruler, shuts him down. And despite the position, despite the fact that Damwon looked like they wanted it, Gen G will wipe the floor with him.
And what a beautiful extended skirmish there from Gen G Atlas. Damwon Kia, they try to push, because if you get them there, that's the win. Right there. But instead, they overstep crucially. Little bit too impatient, not wanting to take the time. Doctor, he did so much damage there, but it wasn't enough. Canyon getting blown up immediately with ult, with flash available.
Yeah.
Now Gen G, monstrous gold lead.
It's just huge. Grab themselves the Baron. They'll steal away the enemy jungle as well.
That was
Ruler
with
holding
Ocean
onto
Soul.
his killer instinct as well was just absolutely fantastic. Let's have a look at this one more time. Bertle trying to find that flank angle. Chovy pushing him away.
Yeah, Bertle crucially forced to defensively alter in a little bit as the engage comes through.
There it is.
But I think that's fine. I think Damwon Kia, Canyon is an example as well. Just play it too fast. Again, look at Showmaker's health right now, and look what it's going to be by the end of the fight. They sustain up so much because they have Ocean Soul. If Bertle and Canyon played a little slower, because both of them try to go in, not being able to really do anything, you might win this. And then, man, Lehens. Honestly, if he doesn't find these plasma stacks on top of Doctor and locks him down, I don't know if Ruler gets that kill, but instead, as you pointed out, waits for the crucial moment. And this is probably the game-winning fight for Gen G.
100%.
That means, you know what that means, Atlas?
That means it's the best of 3. That means it's the best of 3. It means we're heading towards a potential 3-1 or 3-2 for either of these teams.
Yes.
As long as Gen G can break open this base and secure the win. This is, of course, with Elder on the map in 1 minute and a half. And the Baron will get Gen G exactly to that sweet spot by being able to push in all of these waves with help of the Baron, control the vision, and try and lock down this Elder. It's all but in the bag. See whether they can follow through. Charm is going to miss. Good wagon wheel to slow down the Ahri, but she's not going to take any damage or anything like that. As Doran trying to take down the turret, he will be able to do so, but True Shot Barrage is going to do a lot of damage to the Jace. He's dead. Canyon's managed to grab that kill. He's going to transform into a Jace now, but immediately he's punished as Peanut locks down that kill. So 4 versus 4, but low health bars on Damwon. And Gen G have broken open the mid lane. Bottom side will do the same thing as there are siege minions that are buffed up and just wailing on the inhibitor turret. Inhibitor goes down in the mid lane, stays alive on the bottom side, but still the base is looking pretty barren for Damwon.
Elder in about 30 seconds as well. Good luck contesting for that one with the current state of the map. Showmaker trying to go for truly very, very Herculean effort, but it's not going to be enough. Peanut also playing an impeccable game of the Hecarim here, able to hit the key ultimates. 4, 1 and 8 right now. And from this position, playing Hecarim feels like the best thing in the world. You're ahead, you can go for any engage.
Yeah. Ooh, Voidseeker not going to find Showmaker here. Good little stun onto Peanut.
Oh yeah, Ruler's level 16. That's a level 3 killer instinct.
Yeah, he's
Can
got his
basically
Sonya's completed
join
as well.
everything, right? If he wants to, he can go in. And for Damwon Kia, you need to contest this one, but I don't think you can. I think the gold lead now too big for Gen G. Look at these item spikes. Full build for Doran.
Ooh,
10 stacks for Magi's for Chovy. Ruler effectively being full build.
the Voidseeker's really starting to hurt as well, as you can see. Canyon down beneath half health. If Ruler hits another one, I mean, he's just dead. Either it just kills him outright, or there's an ultimate to follow up. Good solar flare from Lehens to deny any sort of engage. Shock blast onto Kellen means that he's out of this fight. Voidseeker will just kill him. Goodbye. Ruler locks down that kill. Canyon is going to be here at least, but he's tagged by another one. Ruler, are these magnetized? What is going on? The Unstoppable Force does fly down. True Shot Barrage gets so much value. But in goes Ruler now. Doctorm goes golden. That is just going to wait his death. No,
He lives.
Arcane Shift gets himself away. But still, it's going to be the Shock Blast. The Rock goes down, the Ezreal to follow. And Showmaker, he is just going to have to watch his Nexus fall, I believe, as he does manage to chain up the horse. They don't even need an Elder. They're just looking to finish this game.
And Peanut sprinting towards those turrets. It's going to be 1 against 1, Atlas.
Yep, it's
This
the best
series
of
not
3
over
now.
yet.
It's absolutely true. The Charm not going to connect there onto Showmaker. But these Nexus turrets are a formality. Skellen gets on in here. Doran is just going to buy some space for his team. And Chovy is going to go down. But still, I think Ruler should be able to deal with this. Showmaker dives forward. Not going to be enough. And the Nexus falls down. Gen G bring us to an even series. And it's going to be 1-1. Moving into a potential match point in game number 3. And by potential match point, I mean it's guaranteed match point in game number 3.
Oh.
That's how that one works.
Wonderful. And unlike the previous game, where we did see that Damwon Kia were able to find their way back from what should have been a losing position, this time around, Gen G says, no.
Nope.
Not going to happen. They fully cash in on the lead they've been able to build for themselves in laning phase. And some of the issues that have plagued Damwon in the past came back in that game. Birdo having a very lackluster game. Canyon also not looking like his usual self. And once those pillars start to crumble, it doesn't matter that Doctorm is fed, it doesn't matter that Showmaker's playing well. Everyone needs to be firing on all cylinders against Gen G, because otherwise, as you can see, they're just going to out-execute you.
Yeah. I think the Jace is starting to become a bit of a problem here as well. I think we might need to look into banning that for the Damwon Kia side, but they also get side selection. And we've had both teams play on both sides of the map thus far. Damwon Kia was able to win on red side, so was Gen G. So maybe it's going to be a red side choice here moving into game 3, even though we've seen blue side be the more requested choice.
Could definitely happen, because as much as I like to see a Mel fight, if that's how the matchup goes, then I'd rather not see that repeated again. And This is an issue that has been plaguing Kia in particular. When Birdle looks good, he can have carry performances, but when he falls behind, he is unable to stem the bleeding, right?
Yeah.
Too many plays that just didn't quite work out. I love the attention that was paid as well there by Gen.G. Also, this was a really hot POG vote because Peanut had a wonderful game. Chovy hit some key charms. Once Ruler was online.
For me, I think Chovy finding the key charm onto
Well,
Birdle there.
that's who I voted for because that's the easy vote.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
But I'd love to see
By the way,
Spellbomb.
whenever Gen.G wins, it's actually the easiest vote of your life.
It's just always Chovy.
You vote for Chovy. That is how that one
Oh,
works.
thanks, Atlas.
We
Thanks.
learned this many years ago. We even tried to vote for him when he wasn't even in the game. But that was disallowed, and then I had my vote removed. We are going to go to a short break. When we get back, it is going to be Analyst Carpet Space with Valdez and Wolf.
괜찮거든. 이제 수면 빠졌어. 이제 빠져. 제가.
맞아.
싸움 이길 수 있어. 이제 노플. 들어가자. 레오나. 게임 끝내 다 잡을 생각으로 하자. 못 잡으려나? 나 그냥 계속 가볼게.
계속 가.
나 안 죽겠지?
안 죽어. 절대 안 죽어.
예, 미드웨이브. 다행이다. 나이스 잘했다.
나이스. 다행이다. 까비.
짜증나. 단판 집중 잘해서 다시 잘해보자. 넥서스. 넥서스 7분?
넥서스 쳐줘.
넥서스 7분 계신가요?
나 초시계 들고 죽었네.
그 미드 정글 한번 그거 한 거 내 생각에 무조건 이득이었어.
sky fall and the sun turn black. When the earth halts, then don't look back. Hold me closer. Can you feel my heart? We can conquer and win back all. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave the space and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. The embers glowing, we're waiting for the blaze, ascending from the ashes, bonfires in the haze. Standing tall now, your feet are on the ground. You fought your demons, nothing breaks you down. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night.
Welcome back, guys, to the Analyst Carpet Space after game number 2, as Gen G were able to tie up the score 1-1 here. Playing that one a little bit cleaner, I would say. They got to their power spikes with all of that poke, and were finally able to put the nail in the coffin.
There were definitely some issues in terms of how Damwon Kia played out the early late game to the final parts of the game. Some item builds that we weren't huge fans of on both sides, but from the drafting phase, I felt very good about Damwon Kia's chances of taking this win. They had the Malphite counter pick. The AP Kaisa lock-in at the end doesn't synergize extremely well with this draft, does add a lot of poke and diversifies your damage profile in terms of that poke, but didn't feel like there was a consistent damage output. There wasn't a true 80 carry here for Gen G. I was very worried about how that was going to stack up against the LeBlanc pick potential and the Ezreal on the other side. But Damwon Kia, in some of those later fights, Birdall was put in a position where he actually had to punish Doran, and he overstepped several times, and Chovy was there to pick up the pieces. Chovy caught them so many times, and Birdall's nickname in Korea is Byeokdol, which basically means brick wall, and he plays a lot of weak side. But this is a weak side counter pick champion where he actually had to pull the trigger and be aggressive. I think some of his, lack of veterancy, his inexperience definitely showed in the second game.
Yeah, I would agree. I don't think that Damwon Kia particularly played out this game very well. I think that game number 1, they were kind of given a clean route to the victory, essentially, by being given the free Baron and then kind of just going off of that. Once you get the Baron, you push the lanes. It's kind of simple. From this, I don't know. I think after the mid-game happened, they messed up a couple of engages. They fell behind and they looked kind of lost. They were really struggling against the poke. They did not really get any clean engages front to back. The Malphite should have had value, but it didn't. And yeah, it was kind of sad. I kind of agree with you with that. I think that eventually Gen G kind of just got a free lane themselves towards the late game with all of that poke. But we do have some replays. Let's go ahead and take a look at the first one here.
So notice where Bertel is and where he doesn't have vision of the rest of Gen G collapsing down. Doran would never be in a position like this at all, ever, in any scenario, if he didn't have backup. And yet Damwon Kia still feel the need to engage here because they're like, well, Doran's just crazy, man. Why is he out here like this? But the reality is Peanut's here, right? And Chovy's here. And they follow up here and turn this into an excellent trade for them, and it gets them a turret. That was not the first nor the last time we saw moments like that for Bertel. When he saw Doran in his side lane, he was like, well, I'm going to press the ult. I'm the counter pick Malphite, and he's going to go in, and then he gets caught. And Ocean Rift played a huge factor in this. Chovy was able to catch him and other players several times because he had so much more brush to work with on the Ahri pick.
Especially around the Dragon, we saw that multiple times where just a charm would fly out as Bertel's trying to go forward and trying to position as a tank, and then he just gets blown up 100-0. It's like, oh, I guess we just don't get the Dragon. That denied them the first Ocean Soul. They ended up getting it in the second fight for the Ocean Soul, but it ended up not mattering. Whereas it should have. You have this Malphite against all the AD, you have the Ocean Soul against all the poke. Like, there should have been ways for Damwon to win this game with the draft and the way the game went, but it just wasn't meant to be. Gen G outplayed them pretty harshly there. So we're going to take a look at replay number 2 as well at this top fight here.
Gen G on the wrong side of the map, you could argue, but they have a lot of brush to work with here. The positioning is very good from Ruler, and it's very difficult for Damwon Kia to actually engage. And Gen G identified the best opportunity Damwon Kia have to engage is the Malphite. They forced him to ult away, so he's actually no longer an issue in this fight. He cannot do nothing. He's a paperweight, essentially. Let's look at Ruler's positioning. He puts Showmaker at half health, fully for free. And then the Everfrost comes out, and once again, set up here from Chovy, and these engages, so fantastic. Untouched here, and again, Charm goes on to Bertel, and he just can't do anything without his ultimate. And so many times he was caught because he was trying to ult in or trying to set up for an ultimate, was too slow. In this case, had to ult away. And this is what was mentioned on the cast, is Lehen's coming over here and catching Duck Dom, is why Gen G are able to decisively win this instead of retreating, because otherwise they would have had to get out of here. Duck Dom has too much range, he has the longer, damage output in this fight, but a great play from Lehen's with the Hex Splash actually catches him there, and this is the fight that wins the game.
Yeah, you see the value of the Kai'Sa too, just poking the entire time, and with the hybrid build is able to go in and burst you down as well. So you see that, especially from the head. You can do some crazy stuff with the Kai'Sa. Let's take a look at the player of the game for game number 2. It will be Chovy, and he had an incredible game.
Now, they picked red side, and they picked Hecarim Ahri with the Karma up, and the Karma Ezreal bottom lane is why I thought this pick was going to fall off big time in the late game. Then he ended up building into the Banshee's Veil, into a comp that can proc it so easily. And you and I were kind of scratching our heads going like, I don't know if this is going to work. I like the cooldown boots. We thought he was going to go Horizon Focus, as was mentioned on the cast, especially into this Malphite. It's so strong. But it didn't matter. At the end of the day, whether his item build or no, he carried this game. He punished so many plays, and Bertel, who was very indecisive on this Malphite, really just couldn't actually pull the trigger at the right times. It was so often set up by Lehen's and Chovy's charms, the stuns, the solar flares. It was blown up first in so many team fights. I think we'll probably see some votes for Peanut, who had a very confident game of Hecarim, extremely aggressive, playing around vision super well. But, you and I were also kind of, I think, on the same page. We would have liked an Ornn pick here because it gives you non-committal CC. You don't actually have to stand up at the front. You might get charmed by the Ahri. Wow, 12 out of 13.
And a big fat media kick W there for the Ruler vote, which I guess he presses buttons very well as well.
He pressed the W a lot.
Got some good poke damage in. But guys, that's going to do it for us here on the Analyst Carpet Space. Back to the casters for Game 3.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. We don't even need to go into it. It's like a broken record with these votes. And let's just get into it. We do have match point on the line for either of these teams. With a victory here, Gen G right now looking like the more powerful team.
And honestly, I don't know if there's anything that Damwon Kia can do after 2 games where it looks, oh boy, that's something.
Well, Hoya's coming in. We haven't seen him since the beginning of the season. And it wasn't great. He did get a haircut though, and so maybe that is going to help. But this is definitely a sign. Damwon Kia are going to choose red side. Wow. If you've ever heard about pressure in a best of 5. What Hoya is feeling is like that times 100. Because not only that, but his reputation is not very good at the moment. But they just, I guess, want to have some fresh blood there towards that top side. Bertel had a pretty forgettable game 2 there on the Malphite. Let's see what Hoya's been doing.
It's interesting because while Bertel's second game was definitely a very unfortunate one, I think his first game was fine. Honestly, at an overall really good impact.
Yeah.
So the swapping out for Hoya, we will never know what happened behind the scenes. Maybe Bertel himself requested it. Maybe it was a call from Danny saying, hey, we need a different champion pool here. But I'm with you. I have been secretly waiting for Hoya to be a force to be reckoned with in the LCK, because he actually was one of the players that consistently got very high solo queue finishes, but throughout the entirety of this split, he was a huge liability, honestly, compared to even the early weeks of Bertel. So this swap, very high risk. Wonder whether the R5 counterpick is going to be invested into that top side. Wouldn't surprise me. And
I wonder what he has planned.
yeah,
having a look at his solo queue, nothing really standing out necessarily. Has played a bit of the Ornn that we were calling for, things like that, but it's kind of all over the place when it comes to the champions that he has been playing, and very meta stuff, so nothing too crazy that I can see here. Of course, a lot of these things have been hidden, and the Jace going to finally be banned away here by ㅣ2022. Not going to see that for Doran, but they are going to lock away the Karma themselves. Could just be Karma Ezreal. Of course, Ruler, pretty good on the Ezreal, if you watched Ruler ever.
yeah. Hopefully he does buy a Mythic. Kind of Mythic passives are even on champions like Ezreal, they're really good.
They are.
I would like to see one next time around. Be it lethality, be it even
I just
AP
want the
one.
Prowler's Claw. I want to see the Prowler's Claw Ezreal in the LCK.
Well, not today. As Rise gonna get locked. Oh, maybe. I don't presume to know the future. As Rise getting locked in, we have. I'd say this is 100% a no-brainer, because Canyon on Viego was not it.
Nope.
As much as there should be criticism levied towards Bertel, Canyon also had a uncharacteristically bad game. And Lee, much more comfort than any of the other picks that we've seen thus far.
Has also just been very successful in the LCK, especially recently. Genji going to lock away that very powerful bottom lane. And yeah, Ezreal Ahri actually sounding pretty scary, although Rise lanes into the Ahri quite effectively, especially early. But still, the Ezreal certainly feeling like a huge power point here for Genji. Genji going to attempt to teach ㅣ2022 exactly how this bottom lane 2v2 is supposed to be played out. Dr. and Kellen did a great job in game number 2, especially in the laning phase.
They were not the problem.
No, and now the shoe is going to be on the other foot. 10 seconds to go, Chovy. A lot of choices that he can make now. Galio being considered. This is something that has been, you know, up or down as far as the answer to the Rise is concerned. And we'll see what they augment this with, because now it's kind of, you know, Camille and the Diana stock kind of going through the roof. But I would expect a Camille ban at least for ㅣ2022.
Interestingly enough, while I do agree that that's a direction you can take, can also say our Kiteback is amazing. We're just going to pick up another poke champion, although with Jace out, it's going to be a little bit harder. And just play around Ruler, right? Like a true Ruler 1v9 comp. And ㅣ2022 going to preemptively take away the Camille and then presumably ban away a couple of the more popular counter picks that Doran might otherwise pull out, and also not having to waste a ban on the Camille themselves to make sure that ㅣ2022 actually gets to play the video game.
Yeah, Hoya now with a champion that has a lot of agency as the game goes on, and of course we are going to have our eyes glued to the top lane as far as if or not the Camille can actually get to an advantageous position. Pressure continuing to mount here onto Hoya. As the Renekton going to be banned away from Doran, trying to shore up that top lane matchup as best as they can. Nautilus is going to be taken away as well from Kellen. Just the bottom lane to be locked in from ㅣ2022, but we're looking for jungle and top for Genji.
Damwon, I would not be surprised to see them go for a Kai'Sa comp themselves. So I think Nautilus Leona as bans here would make a lot of sense to take away a lot of the most reliable hard engage threats that are available here. Poppy, no surprise. Peanut, very good at the champion and good into literally every single thing.
Yep.
I guess Rice doesn't have a dash, but I'm pretty sure there are going to be more champions for Damakia that are not going to benefit from that. And this is, thus far, I think a large edge for Gen G. As there is the Leona ban indeed, there are many ways in which they can kite back. And Damakia at this point kind of shoehorned into going full dive, but I actually think Galio is great into dive as well. It works with dive, but the counter dive that he provides with his ultimate is really, really good. This is a knockdown special. Definitely something that, when it pops off,
yeah, we
can
saw
do
this
very well.
the first time these two teams met up. The Samira did end up coming out, but it will be Yuumi instead. Okay, that's their answer to the Karma. Look, we were having a conversation about this. We saw the Yuumi get banned away last time around. We don't know whether it necessarily manages to win. In this matchup, does have a bit more sustain, but the lane pressure is just not going to be there. And of course, is very diveable in the early game. Graves looking like the matchup. Fun fact, Hoya recently won a game of Camille in solo queue, and he was laning against the Graves. So
GG.
For all of you who are looking for Hoya to have a better performance, he's had some practice recently in this matchup.
Hooray!
Yeah, that was a day ago. So there we go.
Was it against Doran as well?
Nope, it was definitely not.
That's unfortunate. That would have been perfect. And this gives the Genji comp or a GemT comp the opportunity to even further go for this. Either you play very far back and you use your Galio, your Nocturnal defensively, or, which is what I'm expecting, you go in. And it's interesting because into half of this composition, I think Xayah is a great pick, but into the Ezreal specifically, it's not going to feel amazing. I do think that while the Ezreal might be a problem, you do have the necessary lockdown in the Camille. I think Camille's one of the best top lanes to have into an Ezreal because it provides a definitive answer that many other picks just can't get. And Xayah is very, very good into the entire top half of Gen G. So I like the second pivot here from Damwon, but on an individual level, I'm very worried for Hoya. And to add to that, I do think that the bot side is going to have a complete lack of prio. So Showmaker and Canyon going to have to do a lot of heavy lifting here.
They absolutely are. They should get priority in that mid lane like you were talking about. But I'm looking at the Nocturne Galio. I mean, this is a combo that we were talking about years ago, right? That looked extraordinarily difficult to fight against.
It is.
Just because you throw down a Nocturne, he gets a big circle around him, everyone goes into the sky, and it's just a good time for the Nocturne, especially with the Strybreaker build, being able to slow everyone down, try and keep them in that circle so that all that CC does connect. I really love the cohesiveness of Gen G's draft here. Damwon Kia, a lot of good individual power in a lot of areas, but just doesn't feel like it has the same identity that is very strong with what Gen G has here. And this is pivotal. Remember, this is match point on the line for both of these teams. Everything evened out. We've got a best of 3. This is technically game 1 of a regular season match. We'll see who's going to be able to put themselves in that fantastic position of match point, being able to move forward towards that final against T1 in just under a week's time. T1 obviously sitting at home going, well, I reckon we can take him.
Yeah.
I imagine they're not too worried. This has not been the cleanest thus far.
Even with the 1-1 scoreline, to me, Gen G has felt like the better team for most of it.
Yep.
Whereas we have seen, obviously, in game number 1, that Damwon Kia was able to crucially outsmart them at times. When you look at the head-to-head matchups, I think that Gen G have been able to showcase why they are currently, or where they were, and they'd rather the split 15-3. Only losses that were not COVID-related to T1. And gonna be seeing Hoya here, playing a pick that he definitely is comfortable on, but as you pointed out, being subbed in the second game of a, or third game rather, of a very important best of 5 is going to be an incredible amount of pressure and is going to be something that we might see work out very well. But fact remains that Hoya has not been seen for a long time, that Birdle has slowly improved, as we saw in games like just now. Still a liability at times, but Damon's got to have a lot of faith to sub someone in at such a crucial moment, and can only hope that Hoya is actually able to reward that faith.
Yeah, look, I'm not going to be too excited about it until we see what Hoya is going to be capable of here. I don't want to create expectations or anything like that. As already, Kellen and Dr. I'm trying to fight it out against Lehen. Ruler, decent little trade there from Kellen, getting a bit of money.
Kellen going Zoomies first. It's very interesting.
Yeah, trying to get that sustained. Of course, that is the advantage you have as the cat on a book. But it does mean that you cannot attach, which is a little bit of a worry. Chovy going to get bullied here, as expected, in this mid lane.
No, you have to, right? It's just you don't have your projectile.
Yeah.
Yeah. So then, what do? Kind of hang out?
Yeah, it's a bit of hanging out. Seems to be what's happening. Level 2 gone gained first as Nocturne Galio. This is the win rate, 11-7. Very, very good. Was very popular a little while ago. And was certainly one of the great ways to utilize the Nocturne, as that's a little bit of an unfortunate Justice Punch, but a great Rune Prison there from Showmaker. Oh no, bit of a zoom. Thank you very much, Jonas Strong. It's -1 in the chat. And Hoya taking a bit of damage. We'll have to keep our eye on that top lane just to see how well Hoya is doing. We just never really got to see what Hoya was good at. Be it here in Damonkia in the beginning of the season, or last year either, or even prior to that, right? Hoya just never really found himself competitively outside of, what we saw in solo queue, like you already illustrated, has been pretty highly ranked. Right now is around 200 and something in Korean solo queue, so not exactly up to where he has been in the past. As Kellen, look for Lehens, gets snared a little bit here as Ruler diving forward. Blade Caller from Doctor, I'm trying to even out the trade, isn't able to do so just yet, but trading health bars going to work out better for the Yuumi lane. And double scuttles.
Yeah. We're able to pick up both of those thanks to the Prior on top side. Ooh.
That is a ward that is going to get some value as Showmaker is going to walk over some vision moving down here. That is going to be Peanut with a decent spell shield, but Damonkia's bottom lane's moving over as well, and Peanut is going to go down for first blood. That is Canyon picking it up. And that is a bit of a blunder here for the Gen G jungler.
Oh, big value on the ward there. Note that obviously Ruler and the hands also know that Ken is there and they have to respect him, which means they can't get the full crash on the wave.
Yeah, good little snare though, as Kellen's taking a lot of damage. Doesn't have you and me, and the Ignite's going to tick down. That is just straight up out on a book for dinner. They got it for free.
He couldn't W. He was just walk up, Karma roots him, and then your Yuumi goes on cooldown and you die.
Yeah.
That's very bad.
I think that he tried to use it.
Well, he did, yeah,
yeah.
a second too late, but that's not... I mean, that's still...
and that's a solid, okay, 2v2 kill. 2v1 kill, I guess, is now Hoya fighting against Doran. Canyon moving up towards the top side. No flash to come out, because of course it doesn't exist for this Camille. Doran going down very, very low as the flash comes out, and Canyon locks down his second kill of the game. That is a great start for Hoya. We'll see whether he can continue pushing it through.
Well, key thing is mostly that Canyon is able to equalize the kill score, right? Because Gen G, overall, getting huge trades on bot side as a crucial misstep from Kellen.
어, 묶었다 이거.
Yeah, there you go. That was attempt last second and doesn't get it. Only
우리 압박 못해.
quote
우리
unquote
조합에.
upside is that it goes to the hands, but then this kill goes to Ruler and it's just disaster.
Yep, and Lahen's just calling for more pressure as well, as Ruler just gets right underneath the turret. Karma able to tank things out, as we're going to check out this top lane play as well. Meanwhile, picture-in-picture, we're just checking out the mid lane. Not too much happening, and they get the flash as well. This is all just really good news for Damwon top side of the map, but all bad news on the bottom side.
And with Ignite now gone, does mean that Hoya is going to have to bide his time for a little bit, but as soon as that is available, Doran with no flash is going to be a tasty target. And Ruler, especially once he picks up this wave, is going to be so far ahead. Canyon, up 2 kills. Better spread that influence around the rest of the map, because every single lane is struggling. Chovy, again, has a lead.
Yeah, no, his Galio farm situations are always just a problem.
Yep. And of course, Showmaker was visited a few times, but like even then, this is such a consistent trend, and this kind of ties into what we've been seeing, is that Gen G is just not able to match Damwon Kia generally. Or sorry, other way around. Damwon Kia is not able to match Gen G when it comes to just straight up laning.
Yeah.
It's been a consistent story. The one time that Gen G or Damwon Kia won was because of how smart they were. And when I say how smart they were, is Gen G sent 4 people to kill Showmaker, then they didn't kill them.
Yeah.
Outside of that, it's mainly been the story of Gen G getting the leads, just about playing them out properly. That's something that they have struggled with.
Yeah, it's been largely about, can Gen G use the advantages that they have to actually kill a Nexus? Zoya going to go in for the hook shot. The answering damage going to be pretty good there from Doran with the end of the line. The Graves continuing to push this one forward. Still very even on farm in the top lane. As Gen G just putting pressure on everywhere outside of mid. Canyon going to come back to the top lane, and he's unseen. As Hextech Ultimatum comes down, Doran nowhere to go right now as Canyon's going to move in. He's going to find the safeguard, and Doran just tries to deal with the minion wave. Everyone just diving into the smoke screen, and Canyon is going to donate the kill over to Hoya. It was almost a little bit of a worry there, but isn't going to actually be a problem. As Showmaker is going to do some damage here to Peanut, but manages to get that attack speed with his spell shield and avoids taking too much damage from the rise.
Peanut doesn't care. He has Chovy with him as well, so no, he's never had any threat there. Really big, and this is such a big difference from what we're seeing here from Kane as well. Paying, way more attention towards the top side, and more importantly, ganks are working out. Now Hoya picks up a lead, and this is definitely the type of matchup where if you get ahead as the Camille, on cooldown, when you have Ignite and Hextech, you go in, and then you kill him.
Yeah.
And then you just keep doing that, and that is not going to get much better. The ward will get spotted. And Canyon at least going to clear that with the prio that he has right now. Camille's wave clear, of course, not great, so don't know if he actually wants to go for it. Doesn't look like it, and I think that is the safer bet, but...
Yeah, okay, there's the
bot
Mandarin
side.
here. In goes Ruler, but immediately they throw out the last chapter. Kellen trying to answer, but they get the flash and the heal out of the Ezreal. Definitely good news for Damwon in that regard. Not having the cat on a book ulti, certainly something to worry about. Isn't going to be too much of an issue, I don't believe, as the Drake is just going to get taken here by Peanut. Showmaker going to get the flash out from Peanut. That is so much respect for Canyon and Showmaker making their way in. That is going to be the Drake secured by the Lee Sin as Peanut. Paranoia goes down. He grabs himself the spell shield as the heroic entrance comes down. Canyon gonna get taken out, and Ruler gets himself the kill. So yes, they leash the Drake for Damwon, but then they kill the jungler.
Cool, that is a trait that I'm not sure you're going to be super happy about as Gen G. The kill pickup is big, and it went to Ruler as well. So in terms of gold being distributed, it's amazing. Only thing is that it helps Damwon a little bit in getting to a possible Drake, and I do think that the late game of this composition's very interesting. Crucially, that if Canyon can actually trade 1-for-1, it is just an absolute win. But doesn't find Peanut just yet. Hence also providing some great assistance there. As I don't know what we were looking again at this, because it was, yeah, he presses R on him.
Yeah. Doran is inside the ultimatum.
And then dies.
Then dies, yeah. That is the analysis. Thank you.
Hoya also not getting the perfect sweep and whatnot. Doesn't really matter, as clearly they saw Peanut go into the pit with that bot side ward, and then, yeah, immediate response comes through. But crucially, with the bot side prio being as it is never going to be the ability for the rest of Damwon Kia to actually join this fight. Shield from Chovy, shield from Lahans is going to keep people alive, and the rest of Damwon is like, yeah, we can't. We're not going to fight that.
I really love that Peanut also just like tips his hat.
Of course he does.
To the rest of his teammates, just say thank you very much for all of the shielding and the help. It's another reason why the Nocturne Galio combination works out so well, because you allow the Nocturne to actually be a little bit tankier than what he would otherwise be. It's going to be Shelly being started up once again though, and Hoya does have access to the river here on top side. Slight CS advantage as well, as his Camille has been working out so far this game. Certainly very early days, but pleasantly surprised. As Ruler going to get his second plate, so even though this Herald goes down, not exactly the hugest of deals for Gen G. Those 2 plates have already been picked up.
This is very reminiscent of the previous game, where the top side of this time around is ㅅ, last time around it was Gen G, is getting a major lead. As, yeah, I don't think they're going to ever go for that, knowing that Chovy is on the loose.
Yep.
We'll get spotted in the ward there as well. But crucially, it is this time around Ruler's Ezreal that has a way bigger lead than Dogdom did in the previous game, right? Like, look, 2-0, 30 farm ahead. Just absolute pressure play coming through here. ㅅ did go for the Triforce, which is nice. I do think that the extra mobility speed helps a lot with keeping up with the Graves. And a lot of the other very, very fast mobile characters on the enemy team. And
Canyon starting up this blue buff here. Ruler off to the side. They're not going to go for anything too aggressive. You can see Showmaker holding back Chovy as best he can as Canyon locks down the blue buff for himself. Will continue on his merry way through his own jungle. Is behind in farm as, of course, Peanut is on Nocturne. Nocturne pretty good at farming out the jungle.
he is. Loves the full clear. Passive, of course, nerfed for the laning phase, but monsters still making you very, very snacky. And I wouldn't have minded Callan going for an AP angle here. Tank Rise notoriously unreliable when it comes to late game damage, but you will have enough damage, true damage from ㅅ, and both Dogdom and Kayn are going to be fine in the later stage of the game as well, as well, they're going to be invested specifically into Showmaker.
Yeah, trying to get him a bit of an advantage. Of course, Canyon going to be here with a bit of money himself. There it goes. A cute little safeguard there to bait out the taunt. Peanut moves on over. Canyon just going to try and fight him out of this one. Does manage to get the shield, but that is about it. We are just going to go back to farming. Another plate going over to Ruler here as that lead only extends on the bottom side. Yeah, Damwon, their eyes are going to be glued to what this Ezreal is doing because he is 100% the problem.
And the problem, to add to that, it's not just Ezreal, it's the control that Gen G has gotten for that team. Look at the bot side vision.
Yeah.
Showmaker, he can walk over and then he hits like 3 wards and well, I'm not gonna bother doing anything here because this is not gonna work out. And Ruler is very accelerated, as mentioned previously. Now finally the Eclipse dump. Ruler already sitting on the cool fields as well. With his Essence Reaver, 3 bot side plates, no surprises there. Herald getting a little bit of value. And level 11 now, Ignite available. Maybe they go for Doran here.
Yeah, manages to get the second activation as well. He's real dead. That is going to be hookshot used to escape as well. And when your Camille has the ability to hookshot out after a fight, you know that things are going okay.
Preshow here, immediate response from Gen G. We'll be going for the second Drake. Gonna have a very powerful soul here. Don't know which one it's going to be yet. And looking like an Infernal Rift. A lot of champions that like that one. And
oh yeah.
Honestly, after a game where we saw the top side of ㅅ get demolished, this time around, it's Doran on the receiving end of it, but it's the rest of his team benefiting as Ruler picks up the first turret blood, crucially, before Damwon can trade on top.
Pretty crazy as well that ㅅ, they sub in ㅅ for the first time in what feels like years, but it has been, you know, half a split or something like that. ㅅ's debut games for ㅅ were bad. They were not good at all. But now they're playing around him as well. They're investing in this Camille. A lot is going to come down to ㅅ's impact in the late game. And that is a lot to put on his shoulders as we go further and further into this.
Yes, but he also has Yumi.
Yeah, no, that's even more.
Well, no,
they're like, ㅅ, bus driver, let's go.
Well, I just think that if you're a fat carry and you have a Yumi, then carrying becomes a little easier.
That is true.
It actually takes away some of the pressure because you know you have a cat in the book.
Yeah.
Shouting behind you. Go, 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 go,
also,
go, go, go.
You have a blind guy with a tea-towel. There's a little bit of extra shielding.
I just don't think that's going to be the difference maker.
No.
I think with Lee Sin, it's more about spiritual guidance.
That's true.
Again, I don't think there's a lot that Doran can do here. It's more about what the counterplay on the rest of the map is.
Showmaker. Yeah, they're from Chovy. Knight is going to go down. That is going to be the stopwatch. Manages to at least, oh no. Wasn't quite able to wait out the paranoia or anything like that. Activates for a little bit longer than that. Atlas says, we've got a bit of a fight here. Tactical sweep comes down. Hoya does have the ulti. Elects not to use it just yet. As now Canyon going to get found by Lehen. Safeguards his way out. So that is going to be a successful pick onto Showmaker. And looks like there's not going to be too much of an answer elsewhere on the map, as Lehen's just seems to be running amok this time around.
Value of the Nocturne right there. Hoya crucially doesn't have his Ignite, so he doesn't want to flip it. Probably wins the 1v1, but there's no need for him to risk it. And the threat of a Galio is always going to be there. Chovy, indeed, in the general vicinity. And any play that Damwon needs to go for, they need to be ready for those two globals.
Yep, okay. Doran under this inner turret right now. Feeling the pressure. Is this Graves? 40 CS lead from Ruler. As you can see, they're both just farming out in this mid lane for now. Dr. Trying to stay up, trying to stay relevant. But it's getting more and more difficult as this game goes on. Ruler with the slight range advantage, that extra poke damage and things like this. See, these Mystic shots really starting to hurt. Essence Reaver and Manamune both online. Transformation imminent.
Oh!
Peanut possibly caught out yet again, but the heroic entrance comes down. Knock up onto Hoya, and he's going to get the chain CC, but Hextech Ultimatum comes in. Hoya trying to keep himself alive. The rest of the team just gets behind him, and they lock down the kill onto Doran. Now the stun onto Chovy. The block of the Justice Punch, and he has to flash to get himself out. Ruler trying to get the damage down as Canyon tanking Mystic shots, but it's just one target after the other for Damwon Kia. The hook shot. But Hoya not going to dive on top of Ruler this time. Really good feathers to come out from Dr. But Ruler, I think, is going to be safe here just for now, as there's the paranoia from Peanut. Gets a decent shield, but I have a feeling he's going to go down, and Kellen is the one that picks up that kill. Overly aggressive from Gen G. And Damwon Kia just going to walk it out.
This is a dream scenario for Damwon. This is what the Moonstone value, the Yuumi value comes in, and we're not even that deep into the game. This is only going to get worse, and that is a crucial moment here for Damwon, who are slowly dropping out of this game. They get the Herald, they get a couple of key fights, as Lance doesn't quite fight the cancel, but this influx of gold, I think, was a very, very important necessity, a big moment here. And it starts off with Damwon Kia baiting out the ultimate, right? You're waiting for the hero's entrance, you know it's going to come. But then the decision from from Gen G rather, to fight without Ruler actually there into a Yuumi comp that you know is going to love these extended skirmishes just backfires immensely. And even though I think this is a little bit of overchasing what we're seeing here, and the health bars get somewhat scarily low, the amount of gold that has been gained by this is going to be really, really big for Damwon. Wondering what they're going to be able to get on the backs as display. No idea.
Yeah, this was not it.
No.
That was full vision for Peanut there. Just thinking that he had more. Inspire Shield not exactly going to make you invincible.
Ooh, I don't think the spikes hit by Damwon were big enough though to get them to actually be able to contest this. A lot of ultimates, a lot of cooldowns being used.
Yeah, also, the reset timing didn't quite work out, so Gen G just going to burst this one as now Hoya, oh no, wasn't able to kill the minion in time. He gets the hook shot. Is going to try and find his way out as Justice Punch comes in for Chovy. Is going to avoid the taunt, but I think Hoya is still dead here. Can he get out, though, is the question. He does hook shot over. Blast Cone. What? Just goes straight up into the sky. Not exactly the optimal move. As Winds of War just barely are going to miss him. He is on vision. The rest of Damwon, what can they actually do? As Hoya goes straight on vision here as well. Doran trying to run down. This is Yakety Sax music time. Absolutely, and Hoya, I think, will be able to get the execute. There we go. Where has this guy been all season, Chronicler?
He's been powering up, Atlas! Powering up, waiting for
Has he been in the hyperbolic time chamber this whole time?
We were waiting for the secret pick, but it turns out it was the secret player. I mean, he got executed. It was well done. But if he had a better blast code, he might have just...
Yeah, I know. Going straight up into the sky was not exactly the optimal.
It was a stylish move.
It was definitely.
It was
cool.
a show of dominance.
Yeah.
And now gold. That even, because while Gen G were on a merry chase around the rifts, Damwon Kia just shoved in waves, took a couple of camps, and now I gotta say, it's all going to be execution. I do think as Hoya, used the hook shot, avoids crucially that fear, then uses the activation on the Hextech Ultimatum to dodge the taunt, and then, yeah, that's a crucial misclick. But he doesn't actually get hit by the Duskbringer.
Avoids the Duskbringer, there you go.
Yeah, and then it's Camille with, at this point, Shumi went Q-Max, which is what we mostly see, but at this point your cooldown on hookshot is still going to be very, very low. And gets out, not giving any gold to his opponents, just gets the quick back.
Yeah, and also one thing that we've sort of failed to talk about here is Doran. In this game, 0-4-0, the Graves. Not looking great. We know that Doran has been up and down so far this season. And we know that sometimes these high-pressure games can get to the player, right? He often can be emotional. And right now, not having the greatest one, we'll see how that mental is going to cope with the remainder of the series. Of course, it's not over after this game, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, just match point for either team. Whoever wins this is going to have that advantage heading towards the next one. 22 minutes in, gold absolutely even. As Shirley down relatively low, looking for that next charge, but it looks like Damwon are going to give her up.
Yeah, I would advise against overextending into a Renekton or into a Nocturne Galio comp.
I'd agree.
Yeah, it's not good.
I reckon that's pretty good.
Save that. Yeah, save that.
Showmaker clearing out vision here. 2, 1, and 2 at the moment on the rise. It's been rather quiet this whole series, but has been one of our most reliable rise players this season. Was the first one to discover how to win on it.
Took a while.
It certainly did for a lot of our players, and then it looked broken.
Additionally, I feel like it's the first time this series that we've had a moment to breathe.
Yeah,
this is the
kind of
first
valuing
time it's slowed down a little bit.
Are there any stories you want to tell, Chronicler?
I made a great hummus recently. I mean, you were one of the benefactors of it.
Yeah.
And I was nervous.
I've been a bit of a connoisseur of hummus as well in the past.
You're a big enjoyer, and I really value your opinion.
Well, it was great. It was really good. I really like the overuse of garlic. Definitely is going to be the true sign of a good hummus.
Oh yeah, I threw like 6 or 7 roasted cloves.
That's absolutely
right into
what you need to do. More garlic, the better. The only way you can improve anything when it comes to hummus is just more garlic. You've probably just not put in enough. In fact, if all the ingredients are just garlic and you're just eating garlic, it's probably the best hummus in the universe.
Well, I don't want to go that far. I'm not that much of a
slightly facetious,
chaotic hummus enjoyer. But
and he's going to lock down a blue buff. That is what's happening in the video game. 200 gold is the lead here for Gen G, as Hoya is going to push this lane in. Lens lying in wait.
Crucially, 40 seconds. We have the Drake coming through, and basically everything's available, right? We have every single ultimate, every single summoner, and this fight is going to either get Gen G to soul point, which we've already talked about to death, how important it is, or it's going to get Damwon keying on still even footing, and thus far that's been the story. Crucially, 2 item spikes hit across the board for Damwon, barring Callan of course, but Orban Yumi is always going to feel very, very good. And then looking at Gen G, obviously Ruler is very, very strong, actually hitting 3 as Peanut says. Thank you.
Yeah. Access to the smite is going to help out there. And he's got another charge, so that'll be back up again for this Infernal that has been started. Canyon rotating over, and he lands the Q. Showmaker moves on over here as well. They managed to keep the Drake leashed, and it is going to be secured here. Drakes are even. Heroic Entrance comes down. Will find no value as True Shot Barrage is going to miss onto Canyon, but he's out of the fight. He's taking the cat with him, but doesn't even matter as Damwon are just trying to fight this one out. 3 versus 5. Showmaker eating some honey fruit, slowing himself down, but it is going to be the rest of the team making their way back. Canyon has full health now, as he just secured some popcorn chickens, but they take the Drake. They can just get out.
Oh, absolutely crucial game. Crucial play right here from Canyon. Get the Drake, and the entirety of Damwon show how strong they are. This is the value of the tank rise. This is the moment where the pick is so incredibly strong.
Yeah.
And just stand there. Oh, Voodoo on a ward.
Okay.
Found. Oh, now Canyon.
Yeah, Peanut does get himself the shield. Has to flash as Hoya does find his mark. Positioning's been good this game as Chovy was looking to try and come in. Does throw out the taunt just for the damage reduction. As Lahan's not going to be walking anyone this game. At least not for now as Hoya baits it, gets out. And now Damwon, man, this is just in and out for both of these teams, trying to find the optimal engage, neither team finding it.
And this is where the Yumi value comes in again. This is where Moonstone over these elongated skirmishes is going to give you so much value. Double death stance available as well.
Yeah.
The members of Damonkia deceptively tanky.
Well,
Going to start this up on Vision.
Yeah, ward in the back of the pit is
Definitely
going
a
to mean
trap.
that Canyon is not going to continue on this one. Outer turret in this mid lane. Under fire as Hoya trying to move in. Does have that cat like you were talking about, trying to avoid all of these skill shots. Does so very well. Chovy is going to slink off towards the southern side of the mid lane. It's just all jostling for position.
Oh, it's
How
so
are
back
we
and
talking
forth.
about Hummus before when it's just so intense now?
The LCK finds a way, Atlas.
It does. It definitely does.
With that Drake being taken also means we're couldn't possibly be further away from an Elder Flip, which I think is a huge win, considering how game one went.
Oh no, don't talk about it.
I don't want to remember it, but I unfortunately do as a pivotal player from Canyon, and I think a little bit too much time being given, or and space being given here. But the tankiness and survivability that Lee has in this scenario, especially with Yumi, really coming up huge. And then Showmaker is just a turret.
He's a monster.
He's just a turret, and Hoya and Doctum still have an incredible amount of damage. Crucially also, wasn't available for Doctum there, so he can't actually hard commit at the risk of running into a Feather Storm. And barring Ruler, the rest of the Genji comp does have a pretty big range issue. And that's something that we're starting to see here, but yeah, Ruler's poke hurts so much, and that part's great. But you probably need more than that, and the engages into the Damwon comp I think are really hard. There's Yumi, there's Ryze, tanky Ryze in particular. There's an Azaya that is, sure, behind the monstrously fat Ezreal, but is still getting close to Cyril does. And if you step up and don't do well, you still get 100-0'd by a recall.
Yeah, I find it really interesting talking about the range as well, because Damwon's comp, not high range at all, but the fact that Genji doesn't have range back means that Damwon's composition is so much more viable. Right? Because if there was a Jace, for example, like what does Damwon do? I mean, they just take shock blasts over and over until they have to leave, and then Genji takes what they want. That's what we saw in the first couple of games. This time, Damwon, it feels like they are actually able to play the game as good arcane shift from Ruler, but he has been caught out. He's trying to get out of here, but Hoya says absolutely not. He is going to go golden there as well. Can he actually conclude the fight, though, is the question. The lockdown is great onto Peanut, but he is going to press his stopwatch button and survives for a little while, not long enough, as now the party is going to be there to join Chovy, who will try and take some popcorn chicken on his way out, but he's not even allowed to do that. Gate crashes are not allowed. And Showmaker now just going to continue pushing as the rest of Damwon are going to take a Baron.
It's the secret weapon, Atlas! Secret weapon Hoya! And it's working!
He has been training for this all season!
This was the plan all along. As it's Showmaker that sets the play. Showmaker immediately flashes forward, finds the route, and then that in of itself opens up the opportunity for Hoya. And as we pointed out at the beginning of the game, there is one laner, top laner, I think, that does this better than anyone else. It's Camille. Because no matter how much ability you have as Ezreal, you're not getting out of that Hextech ultimatum. There is just no way.
Yeah. I mean, he did manage to already travel a screen before the Hextech ultimatum came down, but once that happened,
not enough.
No, not getting anywhere.
Not enough, even through the hero's entrance. And with that, we have Damonkia taking a definitive lead here in terms of gold.
It's going to look, the gold graph is going to look like a little bit more intense version of game one.
It is.
If Damonkia win this game.
Oh.
As right now, the tides feel like they have been turning.
G8
Gold
as
lead's
well.
not massive, but yeah, like you were saying, that's 3 items for Camille. She is terrifying. Highest level in the game. As Chovy throwing out the Winds of War. They're trying to control the back of the pit here for what is soul point for both teams in this game. Match point for both teams. Peanut, Spell Shield now on cooldown as in goes Canyon. Tries to find it, but everyone just presses their stopwatch button and Canyon is going to get taken down. That could be a huge problem. Heroic entrance to come down just to protect the rest of Genji. True Shot Barrage flies to Narnia. But already they have the advantage that they were looking for. No smite available for Damwon. Uncharacteristic mistake here for Canyon.
Not something we often see, but a really big mistake nonetheless. They got a stall for Canyon. I don't think that Genji's going to give them the time. This is not Soul, it's only Soul Point. But man, even with Yumi, you're not invulnerable. You can't just jump into that many people.
Yeah. It just didn't really work out here as Doran Slinking over. No vision actually picked up here as Hoya is going to find him. There's the Hextech ultimatum. Hookshot comes on in. And this is kind of what happens in the later stages of the game, but there are friends. And Hoya, unfortunately, is just going to bite off more than he can chew. He does go down to his GA.
Oh, no.
But I have a feeling he is still dead. It's the end of the line. Hookshot is going to come through. Peanut not able to find the Fear Tether, but it's Showmaker that's going to pay for his sins. The sidestep is still going to get Hoya hit. And he takes the hook shot, does manage to get his shield from the passive as Gen G once again chasing the Camille. And he has no flash, remember guys, so there's just no way out of this one. And that is going to be Chovy locking down that kill. Damwon Kia, they had such a big advantage. They still have Baron buff, for goodness sake. But couple of blunders in a row, and it feels like Gen G have pulled back control.
Chovy's taunt is so big there. I assume that what Kane's trying to do is go for a big play and try to kick someone into his team, but again, as you pointed out, this is on full vision. Everyone knows this is happening, and then Hoya, you're gonna win this 1v1 every single time, but your entire team is back. Why are we trying to 1v1 the Graves?
Yeah.
Like, you win this every time, sure, but it's not a 1v1. I think that the assumption was everyone is backed.
Yeah.
Bird or Doran rather is going to walk to the wave, but that is 3 kills given over, and what looked like a Damwon Kia secret weapon coming in hot and working out. Now, that Baron Power play is not going to look nearly as amazing as I think it should have been.
In fact,
GA down.
We don't get to see it. We cancel the Baron Power play. We just don't want to be looking at that apparently. As Q is going to connect, Rule's just dead. All right, Canyon making up for it, I guess, as the Q is going to land onto Peanut, but he does have a very nice shield. Prowling projectile will find the Nocturne, and this Q is going to be there. There is the kickback as Peanut, I mean, that miscommunication a little bit there with the cat on a book, but that's absolutely fine. Final chapter doesn't need to land because he's already dead, and that is the Camille locking down that kill. 3, 2, and 7 now for Hoya, as this game is just back and forth, back and forth, back and forth.
Sound the trumpets, Atlas.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot going on here, and I'm not quite sure what. As one cannon should be enough to push here. Ah, he's going to tank turret. Okay.
Yep, they'll just tank it up, and Damwon will break open the base here in this mid lane. With these 2 kills, I don't think it's enough to win. However, they are still able to get this inhibitor. As the Drake not going to be up for another 2 minutes time. So Gen G, an opportunity to stabilize, and still that Infernal Soul win condition on the board. But I mean, they found those 2 kills, but then immediately Canyon here finds this Q. Rule is just dead. Docked arm as well. His feathers starting to do so much damage.
With heal and flash as well. It's just a really bad time. The only upside of this, upside in quotation marks, is that there is no objective. So it's 2 kills, but then Damwon says we make an objective, and they just push down mid. And now the mid lane inhibitor is down, which, as far as inhibitors go, is the not worst one to lose, but it still kind of sucks. And I still don't think you're very happy about it. And it's just catch after catch after catch.
Yeah, Chovy is going to flash to get himself out of the way, but the Realm Warp is going to be in here.
Oh,
Chovy
no.
goes golden, his wings look glorious, but he's still going to go to the Death Chamber. Final chapter, not going to connect there as a little kick onto Ruler. Safeguard to try and get Canyon out of there, though. They're not wanting to try and take this fight as the tactical sweep is beautiful. Ruler has to flash, and Damwon have just taken full control now. The exhaust onto Ruler. Hoya taking up a turret. He just straight up does not care at all. Where did the Ezreal go? I don't know, but I think Damwon Kia want to go to the next game.
Teleport coming in to protect the wave. That's a
This
very
is
low
absurd.
minion.
What the heck, Hoya? I don't understand at all. But Damwon Kia are just going to win this game, Chronicler. That's what's happening.
It's the super sub. It's the 6-man roster we didn't know.
He had us all doubting with his terrible games in round 1 of the regular season, but Damwon Kia used Hoya to get to match point against Gen G in round 2 of the playoffs.
Wow. I was expecting a lot of twists and turns in this one, but I wasn't expecting this, Atlas.
Nope. Yeah.
Yep.
That was, yeah.
Yep.
Whew. That's, we got thrown straight through a Hoya hoop, I think. That was just not what I was expecting.
Are there any Hoya fans in the audience? Find them.
Find
They
them!
were right. They knew.
Man.
And
Imagine being a Hoya doubter. Imagine the feeling.
I'll raise my hand.
Yeah, me too.
I was a Hoya
Me too,
doubter.
I'm there.
And we talk a lot about Hoya because the sub-in is, of course, wonderful, but barring that one play that Kenyon made, looking like a completely different game from him as well. Couldn't be a bigger difference between this game and the previous one.
I mean,
Kalen,
Lee Sin is just so powerful
Yeah.
in the right hands, right?
Kalen, okay, that level 2, I never want to see again. But outside of that, unironically, a really good Yumi game.
Yeah.
And as a whole, this is such a big match to win. You pointed out, like, match point does so much for a team. And Gen G, I think, for the largest part of the series, have been the better game. Or have been
No.
a better team, rather, but it's just been a couple of moments.
And this all comes down to what a lot of these players have been known for a lot of what Damwon have been known for, which is consistency in these high-pressure moments. And that is not something that Hoya's been good at, so that is a massive surprise.
No clue.
But seeing, like, Damwon galvanized for these sort of series is something that we're used to. And Gen G, now this is match point for Damwon. This is where you have to pull out all the stops and really find the advantages. Prove that you deserve to be going up against T1 on Saturday next week, the 2nd of April, of course, for that final. One of these teams will meet T1. And right now, we haven't seen a team that looks capable of beating them. We'll have to see in the next couple of games. We are going to go to a short break. When we get back, the analyst carpet space.
노플. 좋냐, 이거?
이제 좀 멀어.
잡았어. 노플?
난듯?
이제, 그분.
그거 안 보여?
빼면서.
한번 빼면서.
이제 팔
아무것도 안 보여. 나 뺄만해.
카레만 속박. 천천히 비흡해. 빨리.
녹단에 보여?
잡았어. 나,
몇 초야?
이제 노플. 이제 노플이야. 이제. 내가 뭐. 이제 노플.
이제 잡았어. 알고리 1초.
미드로. 탑으로. 아, 미드.
이거 미드는 클리어 되겠다.
오케이.
끝나겠다.
나이스. 잘했다, 용호야.
아, 못했어. 용 3용 때 미안.
괜찮아. 근데 진짜 이길만해. 집중 좀만 더 하면.
바텀 못했습니다. 진짜 이기자.
오케이. 나이스.
우리 위에 좀 부숴줘. 우리 근데 조금 급하긴 했어. 바텀이 죽어가지고. 미안.
나이스.
the sky fall and the sun turn black. When the earth halts, then don't look back. Hold me closer, can you feel my heart? We can conquer and win back all. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. Walk through the fire. Leave the space and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. The embers glowing, we're waiting for the blaze, ascending from the ashes, bonfires in the haze. Standing tall now, your feet are on the ground. You fought your demons, nothing breaks you down. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night.
Welcome back, guys, to the Analyst Carpet Space. We are here after game number 3. ㅣ2022 taking the lead 2-1 in a pretty exciting fashion as well, I think, with Hoya coming in as a big substitute for Bertel in the top side. They're able to surprise and pick up the win.
Yeah, I want to talk about Hoya a little bit more in a moment, but let's talk about the draft first and what it means, because Gen.G's draft here once again starts off with Ezreal Karma being the range divide that they're trying to set in this game. But then following the Rise pick with a Galio, then going for Nocturne and this Graves pick means that, generally speaking, Gen.G have to be ahead, or they're going to be following the pace of the game or relying on that Ezreal range advantage to win things. But ㅣ2022, they put Hoya in the driver's seat, they picked the Rise early, and they used Realm Warp, complete with Canyon Kicks and great follow-up, to smash this game. And Yuumi was such a critical pick for them because Yuumi allows Canyon to go further and deeper, keeps Hoya alive on some of these Hex Tech engages, and it was just a phenomenal performance here for ㅣ2022. Like, there were ways that Gen.G's comp could get ahead early, but Doran was repeatedly dove, he fell behind, was never really given proper support. And as we've seen from Doran many a time in important matches, seems like his mentality might be slipping a little bit in the top side of the map.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely the case. And, you know, the draft being what it is, I did want to point out as well, ㅣ2022, once you get ahead, it's just so scary, right? Because you have so much mobility on those 3 top-side champions alongside of the Yuumi, which you very nicely pointed out. It's just like, it's kind of like you just smash them in the face with their comp once you do get ahead, and that is exactly what they did. We want to highlight Hoya as well. This guy comes in after so long in the playoffs, okay? In the playoffs, as a super sub and performs excellently.
So for those who didn't follow the beginning of the season, I was very adamant that I didn't think Bertel would start for most of the season, if not at all this season. Hoya is a veteran, and even though he spent all of last year trapped on a bottom team in Fredit Brion, I thought he made good decisions. I thought he was a smart player. I thought there was a definite reason why ㅣ2022 picked him up very late, by the way, in free agency. I think it was the last pick to come through before the season started. He played very poorly in the early parts, though. And this is just another example of somebody who can come in and be extremely confident, someone who will make those aggressive calls, who will go deep, who will not hesitate, whereas Birdall in the Malphite, you could really feel wasn't confident, wasn't ready to go in, wasn't ready to pull the trigger. And when Canyon came up there with him, he didn't hesitate. He didn't actually slow down. He went all in on every single fight. And just really important to note that a player like this who incubates during a season, you could never just go, well, they were bad in the first 2 weeks. Yeah, this is a crazy choice. This is terrible. Like, you never know their form until they show up on the day. And Hoya, he's been incubating.
Yeah, he came in at exactly the right time. And we do have some highlights from the game as well, as we will take a look at this first fight here.
Yep. So this is around 17 minutes here, second herald of the game, and Peanut gets extremely low in this fight. And once again, Hoya, half health. Is he afraid to go in? No. Hextech ultimatum super early on. And Damwon Kia are winning this war of attrition. We notice where Ruler is, he's not really in position to do any of that damage in this fight. And this is the power of getting on top of the backline actually super early. And if Ruler isn't able to do damage, if he's not able to be anywhere nearby, you just can't win this fight. Genji end up losing out, Ruler's trying to kite back, and then Peanut decides that there's an opportunity here for a paranoia. And Ruler's nearby, you know, you have the follow-up damage, that's the expectation here. So he decides to go in onto Tank Rise here, and he just instantly dies. This was where tempo really shifted massively in the early part of this game, and Damwon Kia took a lot of control. Poor fight around Rift Herald, then a really odd follow-up. Genji seem to kind of be losing their grip of the macro right now in big ways.
Yeah, I think that that happened absolutely in this game. We do have the second highlight as well. Let's jump into that right away and talk about the second fight that we had at about 28 minutes into the game.
This is a fight to basically decide it, as Ruler gets caught. Once again, it's not in his usual spot, but you know what? This is a staple of Ruler and a staple of Genji is high pressure matches. Ruler's out there farming in the mid lane, and suddenly gets caught by a root from the Rise. Then he's followed up on by Hextech Ultimatum, and just once again, this showcases how strong this combo is from ahead, how much chase you have. Okay, Chovy's trying to flank. Chovy could have turned this if he actually came a little bit faster. Nope, just jumped on by a Realm Warp, no escape.
Yeah, no escape. And guys, we do have the POG ready to go. Let's see who just pick it up here for game number 3. It will be, in fact, the super sub himself, the superb Hoya.
Hoya is a veteran of the LCK. He's played way more games than Birdall has. He's spent a lot of time on Fredit Brion, where he was, you know, not the worst player on Fredit Brion by any means, but wasn't able to show, I think, his full potential. And I really and truly believe, and I know this sounds like a meme, I know it sounds like a, oh, Wolf is just saying I told you so, but there's nothing to back it up, but I know you guys know how much I talked about this before the season started. I was like, oh man, it's going to be Hoya all the way. And I feel kind of vindicated because he had a very bad start to the season, right? But coming in a match like this, oh, this was his great escape, where he's able to Hextech Ultimatum the taunt, and goes over here, over the wall with the hook shot, messes up the blast cone a little bit, but we're not going to get into that part. But his follow-up engage here on the Ruler is fantastic, but at the end of the day, having someone on your bench who's ready and prepped and has been scrimming, I think, more than, you know, the fans can see externally, who is ready to come into a match like this and just pop off, it's pretty terrifying.
Yeah, it's really great. You see the votes here, 5 go to Canyon, or rather 6, and then we do have 7, of course, for Hoya, and Canyon did a lot. You know, he got up in Doran's face, and he got Hoya fed. He believed in Hoya, believed in himself, and they got in the head of Doran and Genji. So a great strategy overall from Damwon Kia. Let's see if they can pull it through to game number 4.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Big congratulations to the super sub himself. Hoya picking up player of the game, well deserved. I also really like the votes for Canyon. Saw on Twitter, Gilius was speaking out saying that Canyon's back after that Lee Sin game. Definitely had some really, really good angles, catching out especially Ruler towards the end of that game. Truly pivotal moments, but Genji still with an opportunity to bring us to those 5 games that so many of us predicted and all of us want.
Especially after how these games have been playing out.
Yeah.
Right? Because it feels like Genji is walking away with a lead every single early game, every single laning phase. But it's actually following through on that lead. That has been the problem for them. That has been
I think
one
this
of
is
their
really
key
suspect.
issues.
This is really suspect as well, side selection. G&G have chosen blue side this time around as well, Chronicler. And last time we saw Damwon Kia utilize the counter pick both in the first round of picks and in the second round in order to really solidify their draft, especially around Hoya, right? Getting Hoya that matchup that he wanted. certainly good news. That being said, the Graves was kind of picked into the Camille, so
Yeah.
not the greatest of news. And this gentleman right here needs to step up. Doran not having a great last game. We'll see whether he can pull it together here and bring us to those 5 games. Twisted Fate, band away first.
It's very important that the early game goes well for the top side of the map. And I would not be surprised to see both junglers path towards top. Because Doran in particular has been known to be a Feast of Famine style of player. And Doran does really well 2 matches in a row, then gets to play against a completely different player. That player then bodies him. Again, I do think that what needs to be mentioned is that Canyon also visited the top side like 5 times.
Yeah.
But he had the setup, right? That's what the Camille was for, that's what the Camille excels at, and that's what they did. And to me, I can see that being a very frustrating experience. And Hoya is just here. He comes in after not playing for weeks, has a wonderful game, has a Yumi on his back, gets a POG. He's vibing, he's having a good time, he's feeling great. And this man today has been playing impeccably. I think Chovy is the one player on Gen G where I'm like, I don't think he made any sus plays throughout the entirety of the day.
Yeah, I didn't really like the Galio pick just in
No,
general.
that's fair. But when you compare it to some of the other moments, Peanut with a dive in, obviously Doran in the previous game, and Ruler, after a split where they literally used it as a bait, actually getting caught in a Ruler spot by a very ready Kia. Showmaker setting that one up.
Ooh, okay, so the Karma is going to be opted for once again, giving over the Rise to Kia. I mean, Rise Lee Sin, it was their linchpin the last time around, and I think there's absolutely no reason not to just pick it again.
No, they're going to pick it up. Like, I don't see any reason for Damwon to stop away, especially because this is such a malleable call. You can go into so many compositions based off of these 2 champions. They don't pigeonhole you into anything. Can go many a different direction. Still, although if Gen G run it back with the draft as well, I'm fairly certain Damwon will. Nautilus, interestingly, has been one of the picks that compared to the previous series, compared to T1, has dropped so far in priority here. And as I say that, not taking the Lee here.
Not taking Lee, I think, is just...
That's,
oh, well,
yeah, I was about to say, I get Leonas good.
But
right. we got the right champion in the end. That's the important thing. Hovers don't exist.
Yeah, no, good. They are going to do the right thing. As now Peanut, Rek'Sai, certainly a good matchup into Lee Sin on paper. But right now, big grin on Peanut's face. Not looking too phased about the state of the game right now. And Volibear might be his decision. A little bit more early game power. The direct antithesis of the Nocturne.
And to bolster that, Karma does actually help. It's a pick that can provide a little bit more longevity to the... I think you're looking Camellia again.
Yeah, I think so too. I don't think there's any reason not to.
Yeah, I agree. It's predictable, sure, but one, Hoya got POG on the pick. And secondly, I still firmly hold that Camille is a great answer into the Ezreal, no matter what the state of the game is. Could see that game as well. Ruler actually, the most fed member, but if he misstepped at any point, there were 3 people flashing on top of him, and once you're in the Thunderdome, you're not getting out.
Nope.
And unsurprisingly, that is going to be the pickup here for Damwon Kia, as overall, I gotta say, especially after the kind of drop that Ezreal Karma's had throughout this series, not just Ruler and Hands, but Dr. Mankella losing on it as well, that the priority that Damwon Kia has put here on this Rise, on this Lee, is going to work out very, very well, yet again. And
yeah, Victor going to be banned away here, just trying to shore up Showmaker's matchups in that mid lane. LeBlanc still available. Chovy could go towards that one. The Galio also, if he'd like to go back to what they tried to do in the last game. But I'm kind of hoping that they don't. Hoping for a little bit of a change up here. But very interesting that we've got a complete run back so far of Damwon Kia's draft, Gen G, Leona, Nautilus, the 2 bans from last game. They might look to the Yumi to just get rid of that one, but instead, they're just going to stick to their guns. Very curious so far, Chronicler. No early Galio, pick away or anything like that. Damwon could ban it here for that reason.
Just makes me feel like Damwon's gonna off for Yuumi again and be completely fine if you don't ban
Oh,
it.
yeah.
Because what we saw in the previous game was that whereas Gen G was able to punish, sure, they got a lead on bot side, it was also not that relevant in the larger scheme of things, even with a composition that expectedly should play well around getting that bot side some leads. Of course, to add to that, the top side was so aggressively snowballed into Doran. That Graves is definitely going to change. I don't think that one is coming back. But a Yuumi ban, I think, pays justified respect to Damwon, and that's going to come through here. So R4 Leona is, yeah, that's definitely the expected outcome here. Although we have seen the Renata priority be hyped into Azrael Karma, I don't think the pick provides that much. And this is very in line with what Damwon have been doing for the entirety of the night. Kellen again on hard engage here.
Yep, absolutely true. I think that the Yuumi did give Damwon Kia a big advantage. In the last game, I really liked that that was the chosen ban instead of going for the Leona. Big grin on Chovy's face here. He's trying to work out what he wants to do. Whether it be just Galio again, or could we be going for a little bit more of that poke flavor? The Corki to come in doesn't exactly have the greatest time in the laning phase, but Chovy has been so incredibly consistent on this Corki. And so this is going to be Gen G just saying, nah, we'll park and we'll just get ourselves towards the late game where we can just win.
I think this is going to be Zai, but you know what I'd love? I'd love an Ashe.
Oh, man.
Right?
I miss Ashe.
Actually able to counter shove into the Karma, contest with volley, add more engage, because with how the comps are looking right now, well, Damwon, get as much hard engage as you can, because Gen G, they're going to be playing the range game. Gragas really adds to what we've already seen, is also a extremely strong pick into Camille, able to actually knock people out and her out of the Hextech ultimatum, cancelling it as such. But the Gen G composition has a serious lack of early game pressure, and that's something, barring of course the shove, that Damwon has got to have to deal with.
The Ziggs, okay.
I like that.
We're fighting range with range on this side. As Damwon Kia, they do have physical damage in the form of the Camille and of course the Lee Sin, so it's not exactly the worst. But this game, if Hoya falls behind, Damwon Kia could find themselves in an absolutely dire situation. And Gen G, I mean, their late game insurance, their front to back team fighting, their disengage, oh my god. They got a lot of things. However, this time, they don't necessarily have as much early pressure outside of that bottom lane. So playing through Ruler and Lehens is once again going to be priority one. Also Peanut, finding some good angles. Could definitely be a linchpin. But we have to remind everyone, these are the stakes. It's match point for Damwon Kia to find themselves in yet another final. Once again, facing off against T1. Gen G, they crafted this roster to win. And they have looked very good. The majority of this series, they have looked like the better team. But Damwon Kia have killed the most Nexuses. And that's what you need to do in order to win League of Legends.
One of those Nexuses was very close to living.
It was.
But in the it didn't.
Sometimes a short fuse is what's in between you and surviving for another few minutes. It's absolutely true.
Man with a bomb, winning that crucial game, getting the final order in the Nexus, and Doctor, I'm going to try and do that again in this possibly final game 4. I'm hoping for 5 games. I think the composition that Gen G have drafted has all the tools they could possibly need. But actually getting to those tools is where it might be a little bit scary, because if I look at the top side for Damwon Kia, the 2v2 overall, way stronger, right? You have, and the 3v3 as well. If you can actually free up Kellen, if Showmaker, Kellen, Canyon, Hoya can make plays, it's going to be really hard for Gen G. I don't think that they will have the necessary power with Ruler, with Chovy, and that is something that Peanut's going to have to get them through. Peanut's going to have to get them through the early game. He's going to have to find a couple of key plays, or at the very least, match Canyon, make sure that he can get the rest of the team ahead. Because if you get to the late game, I don't think you win by default, because Doctam exists, and we've seen what that does.
Yeah.
But you have Corki, Ezreal, and Gragas for this engage. Like, it's still pretty good. as far as insurance policies go.
No, you're exactly right. Damonkia, I think they're going to be relying on, Hoya splitting alongside, I guess, Showmaker, who can also augment a 1-3-1 style of composition. And then Dokdam being able to freely clear waves in the mid lane. I actually quite like this for a split push style of composition. But it is still a little bit wonky. I mean, a little bit questionable. After Damonkia had such beautiful drafts in their Fred Brion series, I feel like my expectations were quite high moving into this series. It's been less good. As Damonkia going to struggle in this laning phase a lot, right? But we'll see whether they can get to a late game where the Ziggs is still going to be powerful.
Post-Lost Chapter becomes a lot more manageable, as you will be able to just clear waves on the Mons, and it's really the early game where Ruler and Lehans are going to have complete and utter dominance of the lane. You're not going to be able to contest, you don't have the skills yet to actually clear the waves, to actually trade or do either of those things, as Ruler and Lehans definitely do. And health bar's already very low. Crucially here is that Canyon wasn't spotted, so they don't actually know. Peanut is going to go in here now, and Showmaker very far up.
Exactly. Showmaker going to walk down, gets into the fog of war.
Yeah.
And is going to just avoid. No flash is going to be invested or anything like that on Gen G's side.
As I mentioned, the setup for Peanut's not great.
No.
Corki is definitely a champion at some point in the game. Not right now. He needs some time. He needs to actually be able to get his crucial item spikes. Very much to what we saw with the Kai'Sa. And of course, if you watched early game LCK, you know this. But maybe you didn't. Maybe you just caught the last couple of weeks where Corki was not a thing, and you didn't hear us mold for what, 2 months about this pick.
It was only a month.
I think it was a month. Yeah, we got better at dealing.
Yeah.
But it was not fun.
No, it took a lot of counseling.
It was hard, yeah.
It's been much better since people have started picking the Corgi again, because I find it very hard to be mad when it's Corgi because it's so adorable. So that's definitely a positive.
Well,
thanks to Chovy for that one, allowing us to cope.
That makes one of us.
Oh, really?
I mean, I love the skin. Don't get me wrong. The skin is amazing.
Yeah.
But the champion, I'm still not on board with.
So you don't think that the excuse really
it doesn't
gets us across the line?
No, it doesn't even it out for me. No, it's still a detriment to my enjoyment of the game.
Okay, fair enough.
Well,
do you know who's not enjoying the game? Dokdam isn't enjoying the game.
No.
Him and Callan are getting zoned away from experience on the bottom side. Hoya getting some vision over, and Damwon, if they want to be able to stem the bleeding, I think it'll have to come from a different lane at this point in time. As you can see, Showmaker able to get a bit of a shove here, but he has already gone for his back. Chovy now going to go back to base and buy a couple of items and get back here no worse for wear.
As the Gragas going to feel way safer than the Gravesir. Able to actually trade with the Camille. And even if you do fall behind, as long as you keep your cask, you're fine. Don't have to be too worried about the situation that we saw in the previous game where Damonkia was able to just slam and slam and slam down. And like the little movement from Showmaker there, threatening a little bit towards bot side as there was no vision for Damonkia, and it's crucial that Dokdam is able to pick up this wave. We'll be able to get most of it, but still.
The body slam is weird.
Yeah. Perfect CSing from Ruler, right? Who is very far ahead. But Dokdam should be able to get his... not quite. I was about to say, if he gets his chapter, he's feeling good. Showmaker!
Yeah, Showmaker in a bit of trouble here. Might actually have to flash, but decides that he just doesn't want to. First Blood goes over to the Corki of all people as Canyon tries to make his way up top side, but isn't going to get in there. Flash invested for Peanut, but First Blood going to the Corki is just the best of news for Gen G.
Oh yeah, not finding the hookshot there. Very hard to reliably get that into a Gragas, especially with flash up, no obstacle to make him available. And as a result, Gen G, 5 minutes in, have a 1k gold lead and going to pick up the first raid. And what I mentioned previously about Gen G needing to get to their item spot, it still applies to a certain extent, but a beautiful 3-man play here. Lehans not wasting a second, and the moment that the chain comes through, Showmaker knows he's dead. Peanut also using his flash, not 100% certain whether that was a 100% necessary, and will mean that there is some offensive pressure now that he will lack, but still getting the kill, really big. Getting the early hex trick for Chovy means that he's probably not going to die anymore. Or at the very least, be able to trade way easier into Showmaker. And Gen G, feeling good. But this has been the trend every single game. So it's pretty much par for the course. It's about what happens when we go to the objectives. When the team fight setups start to come through. When the objectives actually get contested. That's where Gen G have faltered today.
Yeah. As well as where ㅅ2022 have, you know, found a lot of success.
Exactly.
We'll see whether ㅅ is going to, once again, have a good game. Is back-to-back on these Camille's as well. Even in farm up towards the top side, but it is a far more neutralizing matchup, like you've already mentioned, in the Gragas for Doran. And so Gen G going to be feeling a lot better about that, plus the stability of the composition, much better for Gen G as well. As we're trading some sweepers. Hens just throwing out a bit of damage here against Kellen. And it is actually going to be pretty sticky. Leona doesn't want to be too low. Not going to be able to have any engages possible. But double summoners are down on Lehens. So a possible avenue for attack, but they're not going to go in. Just the power of the Ezreal Karma is just a little bit too high. Big one comes out from Chovy here onto Showmaker. Showmaker's already pretty tanky, so he's not too worried about it. Plus Chovy doesn't exactly have the damage that he wants just yet. And so it's just some casual farming. Gen G very, very happy to do this, right? The more inaction there is, the more happy Gen G fans are.
It's the comfort zone.
Oh, yeah.
Hang back, wait for the item spikes. Let's get Corki to a point where he's going to feel happy and fed.
Ooh,
very nice.
Barrage,
Back cancel there. But I was expecting Dogdom to probably teleport towards bot side anyway to try and get as much pressure as he can. And lovely read here. I say as Ruler is still responding to the possible threat, and that's a TP towards the mid lane.
As well as a body slam that didn't quite connect there onto Canyon. Q connects onto Doran here, but the Rift Herald has been taken down. ㅅ looking for his opportunity, is going to be able to help lock down the kill onto his opposite number, but Peanut just slams down Canyon. The Storm comes on over the Rocket, so close to getting an extra kill for Gen G. But ㅅ is on the board. We'll see what that means. But crucially, Gen G lock down Shelly and are able to now get all of those plates available for themselves.
And that's high risk, low reward for Domon. Because with that teleport, you are opting into this fight. And you see what in the late game is going to be a game-winning combo. Namely, ㅅ making his way over and using a Hextech Ultimatum on the target, and the target then getting Zigzag. But this is a tank Gragas. And this is early game. So Zig's damage, fairly lackluster. And Peanut is a very, very strong Angry Bear. Takes a chomp out of Canyon, and they trade evenly in kills. Perfectly happy with that. And then to add to that, Gen G is actually able to get the Herald. So overall gold lead still going to be massively in their favor. And that might help them pick up a second Drake early on here. And that Drake control means that Gen G can then say we don't care about Drakes for like 3 of them, and then at that point, if Chovy and Ruler don't hit their spikes at that, I don't know. Maybe they stopped farming, but knowing these two players, I don't think that's very likely.
Nope. Doran comes on over here, gets his Demolish proc, he'll take a plate away as well. Whee! And is just going to waddle his way down, look for a bit of a reset here, I would assume, unless he's just going to get some vision instead. As Chovy just chilling out. Ahead by a couple of CS. Of course, Showmaker will be able to answer back. I believe that cannon did go to Chovy, but I guess we'll never know unless you guys were watching the CS number. I was not, so it's still a mystery to me.
Wow. Look at this guy.
Yeah. Hookshot going to be interrupted there. Very nice body slam. Is now Doran looking for his opportunity. Canyon just lying in wait. Understands he wants to get over here as Canyon just mini stun into the wall. And Doran is a real dead. Nice double body slam as he does manage. Oh, I've seen this play before. That is Canyon locking down that kill comfortably. In fact, that's what Umpty did to Canyon in their final series against Fredit Brion in the regular season. But Peanut's going to answer. He's going to throw down Shelly in this mid lane. They've already managed to get one of the plates as Canyon has to safeguard over to Showmaker. But it is still going to be plate money going to the Corki, and Peanut will be able to lock down this Drake.
The plan is clear. Accelerate Chovy, and he will carry us into the promised land of a 5th game.
Yeah.
And, I'm a believer. I'm having faith. The amount of money that he's able to get this early to call is all working out swimmingly. Doran, again, having a bad time.
He is, and I think it's going to get worse.
Well, yeah,
I think the game plan is just kill Doran over and over again and try and tilt him out of this series, as he is just dead. Doctom trying to hold on here towards this bottom side as the turret gets turned off. Can Doctom answer? Is going to be the question, as thankfully for Gen G, Peanut was tanking the turret. And so even though there's low health bars, it is still a pick.
Need to replay that. I think Peanut ordered the turret.
I think he
didn't matter.
It changed color, I believe.
No. He definitely hit his ultimate. That part was, but I think he used his Q on the turret, not on Doctom.
Oh.
But I'm gonna have to see replay that, and also it didn't matter. So overall, we see that the immediate response from Gingy very nice, and crucially, we've been calling for this for a long time. If you are playing a Volibear, use your ultimate on turrets.
Yeah.
And it's not always been done, so it's really good to see. As I am completely on board with the tilt Doran out of this game plan. As Doctom already threw his ultimate towards the wave, right? So make sure flashes away. Yeah.
I mean, he played the DDR about as well as he could, but I think you're supposed to lose that particular.
Oh no, yeah, you don't get out of that. But the yeah was on Peanut, smashing the turret. And ooh. A couple of great things
Trinity
here.
Force, that's cool.
Ruler going Trinity Force, love that. And Peanut also going for Divine Sunderer, which we've seen basically only the tank Volibear being played, and his ratios are actually really good. So especially with an early game lead, I think Divine Sunderer, while more risky, is going to give you so much more dueling potential, and is going to possibly allow Peanut to have a little bit of bigger impact in this game. And overall, trades are looking very reminiscent of the previous game, although this time it's not Ruler that gets ahead, it's Chovy. And he is currently sitting on the Manamune, and once Ludens comes through, which with the call is going to be sooner rather than later, they are going to be very strong. And see that Drake Atlas?
Oh no.
Doran's dead.
He's dead again.
Just accept it.
Oh, it's so sad. Kick comes through, good Sonic Wave there as well. As Canyon, he just reapplies it. Decent body slam, but he's still just going to manage to pick this one up as Hoya tanks the turret for a very long time. Safeguard comes in. Beautiful avoidance of the damage there from Hoya as well. Gets himself the shield as Peanut, he's going to get stunned up. It's a 1-for-1, so he does answer, but that is only more kills going to the Camille, which is not exactly what you want if you're Gen G.
Very unfavorable trade there. Beautifully played by Kia. You cancel that from Doctom, but overall, that is more gold going into the Camille. And what a story will be, Atlas, if Hoya comes in after having barely played for the second half of the split, just blocks 2 games of Camille, 1v9s twice.
Do you know who it reminds me of? A certain Lord of the Gauntlet last year, where Morgan was touted as the worst top laner that we had, and then takes Harmalife Esports to Worlds by playing back-to-back games of Camille.
Who did he have in mid and bot lane again, Atlas?
I think he's in this game. The mid lane guy, I think he's here somewhere.
Yeah. I mean, that helps.
Yeah.
I think.
There's also that alpaca, I think, on the bottom side. Yeah. Realm Warp to come up towards the top side is, oh no, Doran's just continuing that the worst time ever. He does have the body slam, he does utilize it to try and get himself out of the way, but he has no flash now, no cask, he does have body slam. And Kia not going to find it this time around. Let's see whether Doctom can do the same thing, as it's just like, kill Doctom, kill Doran. That is how it seems to be going here, as Canyon gonna clear out this ward and then look for Shirley.
Stop the bullying, Dom1!
I mean, it doesn't matter. I'm like, look at Chovy. He's just hoovering up minions all over the place. I think maybe Kia are a little bit overexcited about murdering the Gragas over and over again.
Ruler.
Yeah.
Infinity 4.
Indeed, but does have now the Gragas here. And the Gragas' global taunt this game has been ludicrously high.
Okay, 2k gold up. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's feeling
like Chovy's just going to enter the game with his 2 items, and Dam1 are going to be like, oh, maybe we should have dealt with that.
Remember how in the olden times when the Cassidy was in the game, we did like the
level
16, the Monk W?
Yeah.
We should do the same with the 2-item spike.
Well, there's also a really nice body slam. They're going to deal with the turret first before we Hextech Ultimatum Doran. He's now in the fun zone, but not exactly having the most fun. He's going to be taken down. Lehens just looks, just watches. He had to sit there and observe as his Gragas was just taken down right in front of him. His house also destroyed just beforehand. As it is going to be Solar Flare heading towards this. Oh, okay, yeah, Kellen just going to get out. Didn't want that one. As that is Soul Point picked up for Gen G. Damonkia will be able to break open the mid lane. They are not interested in Dragons at all. In fact, Dragons have been a loss condition in this series. So not getting them, good idea. Big thumbs up from me.
Soul is lose.
Yeah.
That's what we've learned today.
Yeah, don't do that.
배쪽이 빠졌어.
Doesn't matter.
No.
갈고리 4초.
Body slams down.
No body slam, no problem.
E available. And just letting him know that he has ultimate. And he just ult the ult.
Man, the flash as well. To avoid as much of the damage as possible.
Yeah.
볼배 너플. 이번에 탑 깰게.
Extension.
탑에 올 수 있는 거.
Taliban no flash, I'll get turret. And then, these replays are actually hurting my soul. Poor Doran.
Look at his health. Up. No, there he goes.
I tried.
Yeah, you couldn't. That's the problem. As the second activation of Precision Protocol, especially when Camille is fed and just adding levels, is it doesn't matter that you tank Gragas, right? You're gonna get bodied. And this plan from Damonkia to just absolutely ravage Doran's lane and his enjoyment of the video game has been working out very, very well. But is it enough?
Yeah, what does it
all
mean?
All of this, as I was saying before we. Oh
God! It continues.
Not again.
Okay, never mind.
It's fine. As I was saying, I want to count down for when that Mana Mune hits 360.
Like,
right?
look at
Can we do
Jovi's got
that?
so much gold, Chronicler.
Can we do that? Can we do that collectively? Can we make that happen? Because that's when the game starts for Chovy. He already has his Ludens. That's when the fun begins for Gen G fans.
That's when
presumably.
Chovy enters the game, and there's like really harrowing music that comes through on the Damonkia side of the rift.
Is it like a Latin choir?
Yeah. It's really scary.
It's the final boss. That's when you know it's serious.
Yeah, no,
that's
exactly.
when you're in trouble.
Yeah. This is that boss that has like 3 phases in the RPG that you're playing, and you've got like no consumables left. And
No,
you're
you
down
throw
to, like,
it all the
2
way
health,
in phase 2.
and you're like, oh, I finally beat it. And then it's like, and I've got all my health back, and now I'm 3 times as powerful. You must take me down again. That's kind of what it's feeling like as this Manamune is stacking up. An analogy took a long time. Thankfully, we're in a well state. How's the hummus?
We don't have to go back to the hummus, Atlas.
I just thought it was funny.
No, you know I love it. If you give me the opportunity, I'll talk about hummus.
Well,
a lot.
Gen G have Drake leads.
Yes.
Damonkia have turret leads.
Yes.
That's sort of
But
how it is.
no gold lead.
No, gold lead does not exist in this game. We'll see whether the extra map control is going to be what Damonkia can play around. You can see the top outer turret now just getting barraged by minions over and over again. As Doran throws out a barrel. But it's of course Chovy up here that's going to get the local gold of this turret going down. He does have the transformation. And the Corgi is just being treated like an absolute king in this game.
Well, it's not just it's also Ruler.
Oh yeah.
Peanut and Doran have just we don't need money. Just go ahead, take it all, take everything, every way, all of them, and Ruler. Hopefully before this Drake. Not quite sure if that's going to be the case, but ideally, as there is a very deep collapse coming through. As Doran.
Yeah, Doran now in the river, not exactly where he wants to be. Great interruption there with the hook shot, but the rest of his team is moving over. Heads up play there from Hoya to move out of that one. It's going to be a little bit too dangerous.
Still TP used. As I was saying, this Drake fight, that Gen G, by the way, don't even have to take. They can just 5-man Baron and try to steal that away, as there is the transformation coming through. Crucially, these spikes that are being hit by Gen G are so strong, right? You have 2-item spike for Chovy, gets his transformation. Ruler able to pick up his Triforce and his Mana Mune. Transformation still a little bit off.
Yeah. As Nina walks into the brush. Damonkia without vision. Chovy with a
Package.
package.
That's, ooh, boy.
Special delivery available. Kellen was spotted there with the Scryer's Bloom.
Canyon with that wave also picked up Death Stance. So both Canyon and Hoya sitting on 2 items as well.
Yeah.
Really, really strong, both
Package
of them.
just wears off. This is big news. 18 seconds on
Too early.
On the Soul. Thimblewinter to come through from Showmaker. It's a decent spike as well, but these rockets are beginning to hurt. Canyon, you can see, bleeding as that Death Dance is utilized. And ㅣ20, I mean, they get vision control, they get control of this river, and the Corki is just so powerful. Realm Warp, just to spot what's happening in that Dragon Pit, showing signs of desperation here on Damonkia's side. They know that they cannot give up this Hextech Soul. As now Canyon gonna have to safeguard his way out, does so. Rockets are connecting, he just smites the camp. And does have another charge of that smite, so that'll be up again. He does need to contest. Peanut thinks he might have found Showmaker and Doctarm. As Gen G do relinquish control as the shove is there for Damonkia on the bottom side. Ruler not finding any joy with the True Shot Barrage. ㅅ wrapping around for the flank, hasn't been spotted just yet. Dragon down to 50% health. Now, yeah, these rockets really hurting. ㅅ transitions towards the other side of this fight. Kellen still on the flank on the opposite side.
Damonkia getting low.
Yeah. Can the bouncing bombs land or can the rockets land is kind of the question here, as the Drake is getting frustrated, getting annoyed. Is someone going to continue fighting me? Or do I have to just keep running around as they're looking for Kellen? He flashes into the pit, it's secured by Canyon as now Doran finds the double body slam, gets his revenge against Damonkia. Canyon stays alive for a long time, but not long enough. And Damonkia, the only thing they can take away is the Drake from that fight.
That's a crucial objective, but now the counterplay for Gen G can definitely push for the turret here. Showmaker gets spotted, teleport comes through, and it's only going to be one turret, so 2 kills. And maybe ㅅ can get some chunk on this bot side, but needs to be careful. Collapse might be imminent here.
Dabby's got his Ravenous Hydra completed. Showmaker is going to get away. Yeah, ㅅ is going to sacrifice himself, I guess, for this inner turret on the bottom side. ㅅ, bit of a secret agent here is okay. Lehen's looking for his angle. Hextech Ultimatum comes down. ㅅ just going to get himself out of here. Tactical sweep on Lehen's, and yeah, ㅅ's real dead, but he did buy some time, I guess. No Baron available though for Damonkia. They're not going to go for it. They don't have great Baron damage, although there is a Liandry's on the Ziggs.
Yeah, key thing there is if Doctarm is 3 items, you take Baron that time. But he's not, so they don't have the time. Not available. ㅅ getting that turret, that's nice, but giving away your life when you have a fat bounty on your head, not really the way to go.
Nope.
And even though that Drake went over to Damonkia, to me it felt like this was their fight. This was the one. This was the one that you needed to win. And it is Doran, truly untiltable with a beautiful body slam, killing both Canyon and Kellen in a single play. That might have been the difference maker, because even though you don't get the, you get 3 more chances. Who cares? This is the first Drake for Damonkia. And who takes the kill? It's ㅅ20.
He does. ㅅ20, I think, is invisible to Damonkia, but he's not invisible to us. 3-0 and 2, full bounty. Picked up his Ravenous Hydra as well. Just so much money. This Corki is beyond fed. Yes, they had to sacrifice their Gragas, but Gen G straight up don't care. Gragas will always have a body slam, and he will always have an explosive cask.
Yes.
And yeah, it's just really not looking great for Damonkia as this game goes on, right? It was largely an early game strategy, but Gen G, they kept themselves in it.
Imagine a League of Legends champion where depending on how many times you die or you kill other players, your kit changes. So you actually do lose your abilities if you die too much.
Whoa.
Whoa, right?
That sounds not great. That sounds like poor game design.
What do you mean? It's wonderful.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Hey,
You can shift through the... Hey, then we're gonna make a Felios champion based on the moon, okay? Like, you can give me this, Atlas.
All right, so where's your money on? Is your money on Fed Camille carrying solo, or is your money on Fed Corki carrying solo? Because
I've got
an idea.
I'm gonna go with Fed Corki and Ruler, because Ruler is like a...
Yeah, true.
You have ㅅ20, which is Exhibit A, and then you have Ruler, which is Exhibit B.
Yeah.
And then Damon just has ㅅ.
Yeah.
Although, hey, Doctarm went Gathering Storm, so...
There you go.
In 15 minutes and a death cap.
If they can hold on, right? Like it is the classic scaling versus scaling argument of Corki versus the Ziggs, but Ziggs needs to hit the ultimate, otherwise it doesn't really work. Whereas ㅅ20 can miss like 50% of his rockets, hit one big one, and then they win the fight.
Yes.
And that just feels a little bit unfair. But we don't need to complain about Corki anymore because we have done enough complaining about that champion for a lifetime.
I do agree with you. Yeah, we've filled our quota.
Yes. I don't think we're
not just us. I think there were a lot of people that helped us. Thorin.
Yeah, hookshot comes through. Here is the Realm Warp. Puts him into the Hextech Ultimatum, and Hoya is going to break his stopwatch to make sure that Doran is dead again. He reset his gold, remember, in that last fight. And of course, Dalmonkey are going to look to pick that up.
The key thing there is that with that stopwatch, Hoya doesn't get knocked out of his own Hextech Ultimatum, so there's nowhere to go for Doran. And with 40 seconds on the clock, I'd be a second Drake for Damwon.
Does that mean, is that worth it though, right? Because Hoya now can't do that exact strategy in a team fight. He can't do it when they're fighting around this Baron, for example. As Canyon, on Vision right now, I believe.
Yeah. I mean, he doesn't know that because the Vision is... there we go. Now he does.
Yeah.
That's going to be the peel off, I think.
Okay. Well, Docdom is going to be able to... Okay, Chovy has the package. Going to deliver it to Showmaker here, who does go golden. And now the flash on in, just trying to buy some time to get Leona here, but Chovy's trying to fight this one out. 1 versus 2, all too easy for the mid laner of Gen G.
And Dalmonkey are trying desperately to keep Chovy locked in the lane so they can get the Baron. And you know what Chovy says?
Yeah, that's what he says. Yeah.
Oh no, not happening. Gets the 1v2. Damwon can't do Baron. That's all.
Is this when Damwon realizes, oh, we may have messed up? As Doran was punished so much, and Chovy reaped all the rewards for it. This is pretty cute from Hoya. Of course, the use of the stopwatch to avoid being CC'd, so that Doran continued to get trapped in the Hextech Ultimatum. Cool stuff. But it's a pick onto a Gragas. This was Showmaker coming around the corner and Chovy saying, welcome to my domain.
Yeah.
Yeah. Still that stopwatch.
어 뭐야? 뭐야 지훈아?
Chovy, what was that? Oh, Lehens. I really hope he becomes a commentator when he decides to retire. And hopefully when he decides to retire, it's in like 15 years or something like that. Still got some time in him. As Peanut is going to find Kellen here towards the top side. Ruler getting over the wall. Few mystic shots, and that's a very dead Leona. Dalmonkey is starting to fall apart at the seams. 2,000 gold is only the lead, but gold is becoming irrelevant. And the fact that Corki exists is very relevant. There is also a Hextech Soul and a Corki and an Ezreal. Like,
It's bad.
Yeah, this is very, very scary. Showmaker is just going to taxi these minions towards this inhibitor turret. Was Dalmonkey looking to try and trade. Baron is still available. Inner turret was taken on the top side. And now Showmaker slowed down. Oh man, Hextech Soul, pretty high value there as Doran's going to get some revenge. Throws a cask towards Showmaker here, who tanks for a very long time. But in the end, it's going to be absolutely fine. They secure the kill on the mid laner of Dalmonkey. They are pulled towards the bottom side of the map. I guess there is that. But there's still more gold being bled over to Gen G.
Hey, you know, that means there's bounties for Damwon.
True.
Yeah. So they can get those and then not be behind anymore.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. How do you get those?
Anyway, looking at the current administration for Dalmonkey, you see that...
I think you send 7 people to where Chovy is. Peanut is going to find both Hoya and Canyon. Flash comes through, tactical sweep to try and get rid of Peanut, but he closes the distance so beautifully. The kickback to bring Peanut away from the rest of his team, but he's so tanky! Goes golden at the perfect time as well as Peanut decides that he wants to do a bit of showing off this game as well. Teleport from Docdom. He's trying to teleport out of the game, but he makes it to the bottom side of the map instead as Gen G are looking for this Baron. It looks like we're going to Game 5 Chronicler, and I think that everyone is extraordinarily happy about it. As, not going to be able to grab the kill on that Karma. And, Gen G are taking about everything ever right now, and they're allowed to.
Everything all of the time, nothing that Dalmonkey can do,
and it's not even a little bit of everything all of the time. It's everything.
It's everything.
All of the, as fast as possible.
Exactly.
Yeah.
There's nothing that can be done here for Damwon. Note itemization as well. Gen G recognizing that the only AD sources on Dalmonkey are Hoya, who, well, he does a lot, but him alone is not going to be nearly enough. So they all have Maul. which
Yeah.
Dom is almost done, and he has a void stuff. It helps a little, but it's still not great. Key issue, of course, is that you see what Chovy did? Yeah, that's through Eclipse. They don't even need him. That's the worst part, because Ruler is fed enough to carry this game by himself, and when playing from behind, this Dom comp has not a lot to do. They can clear waves, but Dom went bot to clear waves.
Yep.
And did you have to, Jonas Strong? Man's playing a clean game, perfect KDA.
Yeah, he just hates his stopwatch. He just wanted to break it. He was stamping it on the ground.
It was a protest.
Yeah,
this item is too good.
I don't need you. I am too fed. Well, Chovy's got a big one prepped, holding onto it for the moment. As if he hits Dom, oh, that was scary. Not going to find that one either, but Damonkia just pushed it so far away. And yeah, feels like only a matter of time. This is a formality finally. Gen G actually managed to see through the, okay, never mind. We're going to go for the last team fight here as ㅅ dives on in. They're trying to get on top, but oh my god, the AoE! It is just absurd, this damage! Great body slam there as well as Canyon does go golden, but Showmaker is going to get taken down. Dom flashing to get himself out of the way of Doran. Lahens has fallen down, but the rest of Gen G stands strong, and Dom is just a little zigs against the world. And he is going to be taken out. That's going to be the ace, and that is going to be Game 5. Cue the silver scrapes as Gen G will pull through here in Game 4.
We are going all the way, Atlas. That's what we asked for. That's what we'll be getting. And with a monster of a Corki game.
Yeah.
Gen G.
Would you say that that's a corker?
I thought about it and I didn't do it on purpose. And then you asked me, and now I regret it as... Yeah, zoom in on Chovy.
Is that a Corki POG?
Well, I'd say so. I wanted to vote for Doran because I think that his mental was
we're honoring him 5 times. He's going to honor himself for Untiltable. He absolutely stayed cool in that game. And he is a player that has been susceptible to being outplayed mentally, right? This has been a problem of Doran's. Not this game. This game, he was just Gragas. He was just drumming on his belly. Thrown into the death chamber multiple times. But yeah, Chovy fans out in force. Well deserved as well. His laning phase, absolutely fantastic. His Corki definitely needing to be respected. We saw Fate pulling it out in the DRX versus Kwangdong Freak series. He looked great on the pick as well. Might be another thing that needs to be considered going into the next draft.
And the only proactive play from Dammon that, besides all the top dives, really worked out was that almost Hail Mary, which I actually really liked, with Canyon getting like a full-man knock-up and Dom throw. It didn't matter because no one died. Because they had no damage, because they were too far behind.
Yeah, that was the wallets landing on them were kind of like, you know, the piano falling out of the top floor.
We had been waiting for the power spikes. The power spikes were hit.
Yeah.
Hugely accelerated, of course, by what we saw coming through with Doran being sacrificed for the good of the Corki, and it working out splendidly. And for Damonkia, that does provide him with the opportunity to choose a different side or find a different draft, because that Camille second time around, still well played from ㅅ, but the overall sacking bot and second mid to try and get a lead on Doran didn't quite work out there.
No, it wasn't quite it. But Gen G bringing us to 5 games. Absolutely what we all wanted. As Chovy fans absolutely everywhere. There was a whole bunch of his picks there, as you could see, and he did all of the damage for his team. There was a brief moment where Doran and I had died, I believe, the 4th time, and Damonkia managed to get a slight gold advantage. But it always just felt like it wasn't enough. It always felt like Gen G were always able to trade cross-map, and Ruler and Chovy, they're the main characters of this show. Doran's not. He's happy to die as many times as he wanted to.
Well, I don't know if he's happy, but he definitely did it. He didn't really have a choice, Atlas. But it was a worthy sacrifice, as it brings us to a Game 5, one more, to see who's going to take on T1.
Yeah. 5 games for this semi-final. We are going to go to our last break. Enjoy the silver scrapes and, of course, the carpet space, and we'll see you back for the final game.
걸린다. 커버.
아, 좋아. 이겼어.
좋아. 이겼어. 무조건 이겼어. 싸움 보자. 나이스 잡아. 오, 야. 나이스.
지금 내가 잡을게.
막판 집중 잘해보자.
나 너무 잘했는데 저거 오늘.
좀만 이거 우리 덜 휘둘려야 돼. 근데 휘둘릴 수밖에 없긴 한데.
안돼. 그래도
어쨌든-
뭔가 우리가 또 하나 잡고 뭘 해야 될 것 같아.
집중 더 잘해야 될 듯. 화이팅.
파이팅.
나 칭찬해주면 안 돼?
싶은데.
나 오늘 너무 잘하는데 강호야?
잡고 싶은데.
너무 좋아. 지금.
잡자.
강호야.
아니,
맞다.
빨리 깨자.
갈게. 나 쉬고 싶어.
에라이.
Welcome back, guys, to the Analyst Carpet Space. We just had a big game from Gen.G to bring it back to Silver Scrapes, to game number 5 on this series. And even though Dom and Kia, they proved there was more than one way to skin the Gragas, didn't matter because Corki exists, Ezreal exists, and they were scaling the entire time.
Yeah, if you take a look at the draft, it was a really nice pivot here from Gen.G. I like the Volibear pick a lot more here when you're running this Ezreal Karma lane. You could dive, you could be more aggressive down there. You can actually use that lane prio if you want on the bottom side, which we did see utilized there. Sit a Gragas up on the top side to play weak side against Hoya's Camille. Maybe a lot more Gragas players like Keen, for example, have handled the pressure a little bit better than Doran did in this particular game, but he still was able to do his job later on. As you pointed out, as the casters pointed out, like Doran's deaths ended up being somewhat meaningless because while the attention was topside for Hoya, for Damwon Kia, Ruler gets ahead on the Ezreal. Ezreal scales extremely well. It's a Corki composition, wants to get to the late game. They also, with all that pressure topside, controlled each and every Drake until we got to that Hextech Soul, which was really the defining and closing moment of the game.
Yeah, it really was. I was looking at this draft and I thought maybe if Gen.G, or rather Dom and Kia, they get far enough ahead, they can kind of just press all their buttons, Hextech Ultimatum onto a Corki and just blow them up with a Ziggs Bomb, but it ended up that Gen.G were just getting too many wins while all those dives were happening on the Gragas, so they got ahead, they got the extra gold for stopwatches specifically, which would really help against the Camille, and eventually that side lane pressure fell apart. So that was essentially what happened with the draft and the compositions.
So let's go into highlight number 1 and start showcasing that top pressure that we did see onto Doran while he was under turret. This was the first of 3 that we're going to show in these top side dives, because there were a lot. And it's a nice body slam here from Doran. Doesn't have cast. That's the end of that one. Second time coming through Canyon's like, I'll just pay another visit. And it's another kill here. Now, take note of everything that's happening on the mini-map while these dives are happening, because Gen.G are not just giving these up for free. This one was the one that went really deep as well, where this ends up being a 2-for-1 because Peanut trades it back, but Hoya's mechanics on this champion are clean. And this is the third one that we do have again. Double body slam here from Doran, but they just take the turret out. That's a Karma that's with the Gragas. It's going to help shield them up a little bit, but she's not going to be able to add enough damage to turn this one around. In fact, finds herself in danger. A lot going on there on the top side, a lot of resources given, but ironically freed up the rest of the map for Gen.G, so was kind of a win at the end of the day, even though Doran might have gotten a little bit frustrated and tilted, and it was definitely plan A, let's tilt the Doran. Didn't work out in the end.
Yeah, I mean, he had some big plays later on, and I think Doran's tilt might factor in when he's dying a lot, but it does not factor into the way he plays the later stages of the game. Like, clearly, at least in this game and in games in past, he can still make plays even if he gets further behind, so that was really nice to see from Doran. We're going to take a look at highlight number 2 and just show that...
This is, desperation. So, while his team is starting better and they're trying to pull the attention there, Showmaker thinks down a level here, down 2 levels, excuse me, as Chovy hits 16, that he could actually 1v1 Chovy. And Kellen is coming. He stopwatches first, and then Chovy just destroys him. And I think there was a Reddit thread about this, everyone's talking about this. The sickest outplay from Chovy. No, he's 2 levels up. He has like 5 kills at this point. He has so many items. He's on his 3rd item. Like, you can't win this fight, ever. Never in a million years, but he felt confident to do it. I think this is showing the frustration in Showmaker in his play, how far behind he is, how far the bottom of the map fell behind despite the successes on the top side. You feel desperate, you're trying to pull Gen.G apart. You know, you've got a Camille comp, you can side lane a little bit, maybe you can catch this Corki off guard. If you can kill Chovy in this moment, then you can relieve some of that pressure. But you were never gonna win that. You were never gonna win that 2v1 either. It wasn't even close.
Yep, not very close, and I believe that the POG vote should not be close either. Let's take a look at who gets it for game number 4, as it will be Chovy with 666 DPM. That's a little bit spooky.
Yeah, it's a little bit demonic, I'd say, here for our mid laner.
I mean, it kind of makes sense, you know, you can dive the Gragas as many times as you want, but the comp that has a Corki and an Ezreal, and a Corki that was played this well, to be honest, and they get Hextech Soul, you're just not going to beat that.
Yep, and this is the Volibear value. Volibear is not stopping the dives topside. You can see on the minimap, you know, where Doran is dying, but it's because the jungler is killing bottom side. And Chovy, with so many kills early, at the point of this 1v2 that he takes, I think he has 5 kills. I think those were his last 2. The rest he picks up are assists here at the end of the game. I may be wrong, but look, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter where the kills come
Yeah.
in. The guy got fed, he popped off, he gets 13 to 13. 666 and the 13 is a little bit spooky for me. It might be a Genji 3-2 win.
Uh-oh.
If they can keep up the performance, right? I thought the draft adaptation with a really similar draft from Damo and Kia with Hoya coming in a second time was great for Genji.
We'll see how it goes, guys. Silver Scrapes, game number 5. Let's throw it to the casters for the finish.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, and thank you for whoever composed Silver Scrapes, because that was an absolute joy. And here we are. Let's see who's going to be able to take the series. I think so many of us predicted a 3-2, and here we are. It's going to be a 3-2 for one of these teams as we get the full zoom onto Chovy after 13 out of 13, 25 out of 26 so far for the Genji wins. We'll see if he picks up yet another one as we go into the 5th and final game. Genji have looked a little bit of a step up throughout this whole series when it comes to individual play, when it comes to the early game, when it comes to control. But Damwon Kia have been able to find some of these draft edges, have been able to find ways around flipping some coins in the late game and also some map control. We'll see which side of the map they're going to choose. It will be the blue side this time around, as they have side selection going into the decider.
The one consistent edge, besides the drafting that you mentioned, I think for Damwon Kia, has been their objective control. Although it's more often Genji, because they are ahead, that are able to get the objectives. The snap decision Baron calls, the plays around the Elder, that is, to me, the biggest risk that Genji is going to run. As long as they keep a good vision of the Baron, as long as they don't flip Elders, I have a hard time seeing how they lose, because they go into every single early to mid game with such a big lead. And for Damwon, you're on blue side here, please. I liked the Doran dive extravaganza. I've watched League for a long time. I've seen what happened to Dyrus back in the day as well. I know my history, but reality of the situation is Dokdom is your best carry with how it's looking right now. And I think playing around him predominantly is going to be the safest and best way to try for you to get anything done in this series. Because giving Ruler as big a lead as he had, it hasn't even been the difference maker, but it's still bad. We gotta see a swap up here.
Yeah, this is the problem. Genji have so many avenues that they can carry through, right? It's Chovy sometimes, it's Doran sometimes. Peanut can also take that role, and Doran, in the off occasion, is able to find that split pusher to win the game, right? Like, this is a squad where you can't just isolate one and then expect that to be enough.
Exactly.
As Damwon Kia going with very similar bans to their Game 2 draft, which was Aphelios, Lee Sin, and Ryze taken away. So far, the Aphelios and the Ryze have been removed. Zeri, TF for Genji on the red side. Could be a Caitlyn as that final ban, as the Lee Sin could come through here for Damwon, unless they want to first pick it. We'll see what they do decide to ban away. As of course, Karma still up and available. And Showmaker having a bit of a giggle, so he is going to ban the Karma.
Okay. Kate or Hecarim going to Damwon here.
Yeah,
Lee
one of the two.
might be another one. With the priority that has been put on the champion, could also see Damwon go for that. So Genji expecting them to say, we ban the Caitlyn, and then we get either Hecarim or we get Lee. Both of those we're very happy with.
Yeah.
That's the direction that they are going to take.
So Hecarim, Lee Sin going to be the trade. Damwon thinking about just locking away the Jace, and they are going to pick that one up. So Lee Sin, Hecarim, Ahri. Lots of options here for Genji. This is actually insane. There are just too many things to choose from. Genji are overwhelmed with the amount of choice that they have.
Too much choice is a bad thing, Atlas.
No, well, I mean, it depends what the choices are.
Oh, it's hard for people, for everyone.
Yeah.
With too many choices. You know, you go to an ice cream store and there's like 50 of them.
Yeah.
I never know.
That was
Genji?
like when I was getting career advice counseling in high school. It's just too many choices. You know?
And you ended up with the one where you talk about video games.
Yeah, first world problem.
Don't think that was recommended, as the Hecarim gets locked in again by Peanut, who had a wonderful game on this. Really big impact from start to finish, actually able to both get a lead and snowball it reliably.
Well, this is actually really cute. Pick the Hecarim and then pick away the Xayah as the potential answer to it.
Yeah.
Of course, Ruler very good at the Xayah as well. Ziggs, Leona just going to be locked in there and there.
Yeah, that's...
We've seen, Jace, Ziggs comps are scary. These are compositions that, of course, T1 was running at Worlds. We saw work relatively effectively, I believe, into EDG in their first match, if I can cast my mind back correctly.
Now, there is an upside to this for Kia, and it's that their damage profile is a lot better, and I love this draft into Xayah already, right? Jace, Ziggs are both extremely strong, but it also ties into the larger overarching theme of the day, which has been Gen G. They don't need Ruler to carry. Everyone can carry, and Hecarim and Ahri are very, very strong at playing very far forward. And I wouldn't be surprised if Gen G says, Ruler, you're on your own, because we can play for any lane and win off of that. And we've literally seen this in this series where Doran got a lot of attention and then did monstrous amounts of damage on his Jace, which is also, I feel, one of the big reasons why it was picked up so early here. As Lee going to get banned away, expecting a Volibear ban as well, even though it's not immediately the champion to think of when talking about Canyon, has been one of the main answers into the Hecarim specifically.
Yep. I think that would make a lot of sense. The last ban for Kia, we'll see what they decide to take away. I'd like to see Gragas removed.
Agreed. I was about to say the same.
Yeah, just because Doran was so good at absorbing pressure in the last game. Yes, he died over and over again, but you'll always have the cask. You'll always have that extra value. And LeBlanc taken off the board here by Gen G, denying that answer from Showmaker. Pick that he is very, very comfortable on. Of course, Vex still available if Showmaker wants to play it. Could go for all sorts of different options as well. I mean, he can play Yasuo if he wants to. Not likely, but with a Ziggs, it does open the floor for potentially some AD mid laners. And remember, Showmaker has flexed the Jace into mid lane as well. So this is a flex pick for Damwon if they want to use it. Nautilus going to be banned away. And a champion that's been ignored this entire series is Akali, and that is something that Damwon could pick and then flex it between top and mid.
I was about to say, hear me out.
Yeah,
Genji lock in Gragas here, and then Damwon swap the Jace towards mid, and then subsequently get themselves a good matchup for top. But Lahence's Yuumi has been notoriously strong, completely ceasing all forms of laning pressure, but that doesn't matter, you're playing into Ziggs Leona. But Hecarim Yuumi, Yuumi Ahri, these combinations can completely take over games. Kia are gonna have to round out their draft here. Wouldn't even mind if they flex the Jace to mid and pick themselves up a Gragas. I think Gragas works wonderfully into the Gen G comp. Oh.
That is looking like it might be the case, as Renekton is going to come in. Another flex. Could still be going anywhere. I would prefer to see Renekton on the top side, and Renekton Italy to come through here as Canyon. If he's going out, it is going to be on the pick that he has a skin for. Of course, there is a couple of Damwon skin champions on their side this time around. Same can be said, though, for Gen G, as Ruler is going to be wearing his own as well. What is Lahen's going to lock away for Doran here? He's up against either Jace or Renekton. Big grin on his face. Let's see what this means for the decision-making, as On will mean that they are lacking a little bit of damage, potentially, but is very good at absorbing pressure.
Cast your mind back to spring last year. Finals, Damwon versus Gen G.
Oh, God,
Damwon drafted a Renekton Italy comp, fell behind, won against Gen G regardless, and boomed them.
Yeah.
Right, like that, from that point on, the series was over. Not saying it's gonna happen here. This is a different Gen G, this is a different Damwon, but the parallels here are just too good.
It's absurd. Of course, the Renekton doesn't have a great matchup into the Ornn. The Jace doesn't have a great matchup into the Ornn. It's a fantastic pick here for Gen G. But I do kind of like what Damwon have put together here, right? It's another Ziggs draft, which I'm not super psyched on because I feel like it's sacking the lane a little bit in Dokdam. I like to see when he's actually trying to outskill his opposition, not really how this lane is going to function. But the damage range, the poke potential, the early game power of Renekton and Nidalee being able to be used in order to get them that early advantage. there are certain things that are kind of cool about how this Damwon draft works. It is certainly feeling fairly all or nothing, whereas Gen G's comp scales to infinity and beyond, and also just has so many key buttons. I mean, the Ornhorn, the Onslaught of Shadows, the last chapter, as well as the Featherstorm that can be used for zone control as well, and then Chovy running amok. I mean, it's certainly going to be a thing to behold if Gen G make it to the late game.
Picking Renekton into Ari, Xayah, and Yuumi is definitely a choice.
Yeah. Yeah.
But what did you say earlier this night? Who did you compare Hoya to, Atlas? What was your... I'm just... If you missed it, who did you compare him to again?
His name's Morgan.
Yeah.
He is a lord.
And what does Morgan do?
Morgan plays Renekton.
And what does he do on Renekton?
Wins.
That's my case.
Man, you're a good lawyer.
I don't get a lot more. Because looking at the draft that we see here from Damwon Kia, there is obviously great setup in effectively every single lane. Mid isn't amazing, but top, bot, both have a wonderful amount of playmaking that can be done around Canyon. There should be prio in every single lane, even though Gen G, especially on that top side, is not going to actually be threatened. And I hope Damwon don't play for top, but don't do it. I know there's a Renekton there, but getting all behind does very little. It's very similar to what we saw in the previous game. And I truly believe that playing 4-6 allows you to, if you can get off a couple of aggressive plays early on, you can track Peanut and then punish Ruler and Lance, which are basically playing a non-existing lane. That's a way. Yep, that's the way.
Canyon's starting this one pretty early.
Yep.
And Spear is going to miss, but still, it's a fair bit of damage. If Canyon can lock away this Gromp as well, he is going to be able to do so. Another Spear is going to miss, though. Peanut makes his way out. Showmaker getting aggressive onto Chovy, down to 200. Does have the Corrupting Potion to chew through, though.
And this is one of the core weaknesses of Nidalee, of the Hecarim, rather, that is not often talked about. Well, he's really weak to invades. And with the prio that's available for Damwon Kia, rather, I don't think there's a lot that can be done. No.
Oh, are you serious?
Are you kidding me?
He takes a turret shot just to keep hunting Peanut down. He doesn't have his smite available, but he's just going to claim control of this camp.
Peanut's level 2!
He's level 2, he's not allowed to take anymore. His whole bottom side jungle is gone, and now Canyon's going to turn it into a gank onto Chovy?
Nice. No. He's making sure Peanut doesn't take his chickens.
Oh my god. That's brutal. Well, Peanut's going to do the full wraparound, look for his red buff. And guess what's going to happen? Guess who's going to be there?
Okay. Well, he still doesn't get his buff.
Well, maybe he gets his Krugs. What do you think, Chronicler? Does he get his Krugs? No. No, he doesn't.
This is Canyon's jungle.
Oh my god. Why did Peanut start on Canyon's jungle? Oh, that's not what you're supposed to do.
It's honestly disrespectful. That's what it is. And this is
just brutal. Oh,
you know what? When you talk about Renekton Nidalee comps, you're thinking about, no, don't cancel him.
Oh my god, he walks over, tanks up the whole minion wave. He's gonna crash another wave into the turret, and of course they can do this because the jungler doesn't exist. Oh my god. Well, you thought Doran had a bad time in the fourth game? Peanut is having the worst time in this game.
Peanut is level 2.
Yeah, it's 5 camps, and they were all his. There is one red buff that Canyon took this game.
No!
Docdom! Now,
leave him alone! I can hear the audience go on!
I know, the groaning is coming in. And guess where Canyon's going? Is he going to his full topside jungle? Nah. He's heading back over here. Shock Blast is going to go wide. Chovy actually winning out on that trade quite nicely.
He's going to farm. He's going to kill him again.
Yeah, he's going to.
Or he's just at the very least get Gromp.
Yeah, he's just going to get Gromp.
Oh no!
Walk completely past the vision.
No, it's not going to stop.
So now the horse is just not allowed to do anything. Yeah, Peanut knew that this is the only camp he was capable of taking. He wasn't going to be able to walk up and take that Gromp, as he may not even be able to take these. as that didn't connect. Yes, Peanut's able to get all of these ones, but there's the flash forward. Peanut is level 3. The charm is going to connect though as Peanut makes it underneath the turret. The flash comes forward as Canyon is going to get the primal surge. Chovy is trying to chase them down. The health bars are so low, but Showmaker comes into the skies and to the grave. And that is going to be the second kill for Damonkia. This is just rude and unusual
If you
from
are
Damonkia.
if you are a jungler, this is your worst nightmare. This is what every jungler goes through one time when you're not paying attention and you're playing this in Italy, and then afterwards you go into OPGG and you look it up, and she has a 95% win rate over 20 games. Like, why am I playing against this? What have I done wrong? That's the feeling that Peanut's having right now, because honestly, he doesn't get to play the game. There is no collapse, there is no response possible, because you lose your 1v1. You are extremely weak, especially when put this far behind this early, and because every single lane has no prio, which generally is fine. Like, that's the whole thing. Generally, teams let you get away with it.
Yeah.
You never see this.
Well, we're seeing it now.
Oh my, that is just brutal.
It was.
So can you win 4 versus 5, even with a comp diff? That's the question of this game.
Well, we'll have to find out, as we're going to check this one out from Canyon's perspective.
잡은 듯.
Wants to get the takedown, has that pounce, so we'll be able to get it. Oh,
Canyon!
Wally's just ruining the hopes and dreams of Gen G. He's just saying, Yeah. I can hear the Korean casters talking about
We
it.
got him. Yeah. Nice.
Well, we're looking to try and gank Doran here as Peanut is in position. Good little knock-up. Gets the flash in order to knock up Canyon as well. He was tanking up the turret as now Peanut gets under. If they're able to get this kill, it's absolutely huge. And they can, as Peanut gets the money back. That might have put Gen G back in this game.
It's gonna help, at the very least. Overextension. We talked about this. Don't gank on.
No.
Don't do it. Don't do it, Damon. And they did. Not in the game state that I was expecting, certainly, as Showmaker showing off his happy feet.
Yep.
And meanwhile, we get to take a look at bot lane before we
There was so much action that we didn't have to watch this bot lane matchup.
And we were all better for it.
Yes, we were. It was a great time. As this wave getting held by Doran. Very happy to do so. Lahen's going to rotate back over. Kellen moves in, spots out this control ward. Just making sure that Dum is going to be okay. And okay, let's have a look at this one more time. This failed dive attempt from Doran's perspective.
He has every single summoner. He has cookies. He has a pot. There's just no way this works out.
This one not looking like it's working out either. As Dum picks up that kill, the satchel is beautiful, and Canyon will secure the other one. Yeah, it's not the jungle. That is not your place, Gen G. You're not allowed to be in there. It's too scary. It's dark and dangerous.
And even with this lead, it's... Oh, you can't... Yeah, okay, Chovy can't die. They need to start getting objectives. Because as good as this is, as much as they're removing Peanut completely from the game... Wait.
I love to keep from crying. As Peanut is going to be able to secure his chicken camp.
Is he?
Peanut is going to... He's not going to secure his chicken camp. Peanut is going to secure his... Peanut is going to secure... He is going to secure his Krugs. That is what's going to happen. Hoyer is also getting plates here towards the top side. Demolish going to be utilized there. Did that shock blast just take 2 of them?
Yes.
I want to...
It's not good. No. And currently, 2.5k gold lead. The main issue is that with how this game has been going thus far, I don't see a scenario reasonably where Peanut ever makes it back into the game, right? So he's completely reliant on the rest of his team. And the rest of his team is scaling monstrously well.
Yeah.
He might maybe hit 6 of this. No?
This is the jungle that he's allowed to take.
Yeah. Finally, he gets to farm a little bit.
Yeah. Canyon is actually taking his top side now, as Lahen's is going to attach to the horse.
But even with this surgical removal of Peanut, this in of itself is not enough. And I really want to reiterate that this is obviously a truly monstrous advantage that's being built here by Damwon Kia. But if they don't turn it into objectives or into more than that, it might not be enough, as Canyon, who was a cucumber,
explaining his position to his teammates. And honestly, like Doctor played this really beautifully. Congratulates the rest of his team. And you're exactly right. I don't think it is enough. Hoya just being singed here towards the top side. That is about as deep as you can go. Slinks back into his own jungle, as you can see. And is now in between an inner and an outer in the mid lane.
it's 1600 gold in the jungle.
Yeah, no, it's absurd. Canyon also, with Rift Herald, is now looking to break open this mid-outer turret.
Very good.
Only gives them more access, right?
They have Ziggs.
Yeah, and able to actually move him up here as well. This is...
Oh my god.
This is just ridiculous from Damwon Kia. When I first saw the draft, I thought, I didn't expect this.
Maybe they'll dive like twice.
Yeah. As Peanut trying to get out, he has to ulti in order to do it. It's going to be a second charge for Shirley as Doran dealing with Hoya towards his top side. But that is 2 turrets. Inner goes down. That means so much money. And Hoya doesn't actually press his Dominus button. Doran holds onto his ulti as well, as Ruler did get a plate on the bottom side. Yippee! But it's 4,000 gold to lead. Oh, even that back gets stopped. For a game number 5 to be sitting on this this strategy, like this was just...
This was not going to get pulled out, right? If there was not 100% necessity. Yeah, there we go. That's not been a successful combo.
No, it hasn't.
But we have seen no one pilot it like this.
Well,
the punish.
Yeah, Showmaker gonna flash. Final chapter is also gonna go wide as now Canyon moving on over. Mega Inferno Bomb lands. Doran taking a bit of damage there. Solar Flare goes wide though. Damwon Kia, I don't think that they've locked down enough in order to get any kills here towards the top side of the map, but it's the turrets. Yeah, and it's still 2 minutes before these plates fall down.
This is the crazy thing, and this is what we talked about previously, is that Ziggs, in situations like this, actually snowballs so well, and why I love playing for Ziggs lanes. And the lead that Damwon, this is such a beautiful strategy, and executing it like this is just mind-boggling, because Gen G have been the better early game team in every single game that we played today. Everyone! It wasn't even close. It was always a gold lead for them. It was always them getting the better prio. Always them getting the plates. And this is, after 4 games, back and forth, up and down, a surgical dismantling that we're seeing here. A tailored draft with absurd amounts of prio. Canyon went proto belt as well.
Rocket Cat! The cat on a book is not quite as good as cat on a rocket, all right?
Honestly.
Well, he's got 6 stacks on the Dark Seal, so I'd expect that that one is likely to come through. Orbit Deception picks up the blue buff there for Chovy. Showmaker and Doctor Arm looking to get to work on their last remaining turret. And this is what we haven't seen from the Ziggs thus far, as Chovy going to throw out the ulti. Takes a shock blast to the face, though, as now, if that had have hit, that's a dead Chovy. And it still may be, as Hoya was burning down, trying to get out of this fight. 5 versus 4 now. But still, Damwon Kia are just so powerful. And they are continuing to siege.
They can't save this turret. There's no way. It's not going to happen.
Well, this spear. Oh my god, Chovy. Good work. Not in the shop early or anything like that. As this pressure is absurd. Another satchel just to tidy up all of the plates. Every plate. 5 seconds now before they fall down, but they're not falling on Gen G's side. All of them have been secured. Look at these gold advantages. Oh my god. Do you know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of watching a classic parting game of StarCraft.
Wow.
Because he was probably one of the better cannon rushes. And when cannon rushes work, you don't feel good for the guy cannon rushing. If you're a fan of him, you still feel bad because his opponent is not allowed to play the game if it's played well.
Can't be done.
And this is kind of what it feels like. Well, I think Wolf will have to confirm. Wolf certainly has watched more parting play than me. But that's what it feels like.
We have the double StarCraft desk.
We do.
Yeah.
And I'm the one making the StarCraft. I'm just definitely not as qualified as those gentlemen.
That's okay, Atlas. We still appreciate you.
Thank you.
Digging deep into esports history. And yeah, Gen G have a comp diff. When you're this far behind, does it matter? It should not. I don't think the Damonkia can endlessly misstep. But the gold lead that they've earned for themselves using this 6 extremely proactively also means that these scaling points that normally Gen G would kind of cruise toward in a composition like this might never come, right? Like, Lahens is still level 6.
Yeah.
And that's fine, because if you look, Doctor and Kellen have been roaming so much, the actual CS numbers on Damwon aren't even high. It's not about the experience, it's about the items. It's about the influx of gold that has been found by this Damwon Kia.
Oh god, and it's also an Infernal Soul. And so Damwon Kia get to shore up what could have theoretically been a late game problem by just getting a triple stack on this one, as Chovy is going to Spirit Rush forward, needs to land the Charm to try and lock down Showmaker. Orb Deception comes in, good knock up and good hold on the Charm as well from Chovy.
Oh boy.
There's now Hoya, he's come in here, will get knocked up. Can Doran and Chovy actually manage to do this? Canyon's the raid boss as Peanut has come on over as well. Solar Flare connects onto the Fox Lady, but she's not going to fall down just yet. Mega Inferno Bomb to secure the kill onto the Ornn. They trade back 1 for 1. Looking a little bit worse for wear are Damwon Kia, but they do still have Primal Surge, things like this in order to keep them healthy. 1 for 1 is not what you want though as Damwon. You want to continue to trade up in these situations. It's a thick 6,000 gold lead as, oh no.
No.
Yeah, Peanut's in Canyon's jungle again. As Prowling Projectile will connect, but Canyon just slinks his way out.
Even with a 1-for-1 trade, this is the key thing. Objectives need to keep going the way of Damwon Kia. As we'll pick up the second Herald here, and once the inners start falling, this form of Canyon is not something we've seen in a long time.
This is Canyon like picking up his sim saying, all right, I guess we'll go to the final. As Chovy is looking to try and punish him here. Spear will connect, and Canyon says, nah, mate. Not this time. Flash takedown, that'll do it. That's a solo kill for the jungler onto Chovy. And if there's anything that epitomizes just how far ahead this jungler is, I don't know what does.
His own world skin he is sitting on. As we go to I don't know what that transition was.
Yeah.
But Showmaker, does get caught here. Requires the investment of a teleport. Really nice ward being set up there. And Happy Feet can't save you from Ornn, as that is just too much. Really like that Chovy holds the Charmer as well.
Yep, Doran's going to get taken down. This was the Jace Renekton combo onto the Ornn, who's just a little bit too far behind right now. Hasn't got the ornaments out just yet as Peanut. Oh, I don't know whether this is safety.
It's not.
As Ruler is going to get slowed down. Solar Flare is not going to land, but yeah, Zig's going to help take down the horse. Zenith Blade also going to go wide, but it doesn't matter! Damwon Kia will just take down this inner turret. Canyon's going to move on over, doesn't even need Shirley's help. She'll be employed for something else, I believe, as they could just break open the base right here, right now. 18 minutes into the game. This is an absolute slaughter that's been set up, and they don't need Shirley for this either!
It's a masterclass, honestly.
Yeah.
And when you talk about champions like Nidalee Renekton, we often do it, yeah, they're good if they get the early game done, and then that almost never happens.
Yeah, but also we often talk about it in the context of ganking.
Yeah, you get a nice, stack those waves, get a dive.
You get such good lane
Yeah,
set up.
man, that's awesome. You can get some early, maybe you get a Herald and a Dragon early on. That's great. Because the barrier, the floor that's necessary mechanically to execute what we're seeing here from Canyon as well is just extremely high. There's a reason why this champion is almost never picked in pro play. Although I'm sure seeing this, Owner's like, I want to do it as well, guys. Let me.
Well, I think Canyon did this to Owner in the regular season in like the one game that Damwon Kia won, but I'll need to be corrected on that one. I think, yeah, the early invade did happen.
The core thing, what we're seeing here for Damwon Kia is that Gen G's composition, when given the time, would always win this game. But often we forget that sometimes teams will just truly not give you the option. And I can't remember the last time I've seen a competitive game that was this decisive, this fast, and it's kind of wowing. And without a doubt, the best game we've seen of Damwon Kia all year. Like, it's not...
I mean, we're
it's not
approaching
even...
we're approaching like a 25-minute jungle flame horizon, which is just one of the most massive gaps I've ever seen. Solar Flare going to slow down Ruler. Mega Inferno Bomb is going to get the ulti out. As Canyon, he'll get stunned up, but there's just no follow-up. There's no opportunity. Shirley is looking to break down an inhibitor turret of all things. It's now 20 minutes. Damwon Kia own the entire map. They started off with control of the enemy jungle, and now they have removed every single turret outside of Genji's base. The only inhibitor for... Oh, God. Ruler taking 50% of his health.
Oh!
If Genji win this game, I don't even know what to offer.
What's proportional?
Yeah, I'm like I'll eat my shoe, but like I don't even think that's good enough. I think I need to offer something more absurd than that.
Go bald.
I'll shave my head. Yeah, I will shave my head.
There we go. So no shoe eating, all right? I care about your stomach, Atlas.
Yeah, no shoe eating. I will shave my head.
Just bald.
Yep.
All right. Save that. Save that, I do think.
I think it's about time for a new haircut as well. So I'm actually not super against it. I'm very scared of the change. So I'm kind of like hoping I don't have to, but
I'm sure you look ravishing. And also, if you're going to change your haircut, I don't think it will be based on this game. I don't see a scenario because Damwon Kia, it's so hard to find an out here. And you know me, I'm always looking for the upside. I'm always looking for the out.
There is actually one upside, and that is the fact that Genji was able to get the first dragon. So Infernal Soul is not going to be coming around for quite some time, I guess.
It's 9k gold at 21 minutes.
Shut up. I'm trying to do the play-by-play thing.
And it's infernal.
Please continue watching this game, ladies and gentlemen. There is hugely a possibility for Genji to make it.
Closing out this game is still hard because Genji is an incredibly good team. And the fact that they got clapped this hard early game doesn't really change that. It's a testament to Damwon's ability to take an early game draft and then really push it, like really push it.
Well, Mega Inferno Bomb is going to come through. Ruler didn't want to use his ulti. Of course, does have the zoomies available. So that will get his health bar back.
There's also the defensive itemization. God. Yeah, I don't want to talk about what's happening on the screen. There's the defensive itemization from Damwon as well. Stopwatch for Canyon, or Zhonya's rather. Zhonya's for Dokdam.
Yeah.
Because they recognize that as long as we don't die, we win this game. That's all you need to do. Just don't die, because the amount of pressure that you have is not matchable.
Well, how do you look at this just minefield of vision, traps, wards, everything. Genji, they know this Baron is getting taken, but they just go over. They get some vision. Damwon Kia not going to flip it or anything like that. Absolutely respect that decision. But Damwon Kia, they are free to go for this over and over again. And Chovy taking spears like they're corky rockets right now.
Yuumi is slowly becoming more relevant, and maybe that's just too much poke. That's just too much.
Yeah. Still that ward in the back of the pit as Damwon Kia. Only 2 people required, as it turns out. Peanut.
Boya needs to tank for a little bit.
And Shock Blast connects onto Ruler.
They're doing pretty slow. Callan's there.
Yeah, that is going to be the stun onto Peanut. They are just obliterate him. He's not allowed to play this game right now. Wasn't for a very long time, as well as the Baron still aggroed. Hoyer in the pit. Does still have dominance available if they need to, and they just take the Baron. Just beautifully done from Damwon Kia from start to finish. It's hard to watch, not going to lie.
It is.
This kind of shutout, like Genji being disallowed from Game 5.
It's hard. It's so hard to talk about it in the context of this series that was so close.
Yeah.
From start to finish, and a lot of the patterns that we saw, Genji's early lead, right? They're impeccable team fighting. Damwon's snap, shot, decision making. That was all great. That's not what's happening in this game. There's the 10 stacks Magi's coming through here. Double Zhonya's finished.
Yeah.
I was expecting Dokdam to just go straight into Deathcap, but it's looking like they are, again, going very hard in defensive itemization as 4.5k.
This is just the biggest jungle gap I've seen in a really long time.
And to reiterate,
It's not
if you
from-
think, but
yeah.
if you think this is on Peanut, you don't understand what happened in this game, right? Like that's the cool thing. is
Yeah.
that at no point, sure, there were some moments. Maybe Peanut could have taken a different pathing. Maybe the rest of the team had like some windows to come and help.
But this is what Damwon Kia afforded themselves in the draft, and then Canyon made sure that he didn't give Peanut a way back in. Read him like a book. Every early game decision that he made,
Map. Yeah,
there
every
was
movement.
absolutely nothing that Peanut could do. Shock Blast connects onto Ruler, and oh man.
That makes it even worse, is that, yes, Renekton is in this draft, and Nidalee is, but the poke of Ziggs, Renekton, or Ziggs, Renekton doesn't have poke, come on, of Ziggs, Jace, and Nidalee is so impressive, even into a Yuumi, that they can take any objective. It doesn't matter. Man, this is such a wild game after what was such a competitive series.
It was. Now we're going to go for the hard engage. Chovy picks up his cat and tries to get something done. It's a knock up onto Kellen, but that's not going to be it as now Hoya tries to get into the backline. Ruler does lock down the kill onto Kellen. Peanut taking a fair bit of damage. He still has the onslaught of shadows as Doctarm goes golden. Hoya now just trying to stand in front of him. The knockback, Doctarm out of mana completely. Chovy finds the Orb of Deception and picks up that kill, but Canyon is still standing. Flashes Doran, gonna flash away from him. It's a one fight for Gen G. My hair is getting more and more scared by the minute.
3 for 2, favorable trade. Key thing here, can they get themselves this Drake? Oh, Ruler.
Oh god, spear doesn't connect, and Canyon is just dead. He needed that spear to land, and it didn't work out, so they managed to lock down the kill, and this is another
Atlas.
Drake going to Gen G.
Atlas, what's happening to your hair?
I think we might need to get the clippers ready as well. I mean, it's still a gigantic lead
is.
for Damwon Kia, but this is still a Drake. This is still bounty gold. Going over to Gen G, they still have a composition that is very happy to scale. One more level, and we are going to start throwing ornaments all around the map.
As Chovy is the one that starts up this fight, and immediately with Doctarm already be fairly low in mana, they're not able to get a lot done. So much of the damage here is dodged. Crucially, and Hoya, not really the tanky lineup you're looking for, and as strong as Damwon Kia is in terms of gold, Doctarm has no mana, and a lot of their damage is coming from skill shots. Showmaker going in so deep here, and Canyon missing a couple of crucial spears. Doran flashing over the wall.
와드 없어, 와드 없어.
Yeah.
뭐야 이거 개꿀!
What is this? Free gold for Ruler. And now he's 3-0-0. He's got 3 items. He's got a Hex Drinker.
He's still playing into a poke comp.
Yeah.
That's 8k gold ahead.
But he has a Syzygy.
I'll take it. I'll take it. If Tottenham loses, I gotta join you. Not in going bold because I'm trying to do the opposite, but I need to do something.
Yeah, what are you gonna do?
Well, I don't know. Do you have any suggestions that don't involve shaving
Well, I
my
mean,
head?
I don't want to shave my head either. Like, my hair is part of my identity and my brand. So
Yeah, but I've been spending the last 3 months trying to grow it out. I'll do
I've
a lot.
spent my
I'll do
entire
a
life
lot.
with this haircut.
Can't do it, Atlas.
All right, well, I'm
I'll
actually
cook
getting
you-
very nervous.
I'll cook you a 3-course dinner from start to finish.
You want to do that anyway. That's a good thing. You love that. You've invited me
But
over to
don't
dinner
call
so many
me out.
times.
I'm trying to offer you something here. Oh, here they go.
Yep, Chovy looking for the charm. Doesn't find the Everfrost. Good feet from Hoya for a little while, but the Shock Blast is going to connect. And remember, the money is still there for Damwon Kia. These Shock Blasts are devastating. As Damwon, they do have an open avenue on the top side of the map. So despite the fact that the minion wave is a billion miles away, can still just kind of waltz on up there and try and get that map control. 8,000 gold. Here's the lead. Void Staff complete from Canyon.
As good as the lead is, again, Gen G's comp is ludicrous. Ludicrously good. It just becomes about whether they can actually fight. And their hard engage is so incredible. As long as Chovy and Ruler are full health.
Yeah. And
Gen G
look,
can
they've got
fight.
bounty gold everywhere as well.
They
Peanut's
do.
going to come down towards the bottom side. They are guaranteed to get this turret. And you can see there are a lot of pings going out onto the Baron that is just starting to spawn. Chovy does have his teleport available, and Peanut is immediately booking it back to get in the vicinity of this Baron.
You have to. Yeah, the Baron is such a key objective here. Yep. And if that goes over to ㅣ2022, that's when the siege can come through again. The auto shove's going to help them finally crack open those inhibitors.
Ward goes over. Peanut going to clear this one out. Shock blasts are missing. The poke needs to land if ㅣ2022 wants a free avenue towards their second Baron of the game. Bouncing bombs come through. Chovy checking the flanks, wanting to get his opportunity to come on over. ㅣ2022 with a lot of control now, but Doran starting to get tanky, starting to get more and more powerful. The red buff goes over to Canyon, but it's starting to feel less and less important as the composition is beginning to come online slowly but surely for Gen G. As Solar Flare connects onto Chovy, Mega Inferno Bomb does get the ulti out of the Ahri.
Welcome Zoom.
Yeah. Hoya wants to try and lock down Peanut. Okay, ulti comes through, gets a nice little knock up there onto Canyon. And now Kellen possibly picked off. The final chapter comes in and Chovy locks down the kill. Where's the answer from Damwon? It does not exist. And Gen G now able to get into the Baron pit, and it feels like this game has turned.
Your poke needs to land for you to actually make this work, and Showmaker not hitting the shock blasts. Canyon not hitting the spears. Dom.
Have you heard of the ruler ending? Because he's about to Flame Horizon his opposition, and Ruler has carried many a game in the past.
Gen G win this game.
I mean, how long until I have to shave my hair? Because
no one is allowed. You can do it after 5. That's fine. Okay. No one is allowed to ever pick Renekton. This is if even a stalwart defender of any draft. If Renekton literally lose this, I can't do it anymore, Atlas.
But
I can't do it.
The absurd thing is that you've got massive CS leads in the mid lane, in the bottom lane. Like it's just Canyon has all of the stacks of cash that someone have, and Gen G are going to give up this Drake. They don't care about this Drake. It's not the soul, because they were able to avoid the spear.
It's still really bad.
I mean, yes, but it's still not the soul.
Well, no, that's true.
Mega Inferno Bomb, that is going. Oh god, Chovy takes most of his health buff. As now Canyon has found Peanut once again. Oh my god, the damage is just absurd. As he dash cannons his way forward, does he have another pounce? The answer is yes, and he's got a flash. That's a solo kill. And ㅣ2022, these skirmishes, these are the ones they're good at. Being able to chase down their opposition when they have that advantage. The Baron is alive and the Gen G jungler is dead. This could mean that ㅣ2022 can get over there to find yet another lead.
Still available for Gen G. Dorn, the goat and the cat together on an adventure.
Yeah. And there's a bird here as well. Fox coming up. The menagerie has arrived.
Where's the horse?
Well, the horse is in the death chamber, unfortunately. Again? As Kellen might have been caught out of position one more time. He feels like free food right now. They aren't going to press too deep. In goes the Ornhorn. The flash from Dom is beautifully timed as Chovy manages to pick off Canyon in the backline, but he does go golden. In the end, Ruler has locked down to the kill. Onto Showmaker. Chovy finds the backline and Canyon is dead. And the essence comes in and I'm going bald. It's happening!
They get the Baron! No way!
Can I take it back? Ah! Oh my god. This is just ridiculous. Triple kill for Chovy on his Ahri. The inner turret is going to go down. And Gen G are pushing in to try and break open the base. They've got double siege minions here. Peanut, he's cantering towards the mid lane. He's like, what happened, guys?
Did I miss it? Did I oversleep?
Oh my god. Gen G, can they just do it? 3 seconds. There's the knock up onto Hoya. He does manage to go golden. The gold from Kellen there as well, but Hoya is already dead. Showmaker trying to get in here, trying to lock this one down for the Nexus turret. He's going to go. They just need to focus the Nexus. And Gen G, from this moment, they will be able to win Game 5, and they are facing T1 in the final, and I'm going bald. What the heck was that?
One of the most one-sided early games that I have seen in competitive play.
I'm not ready.
I don't know. Oh, I don't know.
My God. To be able to hold on after that.
To not tilt.
Yeah.
Well, Gen.G might have been known in the past as a team that, under dire circumstances, doesn't keep it together. That reputation, gone.
Yeah. And that means that we are definitely without the 4-time back-to-back LCK champions, Damwon. That is a dream that's now dead. T1 or Gen.G are the ones that are going to be hoisting it. And right now, after this series, after how incredibly close it was and how dominant T1 have been, you can imagine that T1 fans breathing a sigh of relief.
You know what this also means?
What does this mean?
The actual T1 Gen.G match. Full lineups.
Yeah.
On both sides.
That we've never seen before.
That we have not seen this year. Yeah. Man's had a rough game.
Oh my God.
They held on. And in the end, turns out comp diff too big.
I guess. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what was there. I think at some point we would have heard a large crack, and that was Canyon's back as it gave way. He had such an enormous lead, but it just wasn't enough. The game went along for that little bit too far.
What a best of 5.
Just amazing.
My God.
Just amazing. Ruler just chilling, taking plates on that bottom side of the map, staying away from the shenanigans.
Man just ice cold carried a game with a clean Xayah, but
Yeah.
can't grab the water bottle.
Yeah, well, I mean, all of his effort, all of his mechanics.
Yeah,
went
the hands
into
are shaking
Runeterra.
at this point.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
Just an unbelievable outcome. That was the 5-game series that we wanted. And I don't know how to feel after this game. I don't know how to feel. I don't know whether to renege on my in my shaved head situation or what. But my God, Gen.G, hats off to just how well they played around the amount of like mental edge that Damwon gave themselves this game. Just Gen.G kept themselves in it, held their chins up, and the early game was an absolute disaster. This looked pretty cool. On the Gen.G side, this is the first thing that they were able to get back. But still, oh my God.
Just a couple of key errors.
Yeah.
Canyon giving over that huge shutdown. The topside fight. Damwon over pushing. Instead of going for the surefire win, getting themselves the Infernal Soul, which would have been more than enough. They kept going on. Felt propelled by their composition, propelled by their lead. But that was all that Gen.G needed. Just a single window. If they go back here and they go for Drake, they win the game 100% of the time.
Yeah.
Like, there's no way. If you don't get baited into a team fight, you're trying to get the inhib, you can get it done.
But also, you don't even need to get the inhib.
You don't.
You want minion waves to actually travel far away from Gen.G's base at this stage of the game.
You don't. And it's those mistakes that I'm sure will haunt Damwon. Because if you thought losing your solo queue game after getting an early advantage and then not being able to make it happen felt bad, I can guarantee you, missing out on finals like this for a team that has been so dominant in the LCK over the last couple of years, mind-blowing.
No, it absolutely is. Canyon gets a solo kill and then immediately loses a fight around Baron 4v5.
제이스 못 갔어. 나 제이스 잡았어.
As we have a listen to Gen.G in the final moment.
야, 내가 바텀 너네.
Was Rule yelling Penta? Of course he was. Okay, he was yelling Baron, never mind.
야, 미드.
Ruler is losing his mind.
미드 가보자. 아, 이거
Let's push mid, let's push mid.
궁으로 끝내보자. 끝내보자. 뭔데? 애들 흥분하지만 말고.
Ults are back up, so let's push with our ults. And we can see that they're not quite. There might be a little bit of an error in the spectator.
오케이, 제이스 풀 있다. 제이스 풀 있어.
We're just keeping our idea on all of the flashes. Jace has flash, says Peanut.
끝까지 간다.
It's really cute here. What Oi is trying to do is he's trying to teleport on the minion to make sure it stays alive so the wave doesn't come in.
Yeah.
But he gets interrupted, unfortunately. If he did it from Fountain, maybe it would have been enough time.
Doran is losing his
Look at Lahens!
Look at Chovy, he's like, guys, don't do that to me again. As we'll have a look at the damage. Dark Dom did a lot of it, Peanut did not very much at all. In the end, honestly, damage numbers,
It means nothing.
gold graph, all
It
that
means
stuff
nothing.
means nothing. It was a 10.6k gold lead at the worst, and Gen G just pull it back.
I have run out of words, Atlas. I've run out of words, and I'm sure you have as well after this. What a journey! Are you
I got nothing.
what a journey! Unbelievable.
I really like my hair.
You know you don't actually have to, right?
I mean, I don't, but then I'll be called a renegger. You know, and I
Hey,
don't want to renege.
I'll follow through on the dinner, and then we get to have a nice night, and then we can talk about it some more.
Okay. Okay, we'll see whether I am going to keep it or lose it, but I think I should probably, because that game looked like it was unlosable for Damwon Kia, and they lost it. What an unbelievable series. 5 games, Gen G managed to take it 3-2. I guess it's time to throw it over to the carpet space to hear what Valdez and Wolf have to say about the series.
Atlas, you've got nothing. You've also got no hair in the future. I'm from the future. You guys don't have words. We have a lot to say about that series because, oh my God. What a way to end the specifiable.
One of the biggest comebacks I've seen in my entire career. I was out here ready to talk about the StarCraft stuff that Atlas was talking about parting, about MVP in a Game 7, doing a Marine SCV rush for a Game 5, for a Game 7. Ending a series like this, the lead that they had, the advantages they had, if we bring up the draft, with this Nidalee Renekton was insane. And Canyon chased Peanut through the jungle. And I was talking to you while we were watching the game, I was like, he kills him, and he will kill him again. And he will kill him again, and he will take all his farm away. Gen G won a 4v5 game. They beat Damwon Kia in the second best of 3 with substitutes because of COVID-19. They won this Game 5 to go to the Grand Finals without a jungler. They won this game by defending non-stop, holding off, dealing with pressure, and then getting all of that bounty gold. When Damwon Kia decided to have a bit of a happy game in Game 5, which matters the most, the game that should have sent them to the Grand Finals to have a potential rematch against T1, not happening. Not anymore, too many overextensions. Canyon went from being a god to being forgettable because he just kept running in and dying.
Yeah, and there's more to this, you know. You look at the composition and you say, okay, from ahead, with the amount of tempo that they had, this team should have been able to end the game. They were so far ahead, it should have been ended with the Renekton, Nidalee, the Jace, right?
Ziggs, I mean, Ziggs is in this comp.
Yeah, but the problem is, if you lose even one fight, as we saw in this game, you're up against a Xayah who's really fed. You're up against an Ornn who can block a lot of the poke. The Jace loses value. The Nidalee loses value. The Renekton loses value. And you know, there's always the Renekton and Nidalee kick W meme from LS, but like, it's true in this case especially because it doesn't matter what your jungler is. It could have been, again, I say this all the time, it could have been Teemo.
Yeah.
Who cares? Because the Ornn will frontline, he's really tanky, the Jace doesn't do enough damage, and they just fell apart. Everybody with all their tempo, it just totally disappeared. And they got all the shutdowns and the gold on the map.
They
it was
had
insane.
an extremely punishing mid laner, again, Chovy on the Ahri, who's able to punish when you're caught. He can flank around. He could use his Spirit Rush, get behind you, charm you, blow you up. They've got Ornn, who could trap you with his ultimate, which we saw several times. And the Yuumi heals just kept cycling through the Ziggs ultimate.
Yeah.
And Damwon Kia didn't have great siege because they're running this comp once they got to the inhibitor turrets. They were there so early that they were like, all right, let's back off. Let's take more of the jungle. And then once Gen Z were outside of the base, Canyon just repeatedly kind of ran in and gave so many kills over to Ruler, who popped off in this game. Unbelievable performance for the AD carry once again on the Xayah.
Yep.
What a game.
You know, we saw this draft, and you actually caught something, Wolf. We want to show the Spring Finals draft from last year. Damwon, it's not the first time they've done this, and you can see here that they actually did this against Gen G. with a very similar draft, not exactly the same, but with this Renekton Nidalee style.
Yeah, it was Showmaker who played the Renekton in this game, and Khan, who was playing Rumble top at the time, which was a pretty unique pick, ended up being meta in MSI for jungle. But still, just showing that there's a bit of a history for Damwon Kia tilting Genji out of their minds, as they did in this game, because as was mentioned on the cast, which is actually in fact why I brought this up, is because they fell behind early, and they were the ones to have a comeback in this game to actually bring it to a third game that they absolutely slapped Genji in. But this time around, it's them who get such a lead. 15 plates. Every plate on the map was gone, all 15 plates down, and they still ended up throwing it away.
Very true. We have talked a lot. We need to get to the highlights here. Let's talk about this first play that we had from the Nidalee. Obviously, Canyon in this case, alongside of Kellen, just using that prio, getting in his face.
Canyon has an advantage early in the jungle. Kellen comes up here with the prio he has in the Ziggs lane, and they end up getting another kill here for Canyon in this early game. Then, well, first kill, and then Chovy ends up trying to come over and help out. Everyone is so low, but he's early game already. He's level 5, doesn't have the chasing power. And then once again, Kellen sets up this second invade here for Canyon in the jungle, and with the Ziggs bomb follow-up here, a second kill goes over. Peanut is removed from the map twice, and moments after this, it was like 60 CS to like 28.
Yeah.
He did end up flame horizing in the jungle, his jungle opponent. That's why I said that Genji won a 4v5 game. Like, Peanut was not relevant in this game at all, but it was really great, aggressive, really well communicated early game jungle plays that put them in that position.
Yeah, and they had what seemed like an insurmountable lead, but then we get to highlight number 2, and this was the fight over the Baron. This was after the fight that we had in the top side. Just waiting a little bit to get this replay on the board, but yeah, I mean, they went top, and it was a very messy fight. They were getting a lot of poke down, but the Yuumi was healing all of it, and then Genji decided, well, we're just going to engage. And then they came back in the game, and then we had that Baron fight.
Yeah, the Baron fight was pretty insane. Ruler, once again, putting a clinic on with this Xayah pick in compositions where it feels incomprehensible that he could actually do this much damage, that he could actually carry these team fights. As Damwon Kia are playing this very greedily because they've lost control of the game. They're trying to rush this Baron down. Look at where Kellen is compared to the rest of his team. There's a huge disconnect. He's ignited. He's gone. Duckdom flashes the Ornhorn here, drops his bomb, and doesn't do a whole lot of damage, And there's the follow-up from the Yuumi ultimate here, detaches, reattaches to Ruler, and then they end up blowing up Showmaker here in this fight, basically instantly. Everyone else is low health bars. In a longer fight, Genji's comp, even with lethality Xayah and an Ahri in the mid lane, will actually outdo you. Ziggs has burst damage in a comp like this, but if he is not able to actually get picks early, they just get outpaced in late game team fights. And after donating so many kills to Ruler, it was a really easy cleanup.
Yeah, of course. All their damage went into Doran, who was Ornn and really tanky. And at that time, they had already caught up, and he had so much armor and resistances. Like, of course, that's what's going to happen with those comps, as we talked in the draft. Let's see who the POG is for game number 5, as it will be Chovy on the Ahri.
Interesting pick here. I thought that Ruler had a fantastic game. Honestly, it could have been anybody except, unfortunately, Peanut, because he was not in this game. He didn't play game 5, but it was a great performance. Of course, support as well. The Yuumi play that we saw from Lehens was great to heal a lot of that damage. So many of these punishes, this is the first one, right? This is the first one we're like, whoa, okay, 1 for 1, like that shouldn't be happening at this point. And there were several other setups here for Doran, where Damwon Kia were overextended. They didn't have a great formation. They were just like, well, we're winning this. We have so much vision control. And then several of these fights went extremely poorly for them. And Chovy's positioning and his charms were amazing. And
yeah,
Ruler did a lot of follow-up damage on the bottom side of this fight. This is definitely a 2-front fight. I think we'll have a split vote here.
Yeah, I mean, Chovy's just zoning away 3 people as this is happening. So, I can see why he gets the votes, gets another charge there on his ult, and just splashes over. And yeah, I mean, 3 votes there for Ruler. I think he deserves the attention for sure. And then, of course, 10 votes for Chovy.
I mean, watching that back again, credit where it's due, especially in that last team fight. Chovy pops off. He's on a pick again that's really tough to actually come back from behind. Like an Ahri from behind, this far behind, 15 plates down behind. That doesn't happen every day.
Well, guys, we do have the interview ready to go, so let's hand it over to Jisun for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Jisun for the POG interview translation, joined by the solo POG of a best of 5 series between Genji and Damwon Kia. It was a very close series, and in the end, Gen.G secured a victory. How do you feel, Chobi, right now? You know, somehow I was just hanging on, but my teammates are doing a fantastic job, and we were able to turn it around, and we made it to finals. So I'm so happy. And Chobi, you are the one that sealed the deal for Gen.G. You are the solo POG on the side of Gen.G today. It was a phenomenal performance. What do you feel about today's performance and match? I mean, I was just doing what I was supposed to do, and then I somehow got POG. So I was not expecting this, but it feels great, of course. And I'm just happy that we won. And a lot of people actually predicted this series to be a 5-game series. What about the players? Well, I didn't expect this kind of a 5-game series, but somehow I always play 5-game series, so I'm used to it, so no problem. And ㅣ2022 was able to actually start off the playoff with a 3-0 victory. And Scorer also mentioned in the interview that you guys rather focus on the teamwork instead of special strategies. During the preparation, you know, we did had scrims, and we had a lot longer feedbacks in order to get rid of all the potential mistakes. And we had so many games today, but I have a question about the last game. It was a flex Jace pick. In the end, Showmaker was playing Jace, and then it was Renekton Nidalee comp on the side of ㅣ2022. Did you kind of predict that kind of a comp and draft? I mean, I played Jace mid a lot, so I thought Ahri would be a good pick into Jace, and I was not too much worried about it. I know how to play into Jace, so I wasn't too surprised. However, Kenyon's Nidalee was able to just bully Peanut in the jungle. He was having so much gold lead against Peanut, so when was the moment that you guys turned the table around? We were just keep saying, it's okay, no problem, it's all good. And because we were just like going all in for the bounty gold system, you know, we just trusted that. Yeah, indeed, it was a huge comeback from Gen.G. And when was the moment that you guys kind of had the confidence to close out the game with a win? When we won the topside team fight, you know, the top lane, and then when we rotated towards Dragon, we got a kill onto Nidalee as well, so we were like, this is pretty doable. And then after we got a kill onto Nidalee at the Baron's Pit, I was like, this is game over. And after game number 3 in the player comms, everyone was yelling, everyone was so happy, but Chobi, you looked so calm. I mean, I was looking at the death timers, and I was just thinking of what we have to do if we cannot win the game, if we cannot take down the Nexus. I was just considering what I have to do after that. And Doran also did a fantastic job playing the weak side top lane by himself. He's been having a lot of struggles as well. So what did Doran say after some of the hard games? Well, so while he was playing game, yeah, he was having a lot of hard time. But after that, all the teammates were trying to kind of cheer him up and make him feel better for the next game. And Chobi, even though you are the solo POG, who do you think is the POG in your heart on the side of Gen.G? Even if, yeah, I am the solo POG, I think everyone deserves POG, but if I have to pick one, it's gonna be Ruler, because he was the kind of the reliable pillar of our team. And with this intense series between Gen.G and ㅣ2022, it's gonna be you guys up against T1 at the finals. What is your resolution heading into the finals? T1 is a fantastic team right now. They are really strong, but now that we are at finals, we will do our best in order to take them down. We will do our best during the preparation process. And this will be the end of the interview from Chobi, and I'm gonna pass it back to Valdez and Wolf. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, as always, for that awesome translation. Chobi with the 3-time POG on the day. And what can you say? I think he deserves it for this one. We'll take a look at our playoff bracket and see where are we now. We only have one match, and that will be next Saturday.
Yeah, and there's a lot to break down. There's a lot to discuss. I don't want to get too deep into the weeds on this one because I think some opinions may have changed after watching Genji's performance today, but at the end of the day, it should be an awesome one. You know, expectations, I think, for most people at T1 are still the favorites, but just want to say at the end of the day, you know, I think it's going to be a great series. I think this is going to look very different than our T1 Genji matches we've seen in the past. This is probably going to be our best one yet.
For sure. It's going to be super hype. I mean, it's finals is a best of 5, and anything can happen, as we have seen clearly tonight. And by the way, guys, we still have some more of the LCK Challenger League playoffs here on Monday, Tuesday, and then, of course, the finals will be the day before the LCK finals, so definitely tune into that as well.
Yeah, check out Chronicler's stream. Last thing I want to say before we close is the prophecy came true. The third matchup between T1 and Genji. No substitutions, probably. Knock on wood is the wood I've got nearby. We are going to get that series for real. So we were robbed twice. Third time's the charm for all the marbles. LCK trophy, MSI slot. Don't miss it.
Yeah, it's going to be really insane. And you were talking about breaking some more stuff down. We are going to be filming one last Pog State episode. Definitely make sure to tune in that a little bit later on this week. That will be specifically about the finals, where we break everything down. And I think the Wolf was kind of hinting to, you know, not saying all that right now, but we will definitely get into the weeds on that one. But I believe that will do it for us here on the desk. I hope you guys did enjoy the best of 5, and we need a little bit more time. So anything else you want to say, Wolf?
I thought that was such an incredible comeback, such a tragic loss for Damwon Kia, and it's going to be the first time LCK doesn't send Damwon Kia to an international event since they won Worlds. It's just kind of a weird feeling that they won't be in the finals either. They're not going to get their 4th back-to-back title, and it's just all on the back of a little bit of greed, maybe a little bit of overextending and too much pride maybe there in that last game. But Genji, they're the ones who take the 5th and final game, and I do not know like how much more awesome this series could have had. It really had everything.
It really did. 5 games. Make sure you tell all your friends about the series. Certainly, we had a really awesome time watching it here on our end and watching those. But that's going to do it for us, guys. Hope you did enjoy that entire broadcast of this 5-game series. And we'll see you for the finals next week on Saturday. Make sure you watch. It will be a blast. See you there.
Standing on the edge of this big love, I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. I never believed love could set me free. You break down the walls I build around me. It's a strange magic every time we touch. Yeah, I'm falling for you. I'll keep falling, I'll keep falling for you. You are my greatest weakness. You are my greatest. You are my greatest weakness. You are my greatest weakness. Standing on the edge of this big love, I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. Baby, I'm ready to jump. I never believed love could set me free. You break down the walls I build around me. It's a strange magic every time we touch. Yeah, I'm falling, I'm falling for you. I'll keep falling, I'll keep falling for you. You are my greatest weakness.
힘을 여유 있게 잡아내는군요. T1입니다.
T1 16승 17연승이죠. 그러면요
18연승으로 SK 최초의 기록. 그 누구도 T1의 연승을 막지 못했습니다.
도란피는 리엔즈가 없었고 다시 붙었을 땐 루블러가 없었고 정민기 엄청난 존재감을 보여주는데요. 100%라고 우리 불전력 돌아온 젠지야. T1 대 젠지, 젠지 대 T1의 결승전을 시작하겠습니다.
백도어는 저는 AOS 게임, 뭐 리그 오브 레전드 진짜 묘미라고 생각을 하는데 이 게임은 킬을 내는 게 아니라 넥서스를 부시는 게임이다. 그거를 명확하게 이제 얘기하는 게 백도어 플레이 아닌가 싶어요. 결국 넥서스만 끼면 이기거든요.
저는 백도어를 일단 두 가지로 분류하는데 주도권을 잡고 있는 쪽이 할 수 있는 널널한 백도어 전략, 그리고 본대 주도권이 없는, 그러니까 한마디로 힘싸움에서 밀리는 쪽이 할 수 있는 빡빡한 백도어 전략 두 가지가 있는데 그 당시 경기는 두 번째 빡빡한 백도어였거든요.
이렇게 하는 게 리그 오브 레전드의 지금 메타다. 이렇게 해야 다시 패왕에 오를 수 있다라는 걸 좀 보여주는 것처럼 느껴졌어요. 저는 이런 장면을 전 처음 봤거든요.
그리핀이 어떤 팀이었냐고 하면은 그 게임을 무조건 그 게임을 보여줄 것 같아요.
저부터 할게요. 이제 SKT가 또 많이 상승세를 타고 있는데 이제 오늘 결전 날이거든요. 예감을 어떻게 하시나요?
우리 경기력대로 해야 하는 게 목표라서 예측 같은 건 할 수 없을 것 같아요. 1라운드 때 저희가 일단 아무것도 못하고 졌기 때문에 1라운드랑 같은 결과는 안 나올 것 같다고 생각합니다.
그리핀이란 팀을 대표하는 건 뭐 라인전도 있고 운영도 있고 하지만 무엇보다 저는 한타였다고 생각을 해요. 설계 자체를 자기들이 이길 수 있는 그런 한타를 만들어 놓는 능력이 좀 탁월했던 것 같고 완벽에 근접했던 팀이라고 저는 생각을 해요.
사실 그때는 그리핀이 훨씬 기세 자체는 좋았었잖아요. 뭐 전승 우승을 하니 뭐 어나더 레벨이니 이렇게 했었으니까. 근데 그걸 막을 수 있는 몇 안 되는 팀 중에 하나가 T1이다라는 이야기도 좀 많았었고.
너무나도 매끄러운 운영입니다. SKT 결국은 1세트 넥서스를 파괴하면서 경기를 끝냅니다.
GG! 자, 그리고 자르반이 나오긴 나왔는데 넥서스 이거든요. 넥서스 발보 GG!
어떤 장면인지는 기억나세요? 혹시 영상을
그 타를 입을 기억나죠. 저희가 저기였으니까. 이 경기 때 일단 잘 리본 판이었을 거예요. 그 판 지고서 어느 정도 생각보다 많이 빡세네라는 생각도 들었고 그래서 3경기도 초반에는 되게 안 좋게 시작했을 거예요.
한번 이거는 밀어냈는데요. 이미 갈 길이 없습니다. 칼을 끊습니다. 했는데
그러면 쫓아가면서
자리 묶었죠. 매우
들어갔어요. 데미지 보이시죠? 자,
붙겠는데요. 황제 진영이 발동돼 있잖아요.
이번 자체가 그냥 타잔 선수 많이 할 수 있었던 것 같아요. 그 갱각이 진짜 날카로웠어요. 오히려 자기가 갱가고 싶어 할 정도? 킬 주설러 다니고 싶을 정도로 엄청 공격적이었기 때문에.
당시 그리핀이 확실하게 리드를 잡았던 걸로 기억을 하거든요. 그래서 오브젝트도 많이 먹고 하는데 SKT가 글로벌 골드가 벌어진 상황에서도 글로벌 골드 차이만큼 그리핀 리드한다는 느낌 만들었어요. 근데 20분 중반 때쯤에 바론 둥지 근처에서 이제 한타가 열렸고
떴어요. 이거는 이미 빠져나가기가 너무나도 어려운데요. 테디.
거기 살았어요. 그렇죠. 그래서
이러면 역전투.
네, 저게 테디가 살아서. 예,
근데 리엔즈가 한 번 더 들어와서 끌었고요.
타자.
여기서
그래서
이러면 소드를
갑자기 한타 대박?
위로 물고
일단 초대박이 나왔고요.
이러면 바로
이러면
바론 쪽 한타로 좀 구도를 바꾸면서 야금야금 따라가기 시작했었거든요. 그러다 보니까 조합 자체가 T1 후반에 좀 5대5로 꽉 붙으면 T1이 훨씬 좋은 조합이었고 그리핀은 좀 쉽게 말해서 시간이 갈수록 좀 힘들어지는 이제 정식 한타에서 좀 불리해지는 그런 상황이었는데
그때 이후로 한타 지고 나서 솔직히 한타 각이 잘 안 나왔던 것 같기도 해요. 어떻게든 운영으로 저희는 해야 된다 생각을 했었던 것 같아요. 그때 당시에.
배짱 싸움 할 수 있죠. 요리가 안 와. 배짱 싸움을 할 수 있는 거야 SKT.
기대가 되는
요리 안 오면 그냥 밀어버린다. 그러면 이거 막 교환이 되냐를 봐야 되는데 입장에서 과연 역으로 바텀 억제기 밀 수 있냐.
자 일단은 탑쪽 억제기까지 일단 밀었습니다 SKT. 여기서 한 번 더 바텀쪽에 내각턴을 밀고 있는 요리.
철거력이 좀 있으니까 이렇게
만약 이거를 그래서 밀게 되면
생각하는 것 같은데요.
그리핀 입장에서도 할 수 있는 최고의 판단을 한 거죠.
백도어 제가 하고 있었고 제이스가 이제 합류하게 되는 상황에서 4대 4였는데 그때 당시에 좀 시간 좀 끌었으면 하는 어차피 제가 타원 미니까 근데 이제 한타를 너무 빨리 져가지고 좀 당황했었을 거예요.
그럼 시간 끌어줄래?
얘 못 끝내 얘네.
바텀 기다려. 미는 것도 괜찮아.
점프 장전했어.
얘네 한번 압박 줄래? 압박 줄래? 억제기 나도 밀을 수 있어.
그리고 계속
더 가네요.
계속 붙잡고
더 가네. 근데 리엔즈가 뚫죠. 한 번 더 들어왔죠? 시간을 끌리는데요.
이게 궁이 있어서
안쪽 자크. 이번이 끝났어요. 이번이 끝났어요.
자 그리고 이번이 터졌고요. 자
저기 끝났고.
포드가 킬 났어요. 이게 지금 소울이 지금 삭제 지금
너무 세요.
기타가
너무
지금
세요. 기타 이 연주를.
지원군 와야죠. 근데 이거는 지원
끝습니다.
그렇지. 와.
야 본진 잘 막아야 돼 이거 본진 잘 막아야 돼
박아.
막았어 잠깐
끝났다. 살기만 해봐 동아야. 그래 해봐.
나 리콘종이야 동아야 나 기다려
잡아. 잡아.
나이스 나이스
이거 들어가지 말죠 이거. 내가 이미 1을 눌러놨고 탈출할 방법이 없었다. 이거 시간만 끌어도 됐는데.
저희가 이제 밀리는 속도가 더 빠르더라고요. 저도 죽었고. 그래서 사실 다들 이거 큰일 났다. 다들 좀 당황했는데 당황하고 사실상 어제 반포기 상태였거든요. 끝났다 했는데
탑이 밀렸어요. 탑이. 레벨을 이제 같은 레벨로 맞추고 있습니다. 어나더 레벨을 같은 레벨로 맞추고 있어요.
레벨에서 하이 레벨로 끌어내릴 거예요.
탈주하지 마.
그래도 그때 조합상 초반이 세고 후반이 좀 약했어서 그중에 더 잘해놨어야 되는데 그러지 못해서 한타에서 지는 상황까지 나온 거라 다음으로 할 수 있는 게 뭔지 계속 생각하고 있었어요.
이제 시간초 보고 상대 미는 속도 보니까 너무 느린 거예요. 너무 느려서 그 이블린이 태어나는 속도 때문에 상대가 이블린 압박 느껴서 뺐을 거예요. 그때 당시에 안 밀렸으니까 기회 아직 있다. 이 말을 하면서 다들 다시 정비하고 마음가짐 정비하고
아직 기회 있어. 아직 기회 있어. 나이스.
어디서 우리가 백도어각 나와.
타잔 선수가 그때 말해요. 백도어가 우리 아직 기회 있다. 그 말 듣자마자 그냥 저희 집 막는 척하고 이블린이 시야 뚫자.
챔피언 특징, 요릭이나 이블린 이런 걸 잘 활용해서 한 번 길을 뚫어놓고 그 다음 상황, T1이 본대 힘을 이용해서 바론 트라이를 할 때 그 시도했던 백도 이게 진짜 기가 막혔거든요.
이거 빈 공간인데 빈 공간. 네.
상대가 바로 치러 나가면 상대가 바로 치러 나가면 이게 지금 일단 수성대장
칸이 뭔가 이상한 낌새를 느끼고 있죠.
백도어를 할 거면 나를 뚫고 가.
네. 그 사이에 바론.
찍게.
오케이. 싸움 보면 돼. 이거 바로 안 중요해. 싸움이 더 중요해.
레이스 나 없는 거다
플레이랑 나는 집에 써야 되는 거 아니야 이거?
아직 여기 있다.
와드 해볼래 이제?
맞았어.
형 와드 해야 될 것 같은데?
가자.
4명 끝내자.
가자.
이블이 넘어갔어요.
북으로 넘어갔어요.
네.
북으로 넘어갔어요.
하나 더. 근데 요리가
요릭도 와요.
요리 문제.
진짜 그 전율이라고 하죠. 그때 당시에는 코로나 전이라 다들 관중도 있어서 관중들도 아 이러고 그게 다 들려요. 그 엄청 커지면은 그 소리와 전율이 막 그때 느낌 말로 설명을 할 수가 없을 것 같아요. 그 짜릿함.
아직은 어나더 레벨 유효하다. 아직은 다시 올라갔어요. 억울하면 유효하다. 억울하면 강해져. 네. SKT 정말 매서웠지만 아직은 와 이거를.
그 어느 정도 기뻐하는
투테를 타고 있잖아요.
네.
거기까지 이렇게 오겠거니는 생각을 못 하죠.
네. 그래서 그렇게 됐죠. 뭐. 나중에 봤을 때 타잔 그 친구하고 이제 바이퍼 친구하고 너무 좋아하더라고요. 그래서 보는데 약도 오르고 그렇게 지기는 했지만 승부의 세계에서는 어쨌든 승자 패자는 있어도 이제 끝나고 나서는 어쨌든 저하고 이제 그리핀 선수들하고 되게 사이도 다 좋았었거든요. 그래가지고 되게 보면서 재밌었어요.
맞습니다. 텔들 좀 잘했다. 아, 게임 너무 좋아. 나 넣었어, 받았을 때. 가져갔을 때 나 끝난 줄 알았어. 나 마우스 손 뗐어. 나 어땠어? 아, 나 그냥 빼고 그냥 핸드폰 그냥. 아, 이거 승용이 MVP야.
아니 나왜 나와? 난 왜 나와?
승용이 무조건 MVP야. 이거 그리핀 입장에서 진짜. 되게 박빙으로 끝났잖아요. 오늘 경기 어땠어요?
되게 힘들었어요.
뭐가 제일 힘들었었나요?
그냥 게임 힘들어요.
전 재밌었어요. 팀원들한테 너무 고맙네요. 오늘 경기 같은 경우는.
프로게이머 에게 이제 이 장면은 어떤 거예요?
솔직히 프로게이머 생활하면서 다들 이런 게임 해보고 싶지 않을까요? 남들이 쉽게 하지 못해본 걸 해보고 또 그 경기를 이겼기 때문에 이겼을 때 그 짜릿함 잊을 수 없는 것 같아요.